Welcome to Cobalt Fairy YouTube channel.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
The Art of Submitting to the Earl by Harriet Caves. Prologue. Dominique could feel the flames again, as though they were all around him, trying to touch him, trying to take him into their fiery depths. He covered his eyes, hiding from the bright burn that was ravaging the downstairs floor of the manor. He stumbled outside through the front door, coughing and spluttering, trying to clear his lungs of the smoke, but to little avail. After many minutes, he fell to his knees on the grass, coughing into the earth, and trying to breathe deeply. There was a hand on his back, patting him sharply, and trying to assist him in clearing his lungs. Once he could breathe again, he looked up to see the face of the butler, Stanford. Concern laced his features. Behind them, there was a large crash, as though furniture or even part of the floor was falling down. They both looked back to the house. Dominique's eyes danced across the carcass of the building. Flames could be seen, through every window and door. They were dancing, engulfing everything. Stanford. His voice was hoarse as he pulled at the arm of the butler. Across the butler's jacket were smatterings of ash. What of my mother? And Juliet? The Earl of Wettington, Dominique's father, and Jason, his brother, were away for the night. The only family in the house were Dominique, his mother, and his sister, Juliet. Stanford's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he looked down to the ground, away from Dominique. No, no. Dominique shook his head, unwilling to believe the truth of what Stanford was unable to bring himself to say. He staggered to his feet and looked back to the house again. Behind one of the windows he could see a silhouette. Short, with arms flailing. It had to be Juliet, his little sister. Fear shot through his body as though a bolt of lightning had struck it from the sky. No. He sprinted back toward the door. Stanford yelled for him to come back, trying to claw at his jacket, but Dominique pushed him away, determined to be back in the house. He burst through the door he had left moments ago, only to find the fire had grown worse. Taking off his jacket, he held it across his arms, trying to protect them from the blaze as he made his way through the house. Juliet, mother. He screeched their names repeatedly as he dived between the parlor, the dining room and the drawing room, but all he found were the flames, whipping at the walls and making the wallpaper curl. He dropped down to the servants' floor below the stairs. The fire was not so bad here, merely ash and smoke hung in the air. Juliet. He screamed her name again, but no one answered him. He could only hear the echo of the fire, as it roared through the corridors above. He darted to the kitchen and found a pitcher of water in the sink, plunging the jacket in the water until it was sodden. He then replaced it to his arms, a better barrier against the flames, and returned upstairs. As his feet climbed the stairs, the steps bowed beneath him in the heat, creaking horribly. That was when he saw her. Juliet was by the main staircase of the house, across the corridor from where he stood. She was on the floor, barely moving, her hands clawing at the steps. He ran to her and threw the jacket around her body, trying to look away from the marks across her skin. She must have been caught in the fire. Juliet. He rolled over her body, trying to see her face. The light of the fire made her skin red and orange. She opened her eyes as slits and looked at him before they fluttered closed again. He pulled her into his arms, cradling her wrapped in his wet jacket, and carried her from the house. As he reached the front door, there was a bang from one of the nearby rooms that caused flames to leap from the door at his side, as though each flame was trying to grab him, and pull him back into their hell. One flame connected with him, and he bellowed, clawing at his neck and his side. It was a scalding pain, shooting through his body. He sprinted outside and saw the shock and horror on Stanford's face. The other staff behind him had their hands pressed to their mouths, the sight almost unbearable to look at. Stanford ran forward, removing his own jacket as Dominique placed Juliet on the ground. The butler pressed his jacket to Dominique's neck and back, trying to put out the flames that had attached themselves there. Stanford stepped back, and Dominique was numb for a moment, his nose crinkling against the scent of smoke. He put a hand to his neck, but regretted it immediately, yelping in pain, and pulling his hand away. He was severely burnt. He looked down to Juliet on the floor and took her back in his arms. She was just a child, so young. She cannot die. Holding her tightly, he tried to brush the hair away from her face to see her expression clearly. Her eyes fluttered open again, looking up to see him. "Juliet," he murmured, aware of how still her body was. Her arms were limp, and she could not lift them. Her body was weak. "We will get you some help. Someone, send for a physician." He barked the order, watching as the staff recoiled back. He looked back down to Juliet. She smiled briefly at him, but it was fleeting, before her face fell slack, and her eyes closed. They would not open again. "Juliet." Dominique sat bolt upright in bed, breathing heavily. His eyes surveyed his chamber. It was nighttime with a slither of moonlight leaking through the curtains. His hand moved to the scar on his neck, and he clutched it tight, bending forward as though suffering the pain all over again. He closed his eyes, willing the images of the dream from his mind. He had been a child at the time of the fire, he had not yet reached his 16th summer. Yet now, 13 years later, he still could not escape the memory. It followed him around, as though he carried the memory in his shadows, and then, like a demon at night, it would seep into him, making him relive the moment in his dreams. Since the death of his father, Dominique had inherited the title Earl of Wettington, meaning he had to return to the manor house that had been rebuilt after the fire. Here he was haunted by the memories of the past even more. He leapt out of bed and moved to the window, pulling back the curtains with a harsh jerk. The moonlight blinded him for a moment, and he blinked, adjusting to the glare before catching his reflection in the glass. He could see his hair, smooth and cropped short. His brown locks were damp with sweat from the dream, and his eyes were wide, their rare amber color alight. He looked away from them. They were too similar to the color of the flames for his comfort. The scar was still visible, stretching from his neck across part of his chest and his side, a twisting burn mark. He placed his hand to his neck, hiding it from his sight for a moment. Just like the physical scar, he believed his own soul was scarred too. Scarred by that memory, and by the loss of his mother and Juliet in the awful accident. A candle had been knocked over, that was all. How tragic for two lives to be lost because of something so trivial. He dropped his hand from his neck, letting his eyes rest on the scar again. Sometimes, he wished he could rip the scar from his body and part from it forever. Leave the dreams behind and the memory that he carried with him everywhere. He wanted to be happy. Is that so impossible? Other people can be happy, why can't I be too? Chapter 1. Laura was running through the house in her haste, excitement leaping through her body. It was the day of the assembly at the London Assembly Rooms, and she had been thinking about it for weeks. Not only would she get to see her friend, Martha, but she would also see a certain gentleman who had turned her head. She hurried up the stairs, picking up her skirt around her knees in order not to trip, rushing to dress for the evening's entertainment. Laura had selected the dress carefully for the evening. Made of a beautiful green silk, it would match the jade color of her eyes and contrast her brunette locks perfectly. She knew the dress suited her well, as she was keen to impress Mr. Jason Brooks. Tall with dark eyes, brown hair, and a smile that could charm anyone he ever met, for Laura, Mr. Brooks was the epitome of a gentleman. Many attendees of the assemblies talked of the chivalrous bachelor. Laura rounded the corner to the bedchamber when her feet faltered, bringing her to a sharp stop. Her door was half open and on the floor in the doorway was a piece of green silk, identical to the material of her dress. She walked forward slowly and picked it up, marveling at the similarity with curiosity as she opened the door wider. Her gaze lifted up to the room to find there were hundreds of green silk pieces strewn across the floor of her chamber. Diana. Charlotte. She called her stepsisters' names at the top of her voice as she ran into the room and dropped into the center of the pile of scraps. Her dress had been torn and cut into hundreds of fragments. Helplessly, she started to collect them together, as though she could sew them back into one dress. She held up the pieces into the sunlight, feeling her throat constrict for a moment. They have destroyed it. Her stepsisters appeared in the doorway, laughing. Laura lifted her head to see them, narrowing her eyes in anger as she saw them. Twin sisters, and they were both beautiful, though Laura found their souls as foul as rodents. Diana, the younger of the two by mere minutes, had striking red hair that fell in curls behind her shoulders. Her eyes were a bright blue, and her smile was wicked as she looked at Laura. Charlotte was clutching her stomach in laughter. Of a more robust build, Charlotte was the stronger sister. She had dark auburn hair that was a little shorter and reached her shoulders. She shared her sister's blue eyes that were currently crinkled with laughter. "How could you two do this?" Laura jumped to her feet, still clutching the scraps in her hands. "You had no right." "No right?" Diana was still giggling as she stepped into the room. "It was too fine a dress for you anyway, my dear. You would not have worn it well." Laura recoiled at the use of "my dear." It was sickly sweet, and Diana only ever used it in mockery of her. "Consider it a kindness, we saved you from your blushes. Think what people would have said to see you in such a dress? This is a kindness?" Laura scoffed, holding the material high in the air. "You would not know kindness if it walked up and introduced itself to you." "Very well, if you are to be so insufferable about it, consider it a warning then." Diana picked up one of the pieces from the floor and walked over to Laura, holding it in front of her as a taunt. "A warning? Stay away from Mr. Jason Brooks." Diana flicked the material into her face, but Laura caught it easily from the air. She had suffered the same argument with Diana for the last 2 months at least. It appeared they had both set their caps at the young gentleman, resulting in a bitter and rather resentful rivalry. Laura never stooped to Diana's level. She could not bring herself to be so cruel, but she was happy to spar with words. "If Mr. Brooks does not give you the attention you crave, Diana, perhaps it is time you realize he has no interest in you." "It has nothing to do with me." Laura dropped to the floor again, hurrying to collect all of the scraps of the torn dress. "I have never known anyone with as much impertinence as you." Diana cried loudly, her cheeks blushing red to match the color of her hair in her anger. "You mistake impertinence for fact." Laura snapped at her, picking up one of the scraps from beneath Diana's feet and making her jump away. "If Mr. Brooks wishes to marry a woman with a heart made of empty glass, I am sure he will ask you eventually." "Oh, you have a tongue made of acid." Charlotte now joined the argument, stepping into the room and folding her arms. As Laura went to pick up another fragment of silk, Charlotte stood harshly on it. Laura snapped her hand away, nearly caught by the stamp. "Tell me, do you think Mr. Brooks would want a shrew for a wife? Because that is what you are." "A shrew?" Laura scoffed, rolling her eyes. "You come up with the same insult every day, Charlotte. If you wish to hurt my feelings, you must think of something new to say." With most of the scraps in her hands, she stood again and dropped them onto a nearby chair. Sadness seeped in through her outrage at the sight of the once fine dress that was now so destroyed. "Besides, what does it matter to you?" Laura continued. Her anger had gone too far, and she was keen to continue the argument. She flicked her head back toward Charlotte. "I thought you were more concerned with Mr. Brooks's brother." At the mention of the brother, Charlotte smiled. There was something devilish in the smile as she tilted her head high. "I am protecting my sister's interests." Charlotte stepped toward her, but Laura stood her ground, refusing to be intimidated. She turned to Charlotte and matched her stance with folded arms. "As for the Earl of Wettington, I am confident he would never turn his eyes your direction anyway." Laura scoffed, raising her eyebrows. In truth, she did not care for the Earl's attentions, therefore Charlotte's words did not bother her. The Earl of Wettington, Dominique Brooks, was Mr. Jason Brooks's older brother. She had never seen the man, but she had heard much of him. Many talked about him, and such rumors were plentiful in their circles. It would have been impossible for her to not know something of him. He had recently returned from France where he had been fighting with the army, which had prompted even more stories to spread about him. "But," Charlotte continued, stepping closer to her. She was so near now, that they were nearly nose to nose. "If you should turn your flirtation to the Earl, then consider this." She picked up one of the scraps from the chair and played with it. Merely an omen of what is to come. Laura snatched it from Charlotte's hands and threw it back on the chair. "I have no interest in the Earl, so set your mind at rest, but if I did, then be warned, your threats would mean nothing to me." "I see you will not heed our warning." Diana shrugged at her side as she moved toward her closet. "Tell me, where are the shoes you selected for this evening? I think we must make ourselves clearer. Lay a finger on any other apparel I own, and I will do the same to you." Laura knew her threat was empty. She despised her sister's behavior, but she knew she could never act as they did, even with her anger. "I do not believe you." Diana reached for the closet. "Mama!" Laura bellowed, lurching away from the sisters and making a beeline for the door. "Mama!" Laura continued to call her mother as she searched the house. Behind her, she was aware of Diana and Charlotte following, giggling. She hurried down the stairs and found her way to the sitting room at the back of the house. "Mama?" She leapt through the doorway and saw her mother sitting at a chair in the corner of the room, completing some embroidery in her lap. "Laura, please do not shout so," her mother said, shaking her head. "It is rather brazen. Where are your manners?" Countess Barbara Leeds did not bother raising her eyes to see her daughter. Her aloof behavior made Laura's chest ache. "My manners are being called into question?" Laura marched through the room. A chink to her left turned her attention to the side of the room, where she saw her stepfather, pouring himself a brandy from the drinks cabinet. "It is my stepsister's manners I wish to talk of." The Earl of Mumford, Lord Frederick Leeds, did not look at her either. Not that she minded, she did not care for him. "What is wrong?" Barbara looked up eventually, placing the embroidery into her lap. "Diana and Charlotte have destroyed my dress for this evening." Laura pointed to the sisters. "Destroyed it? How?" Barbara frowned before she turned her eyes to her stepdaughters. "What happened, dears?" "It was an accident." Diana stepped forward with a false appearance of sadness. "An accident?" Laura repeated in horror. "You tore it into hundreds of pieces." "Do be quiet, Laura." Her stepfather intervened, walking toward his wife and passing her a brandy. She looked up at him with a smile of thanks. The sight made Laura sick. Her mother used to only give that look to her father. Frederick placed a small kiss to Barbara's forehead before taking a seat beside her. "I will not be quiet." Laura placed her hands on her hips, her anger fueled by the sudden ache of missing her father's presence. He had always taught her to speak her mind, and she would not shy away from it. "I have something to say, and it shall be heard. If you behave in such an unladylike fashion, then you must grow accustomed to the idea that people will not listen." Frederick shook his head, speaking to her as though she were a child. "It is not a big deal, Laura. It is trivial. No real harm has been done." "No harm?" She flicked her gaze between the sisters who were smiling with glee at Frederick. "They destroyed an expensive dress." You have others to wear, dear, Barbara said, returning to her aloof manner as she picked up the embroidery again from her lap. Wear one of those instead. Laura opened her mouth to object again, but she quickly realized that the one person in the room who should have been her ally was not interested. Her mother's attention was fixed on the embroidery and her husband. Laura closed her mouth and hurried out of the room. As she disappeared down the corridor, she heard Frederick talking to her mother. His words were spoken softly, but they left Laura feeling cold. We really must do something about her manners, Barbara. She is like her father. Laura knew her manners were not so poor. It was just her anger that had fueled her behavior. She ran back to her room, feeling the tightness of her throat as she stepped into the chamber. She closed the door behind her and locked it tight, as thoughts of her father returned. Lord Richard Bennett, Earl of Rockfield, had been the very best of men to Laura. He had raised her differently, valuing her education over the more frivolous pastimes often ladies were encouraged to pursue. She had loved him dearly for that. He was a kind man, with an active and intelligent mind. He challenged her and encouraged her to pursue her education and keep her own opinion. Never bow to anyone's wants but your own, Laura. His words came back to her as she pushed herself away from the door toward the closet. Flinging open the closet door, she started flicking through her dresses, searching in desperation for something else to wear. Ever since her mother's marriage to the Earl of Mumford, Laura had dreamed of escaping the house, yet the practicalities of an escape were limited. She sometimes dreamed of finding a gentleman who was a little like her father. Someone who would encourage her mind and respect her for it. She supposed that was why her head had been turned by Mr. Jason Brooks in the first place. Many spoke of him as a fine gentleman who possessed bright conversation skills and respected those he conversed with. However, if Mr. Jason Brooks were to be the means of her escape of the house, she had competition. Many women admired him, in particular Diana. She reached into the closet and pulled out one of her dresses, despairing at having to spend a whole evening at an assembly with Diana and Charlotte. Her gaze returned to the chair briefly and the scraps of green material. She wondered what they would do next. She had no doubt now that they had gotten away with their mischief, they would continue. How far will they go to pursue their own endeavors? And what harm will they do to me in the process? Chapter 2. Dominique shifted between his feet in discomfort. He pulled at the collar and the cravat around his neck, trying to loosen the pressure against his scar. His eyes flitted through the crowd of the assembly, painfully aware of how many people kept glancing his way. "This is ridiculous," he murmured, sipping from his claret as his brother Jason smiled at his side. "It is not so bad." Jason attempted to hide his smile when Dominique gave him a harsh glare. "They are talking about you. Is that not better than not being talked about at all? I would wager a good sum that half of what they say is not true." He adjusted his cravat again, brushing his scar before turning his body away from the crowd completely. "Merely prattle and gossip. I would happily switch places with you, Dom, if you were able to do so." Jason cast a happy gaze around the room. "The ladies tonight talk of nothing but you and would quite happily queue up for a dance with you. I think you would happily switch places with me for other reasons too." Dominique allowed himself a small smirk which made Jason laugh. "You have caught me there." It was no secret between the brothers that Jason would have preferred to have been the eldest son and heir and have the fortune that had been inherited by his brother. It was often a point of jest between the brothers. Dominique could not entirely blame him for it, but, nevertheless, Jason was due to go into the Navy soon and forge his own career. "But it has to be said." Jason smiled and gestured toward the room again. "The ladies this evening will stop at nothing to get your attention." Dominique winced, refusing to look back at the crowd. He chose instead to focus on the claret in his glass. He was not oblivious to the behavior of the ladies. He had barely arrived at the grand assembly rooms when their attentions had begun. He had been admiring the cavernous ceiling, the candelabras, and the Renaissance paintings when the First Lady had been introduced to him. Ever since then, it had been one long round of introductions, with fathers intent on presenting their daughters to him. In truth, Dominique was no stranger to a woman's company and had even had a few mistresses in the past. There was a moment in his life where he had thought he could find solace and freedom from what haunted him in a woman's arms and bed. He soon saw a fleeting night could not make him happy, and when he had realized his endeavor was flawed, he stepped away from such evenings. All he wanted these days was to find happiness. To be happy. Oh yes, dear, rescued 3 men from the battlefield. Carried them out with his bare hands. The words of a passerby found him. When the lady who had spoken realized who she had just walked past, she closed her mouth and moved on. Dominique winced as he looked back to Jason, who was still smiling. As a matter of fact, I would happily be in your shoes at this moment. Dominique nodded as he finished his wine. Then I could understand why you find this all so amusing. Oh, it is better than the theater. Jason laughed as he poured another glass of claret and passed it to Dominique. Here, Dom. Try to think of something else. How can I when all I hear is people saying such lies about me? Was that one a lie? Jason inquired, pointing after the woman who had just disappeared. It was not quite the whole truth, Dominique admitted as he focused on his glass. Ah, well, I have found someone that can distract us from such stories. Jason gestured across the room to where 2 young ladies stood talking. Come, if it is conversation you wish to distract yourself with, then I know the perfect young lady's company. Dominique followed his brother, though he walked a little slower, wishing he could escape entirely from the evening. Laura had disentangled herself from her family as soon as they had arrived at the assembly. She instead sought the company of her friend, Martha. At length, the 2 of them discussed their lives, much more concerned with each other's company than that of anyone else's. Laura liked Martha for her conversation. They had similar minds, as Martha had also pursued her education. Martha was often belittled by her brothers for her strong resolve and desire to give an opinion. Laura loved her dearly for it. When they had finished discussing their recent studies of fossils and the discoveries made at Lyme Regis, their conversation turned to what had happened to Laura's dress. I have never known 2 people with more capacity for hatred than those 2. Martha laughed, but with indignation, as she shook her head. It is a wonder they are accepted in good company at all. Oh, they know how to behave very well in public. That is part of the problem, Laura said as she picked up 2 glasses of sparkling wine from a nearby tray and passed one to Martha. They hide in plain sight, wearing disguises that are flawless. Indeed, they are beautiful people, and I have witnessed myself how Diana can charm any stranger. Martha nodded as she sipped from her drink. Yet it seems she has not yet charmed your favorite. She dropped her voice to a whisper. Perhaps not yet. Laura smiled, unable to stop smiling at the thought of Mr. Brooks. Have you seen his brother is here tonight? The Earl of which everyone speaks? Laura smirked at the idea. He is everyone's favorite subject this evening. Apart from you and I, is anyone here capable of talking of anything else? I know what you mean. Martha nodded, her fair curls dancing around her face with the movement. I cannot tell you how many times before you arrived that I had to listen to the same story repeatedly. How he has only just returned from war, and this is one of his rare public appearances. What else do they say? I do not doubt some of it is just rumors. Martha pointed across the room slyly with her glass. He is over there. Laura followed her gesture, more than a little floored by the sight. Standing next to Mr. Brooks was a fine figure of a gentleman. Of a similar height to his brother, the Earl had short brown hair and a strong, athletic figure evident beneath his grand clothes. His face was classically handsome, clean-shaven, with a strong jawline and high cheekbones. Laura smiled as she returned her eyes to Martha. Well, I would have to be blind if I was to argue that I did not understand why people talked of him so. She sipped from her wine, sharing a small laugh with Martha. I know, a handsome man indeed. Martha laughed too. Some of the rumors are outrageous. They talk of how he might have gotten that scar on his neck. A scar? Apparently it is some kind of burn mark. Martha nodded again. But I have heard 3 different tales already this evening of how it might have happened. His exploits in France have been talked of as well. Some say he was a hero on the battlefield, and others the finest marksman in England, whilst some declare he once fought 3 men at once and was victorious, escaping bearing just 1 bruise. He sounds more like a fictional character than a real man. Laura shook her head. But people do like to embellish the truth, do they not? Indeed, they do. Martha cast a quick glance across the room. I imagine most young ladies this evening crave the gentleman's company. Rather ironically, it seems we are to have that company. Martha gestured across the room. The Earl and his brother are heading this way. Laura raised her eyes to follow her friend's gesture. Mr. Jason Brooks was walking toward them, a spring in his step and wearing a bright smile. She matched his smile as their gaze connected. That familiar warmth she had grown so accustomed to feeling in his presence as of late returned. Her eyes then drifted behind him to his brother. The Earl was lagging somewhat behind. Laura could not deny he cut a fine presence through the room, and he was a handsome man, yet she thought the set of his features rather displayed his coldness for the proceedings. It was clear to her that he did not want to be there. Ah, Lady Bennett, Lady Black, how are you two this evening? Mr. Brooks bowed to them, prompting them to curtsy back. We are well, sir, and yourself? Laura asked just as the Earl appeared in their circle at her side. I am very amused, for it seems all talk is of my brother this evening, much to his displeasure. He smirked with mischief and turned to the Earl. May I introduce him to you? This is the Earl of Wettington, Lord Dominique Brooks. Dom, this is Lady Black and Lady Bennett. Laura curtsied as her name was mentioned. It is a pleasure, the Earl said as he bowed. Though the words were spoken well, and he had been perfectly mannered, Laura was astute enough to see that the Earl was still not a happy man. If it is a pleasure, I am afraid your countenance does not agree with you. Her words made the Earl's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Are you unhappy, my lord? She waited for his reply with sudden nerves. Chapter 3. Lady Bennett's words had left Dominique somewhat bewildered. He lifted his eyes again to her, taking her appearance in better than he had before. Her startling green eyes, the color of emeralds, were turned on him with mischief. Her brown locks were bundled at the back of her head in a beautiful knot, leaving her face free of the distraction. His eyes wandered across her face for a moment, admiring the sweet curve of her lips, the slender neck, the small nose, and the large eyes. She was exceptionally pretty. Dressed in a teal gown, the dress accented her figure and her narrow waist. She bore curves that Dominique had to force his eyes away from. Beside him, Jason guffawed with laughter, enjoying the surprise with which Lady Bennett had taken him with her words. She smiled too, the smirk pulling up her sweet lips. You are bold indeed, Lady Bennett. Dominique compelled himself to speak. He was amazed at her ability to observe him and more than a little irked at the idea. Ah, but am I astute? She continued, still smiling, forcing the same smile from him. He noted the huskiness of her voice. It was unusual, and there was something sultry to it as well. It cast his mind into thoughts he should not be having. That you are. He nodded reluctantly. I am afraid I am unused to an assembly room. He gestured to the space around them. It does not suit me well. Yes, Lady Black and I have heard tonight that you are more accustomed to the battlefield. She turned to her friend to include her in the conversation. Indeed. Martha nodded with the same smirk. No doubt you are aware of the fanciful exploits they talk of? Before our introduction just now, Martha and I were making a wager on how many of the tales were true. Lady Bennett continued to tease him. Then allow me to settle your bet. Very few are true at all. He was somewhat relieved to see that the two ladies were no great fools and were not to be taken in by such wild and fanciful inventions. Then I understand your unhappiness perfectly. Lady Bennett nodded, as though the conversation were brought neatly to an end. He was still taken aback by her. She had wit and boldness. He desired to speak to her again, to see what she would say next, but he struggled with what to say. Jason beat him to the conversation. Tell me, Lady Bennett, do you accost all you meet with the same directness? Jason smiled as he stepped toward her. Not always, sir, but Lady Black and I are fond of speaking of real matters. So, we tend to jump past the frivolous topics in conversation. How refreshing. Jason sipped from his claret, watching her carefully. Do please treat me with the same directness. You would welcome it? Indeed, I would. Dominique had to restrain himself from scoffing at his brother. He had seen Jason's flirtation many times over the years. A brief glance around the room could tell him that Jason had perhaps given such attention to most of the women in attendance. The ease and charm with which Jason could speak had Dominique feeling a little envious. It was not something that came as easily to him, especially when somewhat blindsided by someone such as Lady Laura Bennett. It seems you have been set a challenge, Laura. The young Lady Black elbowed her friend with glee. What will you say to Mr. Jason Brooks? Lady Bennett turned her green eyes to Jason, narrowing on him slightly as she looked over his countenance. I would remark that his amusement of his brother's situation is rather interesting. To her comment, Dominique and Jason exchanged glances. She is astute indeed. Dominique smiled at the thought. Interesting? Care to venture more on the topic? Jason was enjoying himself, prompting her to go further. Perhaps a little envious? She suggested, returning her attention to her glass. Jason laughed again, as Dominique shook his head. My, Lady Bennett. You have taken us both by surprise. Jason was still laughing. The sound was beginning to grate on Dominique. It seemed he and Jason were a little envious of each other. Jason liked the idea of being spoken of as Dominique was, and Dominique wished to be able to talk so at ease with Lady Bennett as his brother could. It seems you have read us exceptionally well. Dominique turned his eyes to her, rather pleased to see her jade eyes flick to him, but still a little annoyed at her directness. I doubt that, consider it merely a cursory reading. She shook her head slightly. Are you always correct in your readings? Are you infallible? Dominique barely thought of his words as they came out. He was needled by both Jason and Lady Bennett, and he was aware that he was setting his spine straight and lifting his chin, as though trying to distance himself from the situation. No one is infallible, my lord. She frowned, dropping her smile momentarily. One would have to be perfect to avoid such a flaw, and that is not a possibility. Are all humans imperfect in your opinion? Undoubtedly, we all have our flaws. She nodded, her resolve growing stronger. He noticed how she too lifted her head and straightened her spine, mirroring his stance. There is perhaps a difference in being direct in conversation and pointing out another person's flaws for your own amusement, though. His cutting words made her shift between her feet uncomfortably. I was not pointing out your flaws, my lord. Were you not? He liked to hold a facade, a kind of wall between him and the world outside. The fact she had seen straight through it was somewhat alarming. His attempt to engage her in conversation had now also grown out of hand, as both of them were being antagonized by the other. At this point it could only end in a disagreement, yet Dominique found himself continuing anyway. "It certainly sounds as if you take pleasure in pointing out the flaws of others, Lady Bennett." "I was not doing so, but if you are to provoke me in such a fashion, I can only assume that you wish for your flaws to be pointed out to you." Her hold on her wine glass had tightened. Lady Black attempted to reach out to her friend and take the glass from her, but Lady Bennett refused to hand it over. "I could tell you them, if you like. I have observed a fair few already." Lady Black. Jason stepped to the side of the young fair-haired woman. "Perhaps we should take a turn and leave the two of them to their lively discussion." Lady Black looked somewhat uncertain of the idea, but before she could protest, Jason had taken her arm and led her away through the milling crowd of people. "You would so willingly tell a complete stranger of their flaws?" Dominique's eyebrows shot up in surprise, ignoring the parting of his brother. "You were the one to suggest I should. You were inviting such a discussion." Her pretty features were contorted in anger and a little confusion. "Tell me my flaws, and perhaps I will share with you yours as well. In fact, a certain degree of stubbornness is the first thing that comes to my mind." He regretted his words instantly. She recoiled back slightly. He had not known what had come over him. He was always such a gentleman, respectful of everyone, yet something about Lady Bennett made him fiery with his words. "Laura?" Another voice surprised the two of them. Lady Bennett turned with a shocked expression to her side as a young woman walked her way. Dominique had met the young lady before. She was Lady Charlotte Leeds, the daughter of the Earl of Mumford. "Laura, be a dear would you, and... oh." Charlotte's voice came to a sharp halt as the two women collided. In the kerfuffle that ensued, Lady Bennett's glass tipped sideways, and the wine spilled across Dominique's jacket. He jumped away and looked down at his jacket, trying to shake the excess wine from him. Around them, people were staring. Dominique felt his anger peak. He had had enough attention on him for one evening, and he did not need any more. He looked to Lady Bennett, half wondering if she had done it on purpose. "Could you not take care?" he snapped to her quietly, looking around at the people glancing their way. "It was an accident." Laura shook her head, stepping back from Lady Leeds. "Was it, indeed? When we have our conversation on our list of flaws, remind me to add ill-mannered to your list." His words came out in a seething whisper. Her face altered significantly. Her sweet lips parted in horror. The look made his guilt bloom. "Why did I say that?" "Ill-mannered?" Laura shook her head. "You are describing your reflection in the mirror better than me, my lord. If you cannot see when a genuine accident occurs and perceive it as malice, it is your own doing. It has nothing to do with me. For your rudeness, if I had any wine left in my glass, I would now throw that at you too, for you deserve it after your behavior." She sharply spun away, placing the glass onto a nearby table before she pushed through the crowd. She was hurrying so quickly that she left a trail of disturbance through the people and the dancers. Dominique looked past Lady Charlotte Leeds, who still stood at his side smiling. He covered his face for a moment, as though his common sense had returned to him. "What have I done? Have I forgotten how to behave in public? Excuse me, Miss Leeds." He turned from the young woman and followed Lady Bennett's path through the crowd. He may have forgotten how to be a gentleman for a moment, but he would make up for it. He followed her with some difficulty, determined to find her and speak to her again. Chapter 4. Laura reached for the doors that led to the terrace beyond the assembly rooms and hurried outside. She felt mortified and humiliated. As she stepped into the open air of the night, she looked up at the stars above the line of trees that bordered the garden and covered her mouth for a moment, feeling the bristle of the cold evening breeze against her skin. "I do not understand what just happened." She felt such anger for Charlotte in that moment. She knew why Charlotte had done it. Seeing Laura speaking to the Earl must have been too much for her stepsister to bear, especially after the warning given to Laura earlier that day. Laura was no fool. She had seen Charlotte approaching her at such speed that a collision was inevitable, but she had been unable to avoid it in time. Charlotte's hand against her wrist had even forced her to spill the wine. It seemed her stepsister was set on humiliating her in society. What perplexed her even more was the Earl. She had been enjoying her flirtation with Jason Brooks and had even seen the Earl smile too, somewhat amused by the conversation, which was why what had happened next made no sense to her. He had spoken with coldness and irritation, spiking her anger. She did not regret having spoken to him so. If he were always so rude at these events, she would be glad to avoid him in the future. "Lady Bennett?" The voice startled her, urging her to flick her head around to see the source. It was the Earl. He had appeared on the terrace as well and was closing the door to the assembly rooms behind him. "Our argument is at an end, my lord." She flicked her head away, turning her gaze back to the garden. "Pray do not attempt to continue it." "That was not my intention." He moved to her side, urging her to look at him. In the light of the stars, it was easy to admire his countenance. He was indeed a handsome man. "Lady Bennett, permit me to apologize." "Apologize?" She was surprised at the idea. She stepped away from him, but he followed. "It appeared to me you were the one intent on an argument." "Perhaps I was, and that was not fair to you." He cut in front of her, stopping her path and connecting their gaze again. Standing so close she could see the color of his eyes. They were unusual, a soft amber hue, almost copper. "I am perhaps a little more riled this evening than I am accustomed to." "You surprise me," she teased, noting the small smile her words caused to tweak his lips for a moment before it disappeared. "I was already on edge, and your easy perception of me was a little too much," he explained, looking over her shoulder back to the assembly rooms. "You are astute enough to have already seen how they talk of me. Do you imagine that is easy to bear?" "I can sympathize with that." She glanced between the windows and him, but she was not willing to release him from the shackles of his guilt so quickly. He had embarrassed her. "I cannot understand your uncouth manner though." "Uncouth?" He scoffed at the idea. He shook his head and looked away over the wall that bordered the terrace, out across the garden. "Yes, uncouth. You accused me of spilling my wine on you on purpose." She marched past him, causing him to flick his head round to follow her. "Do you make a habit of accusing ladies of such ill will, or is it just myself?" She turned to the stone stairs that led from the terrace to a gravel pathway through the grass. "It is not my usual manner. I was upset." He followed her down the stairs. "I know it was not your intention. Despite your rather unorthodox manners, I know it was an accident. Lady Bennett, I have just apologized to you for my behavior, but you appear intent on ignoring that fact." As they reached the bottom of the steps, he took hold of her wrist, spinning her back toward him. It brought them close together, startling Laura. Her eyes darted across his countenance for a moment, surprised by the effect the move had on her. Her mind was suddenly distracted, thinking more of his handsomeness than his words, and how close they stood. She could feel his breath on her cheeks. "It may surprise you, my lord, but you have not actually spoken the words 'I am sorry' or 'I apologize.'" She stepped away from him, forcing him to let go of her wrist again. He still followed her across the gravel. His pursuit caused a fluttering sensation in her stomach, one strangely of excitement. She tried to ignore it. "Have I not?" He sounded confused. "Very well." He cut in front of her again, bringing her to a harsh halt. She had to stumble back to avoid a collision with him. "I apologize unreservedly for my behavior, Lady Bennett. My antagonism at this evening I unduly directed at you." Forgive me? He was breathing heavily, his countenance more than a little exasperated. Laura found the desperation of his apology somewhat amusing. She folded her arms, watching him carefully in the moonlight. His amber eyes were fixed to her. "I forgive you," she assented eventually. The smile that took hold of his handsome face had the fluttering sensation in her stomach building stronger. She found she was growing irked again. She was attracted to the Earl, and she did not want it to be so. She had thought so much of his brother over recent months that the effect the Earl had on her was a little alarming. His effect was strong and sudden. "Now, if you would excuse me, I wish to be alone." She gestured for him to return to the assembly rooms, but the Earl stood his ground, watching her for a moment. He tilted his head to the side, his amber eyes darting across the features of her face. It made Laura shift between her feet. For some reason, she wanted him to like her, and that only riled her further. "I cannot leave a lady alone and unescorted out here in the garden." The Earl smiled as he looked around them. "What kind of gentleman would I be then? I would be the very ill-mannered man you accused me of being." "Then fulfill my estimation and return to the assembly rooms." "That I cannot do." He winced with humor, his eyes returning to her. "I give you leave to do so," she said with indignation, pointing to the terrace once more. "Go, my lord. You may leave me here without judgment or condemnation of your character." "I cannot." He was still smiling. "But, if you wish to part from my company, allow me to escort you back to the assembly, and I promise to leave you in the company of others better mannered than myself when we arrive." His jest brought a small laugh from her. She watched as he presented his arm to her. "If it means parting from your company sooner, then I guess I have no choice." He laughed at her teasing. She took his arm, looping her arm through his. She was very aware of how they were joined. Her hand nestled on the crook of his elbow, and their sides bumped occasionally as they walked. Beneath her hold, she could feel the tone of his arm. The stories of his time in the army and in battle revisited her. She realized there had to be some truth in the stories. He was a physically fit man, and she could feel the muscle beneath his jacket. Ashamed for having analyzed him so, she looked away from him across the garden, aware of a blush creeping into her cheeks. "Assure me that we are to part on a truce?" the Earl asked, his voice deep as he looked to her. "It matters to you to be reassured of this?" She looked up at him, quirking her eyebrows in wonder. "It does." He nodded, his hand moving to the mark on his neck briefly. Laura had barely looked at it before, her focus was too much on his manner and words, but now she saw the burn mark glisten on his skin. It shone almost silver in the light, a disfigurement below his right ear that led down beneath his collar. She wondered how far the scar dropped down his body. At the image of his body in her mind, she looked away from him again, feeling her blush grow worse. "I have done enough damage this evening and already made you think ill of me." His words urged her to return her gaze to him, unable to keep it away for very long. "I would like to repair some of the damage I have done. I would not like to part from you with you despising me." "That would be a strong word indeed, my lord." "Please no, I do not despise you," she reassured as they reached the bottom of the stone steps that led back up to the terrace. They paused there for a moment, looking at each other, her hand still within the crook of his arm. "But you do not like me?" He smirked with humor. "I am not the charmer my brother is, so I suspect you like him a great deal more than me at present." "Well, you must study your brother in the future then," she teased, seeing his smile drop. "Perhaps you could learn from him." He rolled his eyes, looking to the sky as though pleading for help from the heavens. "I do not wish to be like my brother, Lady Bennett." "Why not?" "You have just confessed to an improvement he has over you," she quipped, seeing him return his amber eyes to her. Their antagonism was rising again, and she did not know how to stop it. Yes, my brother is a great charmer indeed. He scoffed at the idea. And you would belittle him for such a talent? She attempted to remove her hand from his arm, but he caught the hand in his, keeping her close to him. The touch startled her, but it was not unpleasant. I know my brother better than you, trust me in that. I know his talents and his flaws. His talent is that he is a good conversationalist. That is his talent indeed, but beyond that there are flaws too. What at present baffles me about my brother is how he managed to earn such respect from you. From me? She darted her eyes up to him in surprise. I am able to have a spirited conversation with him without growing angry. Something you and I seem unable to do. She gestured between the two of them with her other hand. So, it would seem. He looked surprised as her gesturing hand made contact with his chest. She snapped it away again, down to her side. The fluttering sensation in her stomach was growing again at the heat of their exchange. I am not the conversationalist my brother is. She did not understand why she liked the sudden heat of their exchange. Perhaps because there was spirit in it. That is a pity for you, she quipped, aware how close they were standing. She felt a little breathless, though for some reason she did not step away. Very well. What I am unable to say with conversation, I shall express in another way instead. He moved toward her, making the quivering feeling spike within her. What is that? Before she could think of something else to say, he brought his head down to hers. She thought of stepping away, yet his next move made her stop. He kissed her, connecting their lips. For a moment, she stood perfectly still, too surprised. The press of his lips against hers made the fluttering feeling she had been contending with in her stomach consume her body. She closed her eyes and sank into the kiss. He sensed it. She felt him hold tighter to her hand where they were connected. His other hand came up to cradle her neck. He tilted her head back and pleaded entrance to her mouth with the softest of nibbles. Laura felt her body was on fire as she opened her lips to him. Their tongues connected, and they danced together, urging her to grasp tightly onto his hand. She had never shared such a kiss before. It made her yearn to lean into him more, but she resisted. A moment later she realized what the event truly meant for her. She was kissing a gentleman whose brother she had been dreaming of. She pulled away from the kiss sharply. She tore her hand from the Earl's grasp and pushed him back, then slapped him across his cheek. Chapter 5. Dominique reeled back, surprised by the slap. The next moment he smiled, looking down at Lady Bennett. It had been but a gentle slap, not one of anger exactly, but more of surprise. The fact that she could not bring herself to truly harm him fascinated him all the more. His evident amusement appeared to rile her once again. She darted away from him and hurried up the stone stairs back to the terrace. She had hold of her teal skirt, clutching it around her knees to help her in her haste. His eyes were drawn down to her ankles and her calves that were being revealed by the lifted skirt. The soft curves of her legs had his imagination running wild. He shook the thoughts away, more concerned with what was happening. Lady Bennett? Lady Bennett. He called after her, but she had gone. She disappeared across the terrace and back into the assembly rooms, determined not to look back to him. He could not shake his smile as she left. He had not expected to kiss her when he came out to apologize. He merely intended to atone for his behavior, yet there was something about Lady Bennett that had him quite captivated. She is spirited, bold too. He considered this as he thought of their conversation. Her manners were perhaps different to a conventional lady of the ton, but he liked that about her. She was not demure, nor timid. She was lively, witty and engaging, even when in an argument. As they had argued, he felt tongue-tied, unable to explain to her why her favoritism of his brother over him felt like an annoying sensation. He had acted on impulse to kiss her. The kiss had blindsided him as much as her, He had not expected his reaction to her touch to be so strong. His body had urged him to touch her more, even though he restrained himself. The curve of her teal dress against her body had thoughts of removing the dress from her creep into his mind. He walked up the stone stairs toward the terrace with his hands in his pockets and a certain bounce in his step. He was intrigued by her, and no matter the lady's argument, she had kissed him back. He found it suddenly impossible to stop his smile. "Lady Bennett, I look forward to meeting you again." Laura was breathing heavily as she pushed through the crowd, her mind whirring with confusion. Why did he kiss me? We were arguing. Despite her thoughts, she had felt the heat mere moments before his kiss. She had felt drawn to him. So much so, that when he walked back into the assembly rooms, she snapped her head around to see him, as though a thin thread connected her to him. His gaze caught hers, and he smiled. She darted her head away, as if being caught looking at him burned her. What have I done? She repeated these words to herself, imagining herself tearing the thread she thought of as connecting the two of them into two pieces. What is wrong, my dear? Diana appeared at her side, once more using the mocking sentimental tone. You look as though something has quite upset you. Do tell me what it is? So that you can take pleasure from my sadness? To her sharp reply, Diana merely smiled, choosing not to deny it. Have you seen Martha? She asked, looking away from her stepsister. She needed to see Martha, explain what had happened, and hear her advice on the matter. Her mind was too confused for the moment to make sense of it alone. I think I have seen her somewhere. Diana looked away across the crowd. Laura looked away too, but her eyes found the Earl. He was talking to Mr. Brooks, his countenance now much happier than she had first seen him. She felt a little warmth spread in her chest at the idea that she had been the one to make him smile. She pushed the thought away the next moment. I think she went to the library. Thank you. Laura nodded her thanks and rushed away from her stepsister, barely noticing that Diana was smirking as she said the words. Laura hurried, trying to fan the blush from her cheeks as she walked and return her complexion to normal. She rushed down the corridor and found the library quickly enough, but once she stepped inside, she found the room empty. Her eyes darted across the space. It was a pleasant room. With a large roaring fire and lit by white candles, it was filled with books that told of adventure. Laura slowly walked through the space, wondering if she would find Martha sitting in any of the wingback chairs reading one of the books to escape the fuss of the assembly, yet each chair was empty, and there was not a soul for her to find. She was about to leave the room, perplexed and wondering if Diana had made a mistake when the door opened. Martha, is that? Ah, my apologies. I thought. She halted, seeing the person walk in. It was Duke Cunningham. Laura stepped away and put one of the chairs between them, feeling nerves take over her body. Edward Cunningham, the Duke of Stilton, had a shockingly poor reputation. Tall with a leering smile and fair hair tied into a ponytail at the back of his head, his eyes were fixed to her with delight. What disturbed Laura most was that he did not seem surprised to find her there. His reputation spoke of his lechery, visiting bawdy houses and ordering courtesans to his home weekly. Laura was not oblivious to his interest in her. He had visited her stepfather's house often enough and made such intimations to her when backs were turned. Her hands clenched on the back of the chair, the fingers turning white with a little fear. He closed the door to the library behind him, lifting his smile back to her. Good evening, Lady Bennett. What are you doing in here all alone? Jason? Dominique moved to his brother's side, his manner still buoyant from his kiss with Laura. There was a spring in his step, something he had not known for many years indeed. Yes? Jason turned to look at him, his eyebrows raising a moment later. What happened to you? What do you mean? Dominique pretended innocence as he picked up a new glass of wine from a nearby tray. I haven't seen you wear such a smile in a long time. Pray tell me what caused it, so I know how to replicate it in the future." Jason laughed as he took a seat in a nearby chair at the side of the assembly room. Dominique laughed too as he took the chair next to his brother with a small shake of his head. "Believe me, brother, you cannot replicate it." "Then allow me to guess, has a young woman been the cause of the smile?" Jason tilted his head to the side, watching Dominique closely. He considered lying, especially as he had witnessed Jason flirting with the same woman just minutes before, but it hardly seemed worth the effort. Jason charmed many women, and if Dominique wished to kiss young Lady Bennett again, then he would have to ascertain that Jason had no more serious designs on her than his normal passing charm indicated. Indeed, it was. Dominique continued with his smile as he sat back in his seat. "Tell me, Jason." He paused, still nervous of asking his brother. "You do not have designs on any young lady at present, do you?" "Me?" Jason affected a look of mock horror. "How dare you suggest such a thing?" Dominique laughed broadly at his brother's humor. "No, brother. I have no intention to marry or to court at present." "Do you?" "No," he answered quickly. It was true he did not have any intention to marry. He had not thought of the idea for many years. He was too melancholic a person to consider such a life, but as he reassured himself that marriage was not his intention, his eyes slipped across the room, searching the faces for Lady Bennett. "No, it is not my intention." "But would there be any harm in a courtship?" A courtship to Lady Bennett certainly held an attraction, where he got to see her spirit, spar against her wit, and steal those kisses they had just shared. The thought of it made him a little hot under the collar, and he pulled at his cravat, trying to loosen it slightly. Lady Black." Jason's attention turned to the side of them where young Lady Black was wandering around, her head flicking from side to side, as though searching for someone. "Are you lost? You look in search of something." "I am, sir." She nodded, turning her attention to the two of them. "Have you seen Lady Bennett?" "I cannot find her anywhere." Jason shrugged as Dominique hid his smile behind his glass. Laura dived across the room as Duke Cunningham moved to her, putting more furniture between them. "You are quite skittish this evening, Lady Bennett." He smiled. It was a rogue's smile as he leaned over the chair toward her. "Skittish? I am terrified. I must beg you to stop blocking the door and allow me to return to the assembly at once." She gestured behind him to the doorway. "Tarry a while first." He leered at her. "We are just talking after all." "We are talking without a chaperone," she snapped, feeling her anger raise even higher. She ignored the fact she had been so willing a few minutes ago to talk to the Earl of Wettington without a chaperone. The difference between the two men was startling. At that moment, she wished she had stayed in the garden with the Earl. "Let me pass." She attempted to step around him, but he moved in her way, prompting her to make a quick retreat toward the bookshelves. "You have teased me for enough months now, Lady Bennett." He walked to her again, his stride confident, making her press her back against the shelves. "I never teased you, I never gave you any indication of an interest." She thought of all the times he had visited her stepfather over the last few months, how he would try anything to be alone with her, and how she would try anything to avoid it. His leering comments made clear his intent, and the thought repulsed her. To her disgust, her stepfather only appeared to encourage the idea of an alliance between her and Lord Cunningham. The very idea tempted her to retch. "Do stop your teasing." He stopped in front of her, mere inches from her. She dived to the side, trying to get away from him, but he took hold of her arm and dragged her back. His touch on her made fear ricochet through her body. "Let go of me." She stamped on his foot with her heel, forcing him to release her. He yelped in pain. She used the opportunity to try to run across the room, but he was quicker than her. She squealed as she felt herself being dragged backward, a hand on her skirt. The next moment his arm was around her waist, bringing her flush against him. She leaned as far away as possible, pushing against his chest, trying to force him from her. "I will not let you do this." The door opened. Her head snapped toward it, in time to see a group of people walk into the library. Amongst the group were her stepfather and her stepsisters. As everyone's eyes took in the position that she and Duke Cunningham were in, they widened in surprise. Chapter 6. This time when Laura pushed away from Lord Cunningham, he relented. She shoved him in his chest, with her hands trembling, and he stumbled away a few steps. He could have no chance at resisting with so many faces turned to them in surprise. Laura felt the horror of the situation wash over her. She had been caught in a compromising situation with a man of such a shockingly low reputation. Her own reputation would be utterly destroyed by it. Even if she could prove the situation had not been caused by her, that the Lord was trying to take advantage of her, she knew how the rumor mill worked. Many young ladies had lost their reputations thanks to the odious actions of disreputable men. She would be the next one cast to the side, into the incinerator, from their harsh gossip. This changes everything. What is this? Frederick stepped forward, his black eyes flicking between the two of them. Behind him, Diana and Charlotte said nothing, their faces holding equal shock. Diana had her hands over her mouth whilst Charlotte stood completely still, her mouth agape. The rest of the crowd with them had already started whispering. Laura winced at the sound. The gossip has started already. I cannot escape this. She feared how long it would be before every person in the assembly room next to them discovered what had happened. Maybe mere minutes. Do not worry, Your Grace. Duke Cunningham smiled, shrugging as though it were no great deal as he looked toward Frederick. He put on a picture of charm, something Laura never saw him use. He seemed to reserve a special manner of lust and debauchery for her to see. Lady Bennett has just consented to marry me. I hope you will forgive my eagerness to celebrate the news. The shock of his words had Laura clutching at the bookshelves behind her. Nothing has been said of marriage and I would never consent to marry him. I would be marrying a man who considers the bawdy house his second home. Her hand started shaking ever more. The knot in her stomach changed to nausea. This is wonderful news, Frederick claimed with a deep smile. His countenance changed within a flash. From one moment it was wary, but now it was consumed with utter glee. He stepped forward to take the Lord's hand, his arms outstretched and his stride buoyant. My old friend and my stepdaughter. What great news indeed. I have to say, I had been hoping for this for a few months, but I had no idea you were so close to obtaining your answer from dear Laura. Duke Cunningham took the Earl's hand with eagerness to shake. He affected a small look of modesty. It was a facade Laura did not believe for a moment. He is tricking me into marrying him. He cannot win in this way. No. Laura's voice came out sharply, prompting the two gentlemen, plus the others from the party in the room to look at her. They started whispering again, curious as to her meaning. She could not escape Frederick's stark glare that greeted her word. His black eyes were narrowed on her. I beg your pardon? He glanced between her and Lord Cunningham, his meaning clear, as though he needed no more words. She could read his thoughts well enough in his countenance. He is warning me if I refuse the betrothal that my reputation is ruined. But I cannot marry such a man. Her mind briefly shot back to how he had taken hold of her a few minutes ago. If she were trapped into marriage with him, he could attempt such a thing again. In that situation, she would have no one to walk through the door and surprise him enough to make him step away. She would be at his mercy. The thought both disgusted and terrified her. A wedding night with him would be a wedding night in hell. She trailed off, not knowing what to say or how to escape the horrid situation she had found herself in. Forgive her, Your Grace. Duke Cunningham affected a charming countenance. "I believe my new betrothed wished to keep the arrangement a secret for a little time. I am afraid, love, it is quite out of the question now." He turned and took her hand. She tried to remove it from him, but he would not let her. He grasped her fingers tightly instead, forcing her to release a small sound of complaint. The pressure of his fingers on hers caused no small amount of pain to shoot into her hand. She glanced up at him again, fearful of his propensity for violence. "I cannot marry him." She kept repeating the thought to herself in a mantra, as though if she thought it enough times, she might be able to make it come true and be a reality. "This is excellent news indeed." Frederick clapped Duke Cunningham on the shoulder with warmth. "Come, let us talk of Laura's dowry in private, and we must drink to celebrate. Then there are the details to arrange, of course. Laura, go tell your mother the good news." The sharp glance from Frederick brooked no refusal, leaving Laura baffled at the turn of events. One moment she was looking for Martha. Now she was betrothed to a man she detested, talking of her dowry and of arrangements. Her mouth was dry. She could not summon any words to stop what was taking place. She watched as Frederick and Duke Cunningham slipped through the crowd to retreat and talk in private. She covered her mouth as Charlotte and Diana rushed toward her. "Get me out of here," she pleaded to them. "Of course." Diana nodded, with her manner altogether altered from earlier that evening. For the first time, Laura was grateful to them as they helped her to escape the chaos of the room and the mad whispers of those who had witnessed the strange event. Laura stood in the hallway of the ball, pacing up and down, clutching at her hair in despair. Charlotte and Diana had helped her escape the library and got her to the exit without being seen by anyone at the ball, but they could not get her home without collecting their parents first. "Did you really consent to marry him?" Diana lifted her eyebrows in surprise. "No, of course not." Laura shook her head again, dropping her hands from her hair. "He just said it. I don't really see how you can refuse now," Charlotte said, tarting. "You should not have placed yourself in such a position. It was an accident." Laura cried in defiance, spinning back toward her stepsister with a harsh stare. "I was in the library alone looking for Martha. I had no idea Duke Cunningham would come in." "I know." Charlotte's stern manner softened slightly. "In all honesty, Laura, how do you escape this? There were many people in that room. They all saw. Their whispers will have traveled the length and breadth of the assembly room by now." "Oh, good God." Laura looked to the heavens, pleading with God to get her out of the situation. She was tempted to drop to her knees and pray with all the strength she had. "Please God, help me escape this." "Laura?" It was her mother's voice. Laura turned round to see Barbara hurrying toward her. "Mama." Laura threw her arms around her mother, in desperate need of her comfort. Barbara patted her on the back with brief comfort before she parted from the embrace, pushing her back with her shoulders. It made Laura ache for more affection from her. "I cannot believe you said yes." "I did not, Mama," she insisted, feeling the tears begin to pool in her eyes. "Please believe me." "Of course, I do, but—" Barbara trailed off, glancing between Charlotte and Diana who stood beside them, and Laura. "Laura, the whole assembly is talking about it." Laura bit her lip, trying to keep her tears at bay. "They say you are betrothed. You cannot escape it now." Barbara shook her head, her wide eyes sincere. "No, no." Laura clawed at Barbara's arms, desperate for her mother to side with her. "Please do not make me do this. It is out of my hands." Barbara shook her head again. "If you do not carry through with the betrothal, not only your reputation will be ruined, but our whole families too." She gestured to Charlotte and Diana. Laura closed her eyes briefly, willing away the hurt and guilt that came with such an idea. "You have no choice, Laura. You must marry him." Barbara's words left her cold. She dropped her hands from her mother. "Dom." Jason was rushing toward his brother across the room. "If you excuse me." Dominique nodded to the ladies he was talking to and offered a short bow, extremely pleased that his brother had come to extricate him from the situation. He had been accosted by multiple people during the evening, all wanting to know tales of his heroics, and he was tired of pretending to be polite as he brushed them off. He wished to be far away from their gossip, back in the safety of his own home with his own company, even if it meant suffering those terrible dreams and reliving memories that refused to let him sleep. "You will not believe it." Jason was shaking his head, a humid smile upon his face. "What will I not believe?" Dominique gave his brother his full attention, growing aware of many people talking in hushed whispers throughout the room, all looking over their shoulders as though afraid of being heard. "Has some other tale that does not concern myself taken hold of the rumor mill this evening? I can scarcely believe it myself. I do not understand it at all." Jason was prattling on, looking away from Dominique now, his manner completely confused. "Jason, you are talking in riddles and in truth saying absolutely nothing at all." "Well, I'm just completely baffled." Jason laughed. "It is so out of her character. I always thought she quite detested the man." "Shows you never really know what is going on in another person's mind, doesn't it?" "What does?" Dominique was growing agitated. "Oh, this will be the talk of the town for weeks now." "Jason." Dominique's suddenly stern voice prompted Jason to look back at him with innocence. "What? Would you please explain what on earth it is that you are talking about before I am driven mad?" Dominique waited, seeing the look of humor in Jason's face. "It seems young Lady Bennett, the lady I introduced you to earlier this evening. You remember, the one who is quite amusingly direct?" Jason gestured, completely oblivious to the fact that the young lady had been occupying Dominique's thoughts for most of the evening. "Yes, I remember her very well indeed." "I am not surprised. She figured you out very quickly, did she not?" "Jason, for goodness sake, tell me what it is you want to say." Yes. It seems Lady Bennett was just caught in a rather interesting position with Duke Cunningham in the library, when her stepfather, the Earl of Mumford, walked in. Duke Cunningham explained the incident away by saying that the two of them were betrothed. Betrothed? Dominique could not hide his shock. Lady Bennett cannot marry such an odious man. Chapter 7. Laura cried for so long during the night that when she woke her eyes were red and sore, her cheeks stinging along the tracks her tears had run across her cheeks. After a quiet breakfast, where she had refused to be drawn into conversation to help prepare for the wedding, she retreated to her bedchamber and sat staring into the vanity mirror atop her dressing table. She was placing a damp cloth around her eyes, trying to stop the pain from her tears when the maid knocked on the door. "Lady Black is here to see you, my lady." "Come in." Laura cried to the door, jumping to her feet. The maid opened the door and Martha rushed in, the door closing quickly behind her. "Martha." Laura opened her arms, and Martha rushed into her embrace, holding her tightly. "Laura, tell me at once everything that happened. I do not understand." Martha pulled back, her eyes lifting to Laura's face and widening in realization. "Good God, how long have you been crying?" "The whole night through, I think." Laura dragged Martha to sit beside her on the divan chair placed at the bottom of the bed and began to tell her what had happened. She kept out the interlude with the Earl of Wettington. There hardly seemed much point in mentioning it anymore. She was as separated from the Earl and his brother as she was the moon above now. It also hadn't helped that whenever her mind had wanted to think of something other than the event with Lord Cunningham, it slipped back to the conversation with the Earl outside in the garden and that kiss. "I cannot think of that now." She explained to Martha instead that she had stepped outside for some fresh air, then returned to look for Martha in the library, describing in detail everything that had taken place from that point on. "I do not understand." Martha shook her head again, tears in her own eyes with sympathy. "I never went near the library. Why would Diana say that I had?" "That hardly matters now, does it?" Laura despaired. "What am I going to do, Martha? I would do anything to avoid marrying such a man." She flung herself down on the divan chair, her head buried against the cushions. Behind her, Martha patted her back, a silent comfort. They stayed there for many minutes together, Laura trying to stop herself from crying again and sniffling into the cushions. Eventually, Martha was the one to break the silence. "Have you ever read Twelfth Night by William Shakespeare?" The strangeness of Martha's question prompted Laura to look up at her from the cushions. "Martha, whilst I love talking of books with you, can we have such a discussion at another time, when things are a little less calamitous? I'm pleased you still have your humor." Martha poked her, laughing gently on the jest. "Come on, sit up. I will explain what I am thinking." Laura did as she instructed, still frowning with confusion. In Twelfth Night, the heroine, Viola, dresses as a boy to escape her fate. Martha stood and started pacing around the room. "As a boy?" Laura repeated in confusion, her eyes following her friend around the room. "Yes, she changes her appearance completely, adopts her brother's name and enters into the service of a gentleman in order to hide." Martha's hands were fidgeting as she paced up and down. "Martha, are you suggesting?" She paused, thinking through the idea. "I could run away?" "Why not?" Martha looked back with a whisper, glancing to the door briefly as though someone might be able to hear them. "Why not disguise yourself as a young man? Run away, go into employment for a little while. At least until people stop talking of the story." "That is absurd." Laura laughed, shaking her head. "It is not the time for jests right now." She stood and walked around the bed, but Martha hurried to follow her, taking hold of the bedpost and swinging herself round so that she was in Laura's way. "I am not jesting." She shook her head. "Think on it, my friend. How else do you escape this marriage? If you stay in this house, you will be forced into it. If you run away, you could bide your time. Wait until the scandal passes over, or even better, perhaps Duke Cunningham could lose interest and marry another, then, you would be safe." Laura looked at her friend closely, her mind jumping across the different facets of the idea as quickly as a horse might gallop through the fields. "I could escape the marriage," Laura concluded, her voice the barest of whispers. "It would be a way, wouldn't it?" Martha resumed her pacing, walking around the room once again. "It would have to be done carefully, of course." "Wait, Martha, wait." Laura hurried to follow her in her pacing, walking around on her tail. "This is truly laughable. Such a possibility might exist in a book or in a play, but I would be caught out straight away in real life." "Do you think so?" Martha took on a smile. "Tell me this then, have you never met a man you thought was feminine? Or perhaps a woman who was masculine?" "Well, Laura hesitated, struggling for words. "I guess I have." "Have you ever doubted that they were who they claimed to be?" "I guess not, I have just always thought they were a little different." Laura jumped back as Martha spun back toward her. "See?" Martha said with glee. Laura stood shifting between her feet for a moment, her mind beginning to wrap itself around the idea. Could it actually be possible? It would be the most incredible risk to take. If I were discovered, I would be dragged straight back here. Is it not a risk worth taking? Besides, Martha took hold of the brown curls falling to Laura's shoulders and began to lift them up past her ears, trying her hair out in a new style. If we were careful, and truly intelligent in the way we masked your identity, it might just work. She turned Laura to face the vanity mirror above the dresser, holding back her hair. We would have to cut this, of course. She mused, then dropped the hair. She nudged Laura's waist through the corset. We would bind your figure too, try to hide these curves of yours. Ow! Laura recoiled away from the sharp poke. You have seen the manners of enough men in your life to replicate it. Practice walking as a man too, then there's your voice. Martha walked around her once more and tilted her chin upwards. What about my voice? Well, it is already a husky voice, you know that. All you need to do is practice lowering it a little more. Martha smiled again, bobbing on her toes with excitement. Like this? Laura affected a deeper voice, prompting Martha's smile to grow even wider. Perfect. She nodded. So, what do you think? We could give it a couple of days. We'll take a footman's uniform, cut your hair, and I will organize a position for you, something like a footman or a valet, something where you can wear a cap to hide your pretty features. Martha tweaked Laura's cheek, making her smile again. You are kind to me. You are my dearest friend in the world. Martha took her hands, lacing their fingers together. I will not let you marry such a man. I promise you. For the first time since the assembly had taken place, Laura felt a little kernel of hope in her stomach. So, Laura. Martha whispered again, dropping her voice to a whisper. What do you say? Fancy hanging up the corset for a little while and trying out some trousers to avoid marriage? Laura bit her lip for a moment, but she was not convinced. She needed more time to think. The whole idea was so outrageous. The practicalities so difficult to overcome, she could not decide so quickly. As Martha left, she paced up and down her room for what felt like hours before she sat down in the window seat, her hopes dashed. She could not marry Lord Cunningham. To do so would be condemning herself to a life bound to one of the very worst men she had ever met. She rested her head on the glass window behind her, feeling the cold seep into her for a moment as the realization took hold how trapped she was. I have no choice. Martha is right. I have to try. Laura had been surprised just how easy it was to steal the footman's clothes. She knew of a footman in her household that was not dissimilar to her in height. He was young and of a slight figure too. Wearing his clothes, she could adopt the image of a young man quite convincingly. As the household brought their laundry to the maids to be washed, Laura slipped easily below stairs to join them, affecting a conversation with the maid as though it were any other day. She talked of the laundry and of the clothes, pretending she was merely following her mother's instructions in helping to order the house. When the young footman she had identified brought his bag of clothes, Laura distracted the maid by accidentally knocking over one of the baskets of laundry. Oh no, I'm so clumsy. Here, let me help you. Laura used the distraction to push the footman's bag behind her, hiding it from view. Thank you, my lady, but there is no need. The maid hurried to pick it up. Laura felt guilty for giving the maid more work, but in her situation it was necessary. A few polite words later, she left the maid to her work and disappeared upstairs, carrying the bag with her. She kept glancing up and down the corridors, wary of being seen, but no one caught her with the bag. She secreted it under the divan chair in her bedroom, then left and joined her family downstairs. That evening, after dinner, after they had all retired to bed, Laura tried on the clothes. She bound her breasts first with a strip of linen that had arrived as a gift from Martha that evening. It was uncomfortable and difficult to tie, but Laura was surprised by its effectiveness, flattening her greatly and hiding her womanly figure. She put the clothes on with some wariness, uncertain how it would feel to wear such clothes. The outfit consisted of some dark grey trousers that were a little loose around her waist, a black waistcoat, a white shirt and a simple dark tie. She stood for many minutes, attempting different ways to create the knot in the tie, but eventually she found a way that worked and pulled on the final garment to complete the outfit. A black swallowtail coat. She turned to the floor-length mirror, holding her breath in fear of how she would look, but the surprise she felt seeing herself prompted her to release the breath. If she ignored her face and her hands, she could pull off the illusion quite well. She just appeared a slim young man. She lifted her eyes to her face and raised her hands too. It was clear they dispelled the illusion entirely. Her hands then drifted to the black tie she had so fumbled with. If she were to go into employment, she would have to learn to do all the things expected of her. She did not know how to be a footman, or a valet, or a server. How am I to learn in such a short space of time? She flopped back on the bed with despondency, staring up at the ceiling, certain her endeavor was doomed to be a complete failure. "What do I do now, Martha?" she asked to the empty air. The next morning, Laura sent a letter to Martha, intimating in as few words as possible her concerns for the ruse. In the afternoon, she sat in the window seat of her bedchamber, tempted less and less to emerge from the room and talk to her family, who appeared incapable of talking of anything else these days other than the wedding to Lord Cunningham. She had not been there for many minutes when Martha burst in, once again briefly announced by the maid. "I got your letter." Martha rushed toward her, hurrying in with a cloth bag in her hands. "And I have good news too. You look all aflutter," Laura cried as she reached her side. "I am a little." Martha giggled. Some of these things were not easy to obtain. "First, here." She reached into the bag and pulled out a set of white gloves. "What is this?" Laura took the gloves. "Try them on." Martha waved at her. "In the staff in my father's house, some of the footmen wear gloves, others do not. If you do go into a household as the staff, it would therefore not look unusual for you to wear such gloves as these." Laura smiled, realizing the brilliance of Martha's idea. She hurriedly tried on the gloves. They fit perfectly and masked the slenderness of her hands. "If I have not told you before, Martha, you are a genius." "Why, thank you." Martha giggled again. "But I am not done yet. Forgive me a lack of modesty at this point, but I am quite proud of the ideas I have thought of. There's this too." She pulled out a man's flat cap. Laura turned it over in her hands. "This would be a good way to hide your face." Laura realized it could work some of the time. She could pull the cap down over her features, hide from whoever was looking her way a little too closely. "Then finally, I also brought you this." Martha presented her with a book. "Well, I do love a book." Laura jested, taking it from her. "What is this?" She turned over the leather book in her hands to discover a handbook written for ladies who were organizing large households. This handbook describes in detail everything that different servants do within a household, down to the smallest detail. Martha took the book back briefly. "Here, I think this page will be of the most help." She turned the book to a bookmarked section and passed it back to Laura. Laura read the title of the chapter carefully. Duties of a valet. A valet? Laura looked up with surprise. "That is my other good news." Martha bobbed up and down on her toes. "My lady's maid asked around yesterday if anyone knew of a position for a young man at my instruction. Her uncle has written to me today to say that he has found an open position as a valet for an earl." "An earl?" Laura dropped the book with surprise. Both of them jumped away, fearful of the book falling on their toes. "Martha, this is all happening so quickly." Laura picked up the book again and replaced it to the window seat, along with the other things Martha had brought, before walking away from her friend across the room. "I know, but what choice do you have, Laura?" She froze at Martha's words and looked up to the ceiling, wishing she could turn back the clock and go to the assembly again. She realized the destruction of her dress could have been a sign. A warning to not go to the assembly at all from God. I wish I had heeded that warning. She looked back to Martha, her breath stuttered. Laura, whatever you decide to do, you know I will help you. Martha held out the cap and the book toward her, picking them up off the window seat. So, you tell me, what do you want to do? Laura bit her lip for a moment, attempting to take hold of her breath as conviction took hold of her body. I want to do it. Chapter 8. It was the evening before Laura was to meet the man who had arranged her employment, and Martha was standing with her in her bedroom, helping to prepare for what was to come. Laura sat in front of the vanity mirror, holding a strip of linen around her shoulders as Martha began to cut her hair. Laura could not help but wince at the sight of her brown locks falling away. She'd had long hair for as long as she could remember. I think it best if we cut it to here, between your ear and your chin. Martha gestured to the level on her hair. You do not think we should go any shorter? Laura bit her lip with concern. I am wary too, for 2 reasons. Martha tilted her head to the side. Firstly, it has become quite fashionable these days for valets and footmen to wear their hair in these ridiculously short ponytails. She held up Laura's hair in the ponytail she was referring to, making clear her dislike for the fashion and prompting Laura to laugh. Secondly, you can also let your hair down then on occasion to hide your features. It sounds like a good plan. Ready, then? No, but do it anyway. Laura closed her eyes, reluctant to watch as Martha began to cut away in longer chunks. They had escaped the family for the evening, claiming they wished to talk in private about the wedding ahead, at which point, neither her stepfather nor her mother had complained, believing she was coming around to the idea of accepting her fate. Laura smiled as she considered their ignorance on the matter. They had no idea she was upstairs having her hair cut with a sheet on the floor around the chair to gather the fallen tendrils of her hair. I have been thinking about the evening of the assembly, Martha murmured as she worked. Yes? Laura opened her eyes again, looking at her friend's reflection in the mirror. I am certain, Laura, in fact adamant, that I never went near the library. Therefore, Diana's claim that she saw me heading to that room just seems so strange. What does it matter? Laura frowned, her mind much more focused on the thought of Duke Cunningham and how to avoid marrying him. Think on it a little more. Martha tapped her shoulder with urgency, lifting her eyes to connect their gazes in the mirror. Why say it if it was not the truth? There had to be a reason she would tell such a lie. You do not think? Laura could not finish the sentence, her mouth falling open in wonder. Well, it was already perfectly clear that both Diana and Charlotte are malicious beings. They cut your dress into pieces. Martha whispered harshly. They have never warmed to you since their father's marriage to your mother. You know that. At least that feeling is mutual. Laura shrugged, as if it did not matter. All I am thinking is that it is possible Diana sent you there on purpose, and if she did, then what if Duke Cunningham was sent there on purpose too? Her words prompted Laura to freeze in her chair, her spine suddenly stiff. Duke Cunningham had been visiting the house for many months. His behavior had been observed by the whole family, especially Diana and Charlotte, who would often jest on Laura's resistance to the man. But no, even they could not stoop so low, surely. Laura shook her head, trying to convince herself as much as Martha. They helped me out of the library after it happened. They were almost sympathetic. Well, they could hardly lord it over you at that point, could they? It would have been obvious. Martha held her gaze in the mirror. It would not surprise me if the two of them intended it as a sort of prank. They could not have known that Duke Cunningham would declare you were to marry him. Oh my God. Laura dropped her gaze, her eyes darting from side to side. They wouldn't. They couldn't. I am not saying they did, it is just. She paused, shrugging slightly. It is a possibility. Those monsters. Laura grew animated in her seat. Shh, and do sit still. Martha smiled, pressing her shoulders down and trying to calm her. I have sharp scissors in my hand, and if you wriggle in such a manner, you might end up getting cut. At her jest, Laura still could not settle. She was agitated, turning around in her seat. How could they possibly be so cruel? I am not saying they did it. Merely opening your eyes to the fact that it is a possibility. Laura flung herself back around in the chair, trying to hold back her horror but still finding it impossible. She turned her focus to Martha instead, feeling incredibly grateful for both her friend's intelligence and her good heart. What will I do when I am away from you, Martha? Laura asked, looking at her friend in the mirror again. Without you, I'd be doomed. Nonsense, you would have thought of a way out of it. I just helped you to realize it a little quicker is all. Martha smiled with modesty, then lowered the scissors to her side. There now. What do you think? Laura dropped her eyes to her new hair. The brown locks were very short indeed, reaching just down to her chin, but its curly nature was having a tendency to make the tendrils spring up. I look very different indeed. Laura nodded, fear coiling into a ball in her stomach, wondering if she was out of her mind to attempt such a stunt. Then you will tie it like this to look the part. Martha tied her hair in a very low, and extremely short ponytail at the back of her head. Once done, Laura twisted her head from side to side, observing it in the mirror. It completely matched the hairstyles many men in the serving staff were wearing. This might work. She allowed herself the smallest of smiles. Of course, it will work, Martha said with glee. Now, come on. Let's get you into your outfit, the whole thing. Whilst I prepare the clothes, take the rouge off your cheeks, or you won't convince anyone. Laura giggled as she removed the makeup and hurried to change. A few minutes later, she stood in front of Martha in her completely transformed state. With her hair cut short and tied, the hat pulled low over her brow, no trace of makeup, her curves bound with linen, her hands hidden in gloves, and dressed in the customary valet's uniform, she was a different person entirely. So, what do you think? Laura affected a deep tone, looking toward Martha. Her friend's face spread into a wide smile. I would not recognize you. Really? Laura jumped up and down on her feet for a moment. Best not do that again. Martha laughed, pointing at her until she stopped jumping. It rather spoils the illusion. Laura laughed too, straightening the creases in her jacket. I should practice walking too like a man. Yes, walk up and down, but don't worry too much about it. You still cut a rather feminine figure as a man, but there are men that do, so you are hardly alone there. Martha took on a mischievous smile. Perhaps everyone will think you are a eunuch. Laura laughed and tapped her friend around the arm in mock reprimand. That kernel of hope that had been inside her before had now bloomed into something else entirely. This could really work. Laura was amazed how easy it was to slip out of her chamber unnoticed and wander through the hallways. Ordinarily, wherever she moved, there seemed to be servants in that house. At one point, she thought the housekeeper saw her back, but dressed in such a way, the housekeeper appeared not to take notice, perhaps mistaking her for a genuine member of staff. As Laura moved toward the front door of the house, slipping down the staircase in the soft leather shoes she and Martha had stolen from the servants' chambers that evening, she heard voices coming from the sitting room off the hallway. Cursing herself for giving in to temptation, she moved to the doorway and peered into the room through the tiny crack it afforded. From her vantage point, she could see her stepsisters playing cards at a table. They were happy, laughing together about something. Laura thought of Martha's words and the possibility she had suggested. Surely, they would not do such a thing. She was still trying to persuade herself, but her mind was arguing against her. The memories of every argument she had had with the two of them, of the dress being torn to pieces, and of the way Charlotte had bumped into her at the assembly, forcing her to spill her drink on Earl Wettington. It all proved it was possible for Diana and Charlotte to pull such a prank as this. She looked away from them in the room, across the scattering of candles, trying to push away the thought of the Earl of Wettington for a moment, yet he seemed to take hold of her. For a brief second, she was consumed with the memory of talking to him in the garden, their sparring, and his wit. Then there was their kiss. She bit her lip, trying to push away the thought of what it had been like to feel his lips against hers, but she abandoned the attempt. If I am to escape my life and live as a servant, I might as well have one warm memory to keep me company. She smiled at this idea, liking the thought of cherishing that kiss with the Earl of Wettington. Her eyes moved past the candles until she found her mother and stepfather sitting together on a settee, and her smile vanished. She remembered seeing a similar image as a child from such a doorway, of her mother and her father looking at each other with such love, but that was now so long ago. Her father torn from her life by his untimely death, and her mother increasingly distant from her. She considered Barbara's aloof nature, feeling resentment build in her chest. I wish I could say goodbye to you. She still loved her mother, despite that bitterness. She turned away from the door and hurried outside, determined to follow through with the plan just as Martha and she had organized it. Laura was to walk to Martha's house, just a few streets away, where Martha would let her in. She would spend the night there and leave in the early hours of the morning, before anyone would notice her. Then she would meet the man who had arranged her employment in the center of town, just as dawn arrived. Laura moved to the front door, breathing deeply, both with excitement and fear. She took hold of the handle as she walked out of one life and into another. I wonder who I will be working for? Chapter 9. Dominique woke from the same haunting dream that he always experienced. The sun had barely peeked across the horizon before he was hurrying from the bed, bracing himself against the bedpost and clutching to the scar on his neck. Can I never be at peace? He knew the answer to his own question. He rushed to change and reached breakfast long before Jason's arrival. When his brother walked in, buoyant and joyful as always, Dominique felt jealousy of his brother stirring again, wishing he could be so at ease with life. Jason had not lived through what Dominique had though. He had not been at the fire, and he was not plagued by the memory. He had not felt the need, as Dominique had, to go into the army, to distract himself from the past with the constancy of war. It was a violent and sad life Dominique had carved for himself. You are looking particularly happy this morning, Jason, Dominique said, peering over the teacup in his hand as Jason took his place in the chair nearby him at the dining table, hurrying to serve himself some food. That is because I had a wonderful evening indeed, Jason said with glee, bringing bread to his plate. Do tell. A particular young lady on a street in Soho kept me company last night. For God's sake, Jason. Dominique winced and lowered his cup to his saucer. Must you insist carrying on in this way? He whispered, dropping his voice so that the serving staff on the other side of the room could not hear him. Calm yourself. I am hardly the first gentleman to visit such an establishment. Jason laughed off the idea with a wave of his hand. No, but you are brazen with it. Dominique was growing to despair of his brother more and more these days. Jason seemed not to appreciate how delicate their reputation could be. If anyone in the town was to hear of your pastimes, you would be cast out. It did not seem to affect Duke Cunningham very much. Jason laughed as he poured himself some tea. And he is about to marry the lovely Miss Laura Bennett. Do not remind me. Dominique resented his brother for mentioning her name and returned his focus to the newspaper in front of him on the table instead. There had barely been a day that passed since the assembly that he had not thought of Lady Bennett or what had happened between them. He thought of her eyes, green like emeralds, the way the teal dress had hugged her figure, and, more than anything else, that kiss. What he could not understand was that Lady Bennett had certainly kissed him back, returning the passion with as much fervor as he had felt, at first. The idea that minutes later she could be betrothed to marry someone else entirely baffled him. Not that he wanted to marry her, that was what he kept telling himself. He just would have liked the opportunity to have been distracted from his dreams of the past by her a little longer before she was torn away and married to someone else. You misunderstand. He felt compelled to speak, to try yet again to curb Jason's lack of responsibility. Lord Cunningham's reputation was in absolute tatters. By marrying Lady Bennett, he goes a small way at attempting to repair it. Lady Bennett's reputation will no doubt drop very low indeed to be married to such a scoundrel. Scoundrel? Jason laughed. What a strong word you use. Would you describe me with the same word, Dom? Do not tempt me. Dominique kept his eyes on his newspaper, trying to distract himself with the news of the day, but it was fruitless. His mind drifted between three different subjects these days: the fire, the battlefield and Lady Bennett. I need to distract myself, or I will lose my mind. What would you say to a little sword practice later today? He glanced up to Jason. Fencing? His brother asked with a smile. Great idea. Do I stand any chance at winning this time? If you went into military service, as you keep saying you will do, you would have a much better chance of defeating me. As it is, expect to lose again. Dominique smirked at his brother, teasing him as he always did on this subject. Jason had never been able to beat him with the sword, not since they were children, and Dominique's years of military service made the gap between their skills even more noticeable. Why go away when there is so much to entertain me here? Jason laughed again. But I will win yet, don't you worry. Yes, I look forward to our duel. Dominique held his tongue and picked up his teacup instead, wishing to point out to his brother once again that he was tired of Jason living off his income, his work, and his estate, but he knew how the conversation always went. There appeared little point in objecting these days. Good. Dominique placed the newspaper flat on the table, deciding he could work off some of his melancholy and the angst in the duel. It was a good outlet for what he was feeling inside. A chance to express it without words. My lord? The butler walked into the room, bowing deeply at Dominique's side. Yes, Stanford. He looked at the trustworthy butler that he had now known for so many years. Stanford had sat beside him that day of the fire when Juliet's eyes had closed. The thought of it brought more pain. Dominique rearranged in his seat, trying to hide the feeling. Your new valet has arrived, my lord. I was wondering if you would like to meet him after you have finished with your breakfast. Stanford said with a smile. Yes, of course, I will come to the kitchen. Dominique nodded, not giving much thought to the idea. Staff were constantly turning over. As long as the new valet did his job and stayed quiet as he helped Dominique with his preparations, he was sure the lad would do well. Very well, my lord. Stanford bowed and left the room, leaving Dominique to return his attention to Jason and the difficulty of the man's reluctance to protect their reputation. Laura had been startled how easy it was to fall into adopting a sort of character. She imagined herself as a young man, parted from his parents, trying to make his way in the world on his own income and his own initiative. She rather liked the idea. There was some freedom in it. She liked the trousers she had to wear too. They were a lot easier to work in than her dresses, and she was free of the restraint of her normal corsets. She made her husky voice deeper to complete the disguise. The man who met her in town barely cast her a second glance. She walked easily alongside him to the carriage he had organized and was quickly whisked away, far out of London into the countryside. A few hours and a quick nap later, she had woken to marvel at the green countryside around her. Then the carriage had turned onto a fine estate, with an expansive parkland and formal gardens that encircled a beautiful house. She had been busy admiring the tall red and white brick building and was surprised when the carriage came to a stop. At the servants' door she was met by the housekeeper who barely glanced at her face before showing her through the servants' entrance. What's your name, laddie? The housekeeper was an older woman, her manner formidable as she marched ahead of Laura, down the corridor, her shoes clicking the tiled floor loudly. Lawrence. The name came out on impulse. She hoped, as it was so similar to her own, that she would respond to it intuitively with a little time. Well, my name is Mary. It's nice to have you with us. A pleasure to be here, Ma'am. Laura kept her voice low. As they passed open doorways where other servants were at work, she adjusted the hat on her head, pulling it low for fear of discovery. Now, here is the kitchen. Mary steered her through a doorway to their left. It was a great, cavernous kitchen, signaling at once the wealth of the property. Laura kept her eyes down, trying not to look up and marvel at its size, despite her temptation to do so. On one side of the room, the cooks were hard at work, apparently preparing for lunch, but the other side was bare of people. Mary pointed her toward this side of the space and gestured to a chair at the table that dominated this end of the room. Come on. Sit down now. Mary urged with haste. It is a busy day today. Always is here. Laura hurried to follow her instruction. She automatically went to cross her legs but stopped herself, adopting instead a pose she had seen many men do in her time, widening her stance on the chair and resting her elbows forward on the table. Now, you know what your duties are? Yes, Ma'am. Laura nodded, adjusting her hat for a second time as she became aware of Mary looking closely at her face. And they are? Mary gestured to her, clearly hoping she would talk through them to prove she was capable of the job. Laura had spent many hours over the last couple of days memorizing the relevant sections in the book she had been given by Martha. My duties are principally regarding keeping the master's wardrobe in order. She tried to change the phrasing, so it was not word for word from the book. This includes preparing his clothes in the morning, helping him to dress when requested, drawing the bath water, and preparing anything needed for the toilette. I will also be responsible for his satchels if his lordship is to go traveling, and I must keep the chamber tidy. She paused momentarily, but as Mary made no sign to interrupt her, she continued. I may also be required to shave the master and may be needed to accompany him when he is traveling in order to ensure his comfort. Very good. Mary showed the smallest smile. The last valet we had was very much trained on the job. It is nice to see we have someone with more experience. Do not speak too soon, Mary, Laura gestured to herself, holding back her smile. Mary turned her head as a gentleman in butler's dress came toward them. Here is our butler, Stanford. You will be working closely with him whilst you are in our service. Mary gestured to the butler with a smile. Good to meet you. Stanford offered a hand for Laura to shake as she stood to her feet. He spoke with a genuine smile before his eyes took in Laura's face. She felt the fear grow a little as his expression changed looking at her. You are young for a valet, aren't you? I am often told I look younger than my age, sir. A blessing you will find rather than a curse. The butler smiled at his own joke and turned to Mary. His lordship is going to come and meet the boy after his breakfast. In the meantime, perhaps we could have some tea, Mary? Yes, of course. Mary looked away to order the kettle. Sit down. Stanford urged with a wave of his hand. You must have had a tiring journey from London. Oh, I am quite refreshed, sir, but thank you. Laura was finding it easier and easier to maintain the deep tone. It was starting to feel natural, raspy too. I fell asleep in the carriage, so I feel quite renewed. Wonderful, so you would be happy to start work straight away? If I show you the ropes, that is. He explained, his eyes still drifting up and down Laura's face. There was curiosity in his frown, enough to make Laura worried and nervous of discovery. Absolutely, sir. Laura nodded. The sooner, the better. She rather thought if she were busy doing duties, then it would take her away from the penetrating gaze of Stanford. That's good news. Excuse me for a moment. Stanford moved across the room toward Mary. She expected that they thought she could not hear them speaking across the room, especially as so many of the kitchen maids and cooks were making loud clatters with their pots in food preparations, but Laura did catch the occasional few words. Not what I expected. Stanford was the first to speak. Keen lad, knows everything he should do. He is just a little more. Yes? Effeminate. Suddenly Mary's voice grew a little louder as she walked back toward Laura, carrying a teapot and some cups on a tray. He is young. He will grow up. Mary shrugged, looking back at Laura. Laura affected a look of innocence, pretending to be surprised by their return to the table, as though she had not been paying close attention to their conversation on the other side of the room. Here we are, Lawrence. Mary urged her back into her chair. You sit there and have your tea. Ah, I think that is his lordship. Stanford's head twisted to the side, apparently having heard a door closing somewhere in the distance. Thank you for the tea. Laura nodded, as Mary turned away to converse with the cook on something. For a moment Laura stared at her cup, wondering how best to hold it. She had always been taught to hold her teacup in such a dainty fashion. She knew instantly it would not be the way forward. She attempted something rather ungainly instead, somewhat relieved when Mary looked back at her with a frown of disapproval. Here, laddie, elbow down. Can't have the Earl seeing you drink like you're a beggar now. Laura smiled with relief. Perhaps this ruse really is possible after all. The door to the kitchen opened once again, and she could hear Stanford's voice, talking to someone. Beside Laura, Mary urged her to her feet. This must be my new employer arriving. Laura did as she was instructed and was careful to straighten her clothes as she stood, ensuring there were no creases, and that she was presentable. As Stanford neared her, he stood to the side, revealing the face of her employer. Here we are. This is Lawrence, my lord, your new valet. Stanford gestured to her. Her jaw was tempted to drop from shock. Her eyes were already darting across the Earl's figure in complete surprise. It was the same athletic figure, the same brown hair, the amber-colored eyes that she kept seeing in her memory, and the scar too, that stretched down his neck, from just below his ear and disappearing beneath his collar. Lawrence, this is the Earl of Wettington. I know. I would recognize him anywhere. Chapter 10. Laura knew her ruse had to be thwarted. The Earl would take one look at her and recognize her. He was bound to, but as he began to talk, she realized that he had not. On the contrary, his eyes would not even settle on her face. Those amber-colored orbs were darting around, shifting across her figure quickly to the room and the two people next to them, his countenance distracted from the matter at hand. She bowed quickly, remembering the protocols of valet would follow as the Earl continued to speak. Well, it is a pleasure to have you with us, Lawrence, he said with ease, charm and formality. I hear from Stanford that you are eager to get to work right away? Yes, my lord, she replied in the gruff tone she had adopted, fearing he would recognize something in it, but still he did not. He is not really looking at me at all. He was a man distracted, clearly, with other thoughts on his mind. That is good to hear. Well, Stanford will show you the ropes today. I am afraid I am an early riser and a late sleeper, so the days are quite long. He continued talking of the arrangements, looking to Stanford for input on occasion. It permitted her to look at him without fear of discovery. He was still the handsome man she remembered from the assembly, with a scar down the side of his neck and those amber eyes. Just as at the assembly, he still held that aura around him. One of sadness. She had assumed at the assembly it came from his not wanting to be there, but now he was in his own home, and the feeling did not make sense. For a brief moment, she could remember exactly the feelings he had caused within her when they were standing outside by the terrace. The heat, the way he had taken her hand and pulled her to him for that kiss, and the way it had sparked through her body. "Concentrate, Laura." "Of course, my lord." She nodded quickly, realizing both the Earl and Stanford were looking to her, waiting on an answer to the question if she was prepared for Stanford to begin his teachings at that moment. "That is good." The Earl looked away from her again. "Good luck then, Lawrence. I will see you later. I am fencing this afternoon with my brother, so I will need to dress accordingly. Mrs. Jones." He turned his attention to Mary, the housekeeper. "May I talk of some arrangements with you before I return upstairs?" "Mr. Jason Brooks is in the house too." Mary followed him away, and Stanford began to beckon Laura to follow. "Come on, Lawrence, we'll get started." She followed as instructed, but she kept glancing back across the room to where the Earl stood, still startled by the fates that had drawn her into his service, of all people in the world. "He did not recognize me. Perhaps it is possible to stay hidden after all." Laura had paid close attention to all of Stanford's instructions and was currently rearranging the Earl's boots in the wardrobe into an order she deemed would be easier for her to sort through, at Stanford's recommendation. The conversation with the butler had been formal at all times, focused on her responsibilities, but as the teaching grew to a close, Laura looked up from the boots, eager to find out more about her new employer from Stanford. "The Earl said he rises early in the morning. What time should I wake to ensure I am prepared?" She looked to Stanford, seeing a smile in his countenance, apparently pleased at her eagerness to perform her position well. "No later than the 6th hour would be best. He does not sleep very much." Stanford's facial expression changed slightly, and he turned his head away from her, looking to a dresser on the far side of the room. Laura winced at the idea. It was an early hour indeed, one she was not accustomed to. She followed Stanford's gaze, curious as to what had drawn his attention. Sitting upon the dresser was a china doll, the kind purchased for young children as gifts, yet there was something unnatural about this doll. It was charred beyond repair, the china surface blackened, the hair ragged, and the dress covered in soot. As Stanford turned back to her, she snapped her gaze away from the doll and looked back down to her task with the boots, her mind lingering on the doll. Why would the Earl keep such a thing in his room? Fearful Stanford may have caught a glimpse of her looking at the doll, she sought to change the topic of conversation. "The Earl also mentioned he had a brother. Does he live in the house too?" She knew that he did, but after spending so many months thinking of Mr. Brooks, it was impossible not to ask of him. She wanted to hear what the butler would say. "He does. Mr. Jason Brooks. His lordship informs me that Mr. Brooks will someday go into the Navy, into service, but at present Mr. Brooks lives here." Laura allowed herself a small smile at the prospect of being allowed brief glances at the charming countenance of Mr. Brooks. Perhaps there are advantages to her situation. She hid the smile by bending down to finish with the boots. As quickly as she thought of the man, her mind drifted onto the image of his brother, the Earl. She recoiled away from the image of him, recalling how she had pulled away from their kiss and slapped him in annoyance that he would be so forward. How can I be attracted to both brothers? Have I taken leave of my senses? Excellent, Stanford declared, clapping his hands together. Now, his lordship will be here any moment to prepare for his fencing. Have you fitted such leathers before? Stanford asked as he pulled out a leather protective vest from the wardrobe. Laura stood to her feet, remembering seeing her father wear something similar once. "No, I have not," she replied with honesty. There would be no point in pretending she did know, only to make a fool of herself when she tried to help the Earl into the gear. She would be discovered all too quickly then. "Not to worry, I will stay to help you on this occasion." In truth, Dominique had barely taken notice of his new valet. his mind was too much of a whir with other thoughts. He was darting between memories of Lady Bennett's green eyes and his frustration that Jason was being so cavalier in his attitudes as of late. When he had met the valet, he had merely remarked to himself what a small stature the boy had, then turned his attentions elsewhere, keen to keep busy. Now, as the valet and the butler helped him into the difficult leathers for fencing, his eyes drifted to the valet, in the floor-length mirror in front of him. The young man's face was turned away from him, meaning he could not discern his features, so he looked at the stance of the boy instead. He was slim, young too, perhaps a little younger than he was professing to being. Or perhaps he was just a delicately built lad. However, he followed Stanford's instructions very well, and he had no doubt the boy would perform his duties admirably. There was something familiar about young Lawrence that Dominique could not quite put his finger on. He expected they had hired staff from the boy's family before. It was not unusual to have more than one member of staff from a family tree, that would explain the familiarity. Once dressed, he hurried to the sports room, where he waited for Jason's arrival, warming up and practicing with the light foil sword in his hands with the netted helmet over his face. This was one of his favorite rooms in the house, rebuilt after the fire, with staggeringly tall windows that let in a huge amount of light. Sometimes the glare of the sun through the windows whilst he was fencing reminded him of fighting on the battlefield. Part of him missed the battlefield. Not the blood nor the hardships, but the distraction of battle was a welcome thing. These days, he would have to make do with parrying with Jason, though Jason still could not give him a good enough fight to distract him for long. "Right, I am ready." His brother walked in, presenting himself grandly in his own leathers and collecting another light foil from the side of the room. He hurried to put on his own netted fencing helmet. "Go easy on me, Dom. You know I am not trained as you are. Go into the Navy, and you will be." "Ha! Do you know your hints get less and less subtle these days?" Jason laughed through the covering, turning to look at his brother, as they bowed to one another and raised their foils. "Did you think that was supposed to be just a hint?" Dominique challenged as he started their fight. It was only the work of seconds before he managed to make contact with Jason's leather. They continued fighting, parrying back and forth with Dominique always having the upper hand, until they were both sheening with sweat and exertion. After 20 minutes had passed, Dominique felt compelled to give lessons to Jason, frustrated at the lack of skill in his opponent. "You are too slow with your feet." I know. I am a poor fighter compared to you." Jason was chuckling, almost running out of the way, and prompting Dominique to smirk as he lifted the sword again. "What I lack in sword skills, I must make up for elsewhere." "And what is that?" He managed to make another strike at Jason's leather vest. "Conversation," Jason said with glee. "Good God, man, give me half a chance." "I am." Dominique spoke heavily, prompting Jason to curse under his breath. It was true Dominique was barely employing half the skills he knew of. "You wish to talk whilst fencing?" The idea seemed strange to Dominique. He had wanted the fencing to be a distraction from his melancholy, as conversation rarely seemed to do the job. "Indeed, I do, and I have a topic that will interest you." "I doubt that." Dominique struck forward, lunging in such a way that took Jason so much by surprise that the tip of the light sword in his chest nearly knocked him from his feet. "Place your feet wider apart, you will not lose your balance then." Jason followed his brother's instructions. "It is about a topic we were discussing this morning." "Oh?" "Lady Bennett." Jason's words took Dominique so much by surprise that he nearly allowed Jason an opening with his own sword. Fortunately, he came to his senses quickly and blocked it. "What of the lady?" "I received a note this afternoon from a mutual friend of ours," Jason said, backing away as Dominique began to step forward, delivering a strike of the foil with each step. "It seems Lady Bennett has gone missing." "Missing?" Dominique paused with his sword against Jason's, preventing his brother from having any chance at a retaliation. What do you mean? It seems her mother and stepfather woke up this morning to discover she was missing from her room, and she has not been found. They are asking their friends to see if anyone knows of her whereabouts. Jason was breathing heavily between his words, unused to the exercise, unlike Dominique. That's why they wrote to you? Did you? No. Jason looked thoroughly offended, pulling their swords apart. I know my behavior is hardly the most respectable toward the fairer sex, but I had nothing to do with this. As I said this morning, I thought she was to marry Cunningham, the Duke of Stilton. The idea that the lady could just go missing overnight filled Dominique with curiosity. No one can just disappear. What could have happened? Did she run? Was she taken? Her scandal is turning into quite the talk of the town. Jason guffawed. The idea of anyone laughing at Lady Bennett in the way Jason was doing irked Dominique, prompting him to renew the sword fight. Steady on. Yet Dominique already had the advantage and delivered another winning point against his brother's chest. Ow! Jason recoiled back as Dominique stepped away, giving him a breather. A little harsh with that one, were you not? I guarantee that you will not even have a bruise from such a light touch. Dominique shook his head, tempted to laugh at his brother's ridiculous nature. You should not laugh at Lady Bennett, Jason. Whatever is happening with her situation, considering your actions toward women, I hardly think you are in a position to offer anyone reproach. He had expected his words to be a firm warning, some kind of rebuke, but Jason just continued to smile, which irked Dominique all the more. Why are you smiling? Dominique was tempted to raise the sword again. I was simply thinking of the young lady whose company I enjoyed last night. I might visit her again soon. Oh, for God's sake, Jason. Dominique replaced the sword back to the racks at the back of the room and made a beeline for the exit. What is wrong? As I said, I am hardly the only man to make such visits. Jason was still chuckling. The other men are perhaps not in your social standing. Start behaving, for goodness sake. What happened to our fencing? I have had quite enough for today. Dominique called back, desperate to put some distance between the two of them, and tired of Jason's company. As he returned back to his room, he thought of Lady Bennett with every step, the confusion and fear of her disappearance surprisingly overwhelming him. As he stepped into his room, he found the strength with which he closed the door startled the valet who was rearranging the clothes in his wardrobe. My apologies, Lawrence. Dominique covered his face for a moment, hoping to hide his expression from the boy's eyes. What can I do? I cannot offer help to find her, that would only raise questions, but can I really do nothing? A young woman is missing. Lawrence. He absently turned to the valet again. He needed to free himself of the sweat and the exertion of fencing. Would you prepare a bath for me? The valet flinched slightly at the words. Dominique expected it was the young man's doubts about performing his duties up to scratch that caused the reaction, and he made a note to be lenient if the valet made any mistakes. The valet was still learning after all. Watching the valet, Dominique noticed something familiar in the man's mannerisms, and he felt a twinge of recognition, but as the valet hurried to do his duties, the Earl pushed it out of his mind. Chapter 11. Of course, my lord. Laura kept her face turned down, hidden by her hat, as she made arrangements to bring up hot water, then hurried into the Earl's garderobe that held his copper bath. When the Earl had burst into the room, she was astonished by the strength and frustration in his face. It was somewhat different to the melancholy he usually wore about his shoulders, and it had reminded her of the passion she had seen within him when arguing at the assembly. I am to run his bath? This is intolerable. What such a request entailed came crashing through her mind. She would have to keep her eyes averted, she told herself. With a little luck, she thought she could avoid seeing any more of the man than she had already seen. but after a few trips carrying boiling water to fill the bath, she went back into his grand bedchamber to tell him the bath was ready and felt her mouth grow dry at the sight that met her eyes. The Earl had already removed his fencing leathers and his shirt. His torso was exposed, though his back was turned to her. She froze for a moment, her feet falling still beneath her. She had never seen a man partially unclothed before, least of all one she had kissed. Her eyes traced his back and the muscle tone of his shoulder blades. His toned back led down to a narrow waist. He was a strong man indeed from his time in the army. "Here, Lawrence." The Earl held his shirt out to the side, urging Laura to step forward and take it from him. She tried to keep her eyes turned away from him, but it was difficult, as her gaze was drawn to his muscled physique. Folding up the Earl's shirt, she was painfully aware of how he walked around the room, preparing for his bath. "Did you enjoy your fencing, my lord?" Laura felt the need to speak, because if they could talk, then perhaps she would not be so distracted by his imposing figure. "Not as much as I hoped." The sadness of his voice prompted Laura to look back to the Earl's face. "My brother is perhaps not the most skilled sword fighter. You will have to find a new sparring partner, my lord." She walked around him and placed the leathers away in the wardrobe. "Indeed, but I do not know of anyone in my staff who can fence. I do not suppose you have any skill with a sword, do you, Lawrence?" His words caused heat within her. "I am afraid not, my lord." She kept her gaze on the wardrobe. The idea of tussling with the man, now she could see the carving of muscle across his stomach and arms, was causing sparks in her stomach. She looked back at the Earl as he stepped away from the mirror and felt heat creep up her neck and into her cheeks as she realized what she was doing. The magnitude of the realization hit her with surprising power, and like the slap she had given him at the assembly, she was stunned by the idea of it. "I am ogling him." She looked away, adjusting her hat, and pulling it down over her face to block him from view. "What am I doing? I was entertaining the idea of a connection with this gentleman's brother, yet now I am gawking at the Earl himself." She felt such anger at herself for the slip and moved around the man, being certain to keep her eyes averted as she collected the clothes he had discarded on a nearby ottoman. "Your bath is prepared, my lord." She tried to keep her new gruff voice level. "Thank you, Lawrence." She swallowed loudly as she wondered if he would take off any more clothes. Despite her mind shouting at her not to look, her eyes seemed to be controlling themselves as they peered out from under the brim of her hat to watch him. He did not remove anything else but instead turned away and stepped into the garderobe, closing the door softly behind him as he disappeared. Laura felt her legs grow weak. She sank down onto the ottoman, trying to still the beating of her heart, surprised at how carnal her thoughts had turned. "Have I lost my senses? I should not be looking at the Earl in such a way." Yet her eyes lingered on the doorway through which he had disappeared, as though his feet had left a trail of sparks behind him. Perhaps hiding in this house will be difficult after all. Just in a different way to what she had expected. Laura was surprised how easy it was to hide in the Earl's house. She had some social engagements with the staff, but not many. No one asked questions on her background, and no one from her home came looking for her. "I am safe. I am free of Cunningham." She managed to develop a rhythm with the Earl. Every morning he rose before she had a chance to reach his bedchamber, so he was always partially dressed. When she asked him if he would like her to rise earlier, he good-naturedly refused, saying he did not need a valet's help so early. When she helped him with his wardrobe, she tried to keep her eyes averted, but disconcertingly her eyes were drawn back to him of their own accord. In the end, she pulled her hat so low that she nearly did things blind in her attempt to block her view of him. Laura was always around when he needed her, at his beck and call, and she surprised herself by how deeply she wanted to do a good job for him. In return, he was always polite and grateful. She caught a few glimpses of Mr. Brooks through the corridors as well, and she had been startled by her reaction when she saw him. One time, she saw Mr. Brooks and the Earl talking together in the hallway as she was carrying a new delivery of clothes to the Earl's bedchamber. To her amazement, once she had acknowledged Mr. Brooks's presence, her eyes had slipped back to the Earl and traced the outline of his handsome profile, along with the scar on his neck. In the end, she was forced to accept one very real truth. The Earl was a devastatingly handsome man, and it seemed she was helpless to control herself in his presence. Despite her rational mind, her eyes were always going to follow him. In this time, she also noticed how heavy the sadness was upon him. Sometimes it seemed so great that he was practically hunched over from it, as though the sadness were a great weight or strong chains attached to his shoulders. She felt sorry for him, curious as to what was causing his pain. One evening, she had seen him pick up the charred doll in his bedroom, but once he realized she was in the room, he replaced it on the dresser. She wanted to know desperately what the significance of the doll was but had enough sense never to ask. She was his valet, not his confidant, and to ask such a thing would be absurd. The same evening, as he was standing in his shirt and linen trousers by the wash table she had just prepared for him, there was a commotion beyond the door. Laura looked up from where she had been brushing clean the Earl's coat to the doorway when the noise suddenly grew louder. It sounded as though someone had been staggering down the corridor, then it was followed by 200 raps on the door. Laura looked to the Earl, who winced, covering his face with his hand for a moment. She placed the coat she had been working on over the back of a chair and went to open the door, but to her surprise, the Earl rushed past her. The Earl flung open the door, revealing Mr. Brooks on the other side. The man was leaning on the door frame, his cravat undone, his waistcoat misaligned, his face tired and pallid, and a great smile on his cheeks. "Dom, are you going to sleep already?" Mr. Brooks pushed past his brother into the room. It was immediately obvious, Mr. Brooks had been drinking, his words slurred, and his body tipped sideways as he walked. Laura stood with her mouth agape in amazement. "This is not the Mr. Brooks I know." "Well, it is after midnight, so I hardly think it is early," the Earl quipped, turning to follow his brother into the room. "Lawrence." The Earl flicked his eyes in her direction, though he still did not properly look at her face. He appeared embarrassed, there was a light touch of pink in his cheeks. "Your duties are over for this evening. You may retire." "Of course, my lord." She made her way around them toward the door. "So proper, brother." Mr. Brooks laughed, then he began to tip dangerously to the side. "No, no." The Earl made a grab for him, trying to keep his brother standing. Laura stopped in her attempted escape from the room and looked back to them. The Earl had his arm around his brother's waist and was trying to pull the younger man's arm over his shoulder, to keep him upright. "How much have you had, Jason?" he asked quietly, apparently aware Laura was still in the room. She should leave, she knew she should, but she was blindsided by what was taking place. "Enough to keep a ship afloat, I reckon." Mr. Brooks guffawed with laughter. "Shh," the Earl urged, glancing to the door, but Mr. Brooks appeared not to notice. "Don't you think that is funny, Dom?" "I do." Mr. Brooks was still tipping sideways. "Since when are you so heavy?" the Earl complained as he turned to set Mr. Brooks in one of the chaise lounges in the room. The man slumped down awkwardly, splaying his limbs across the furniture. Laura looked between the door and the Earl and saw the sadness she had come to recognize in him take over. She could not leave now. She needed to help him. She stepped back into the center of the room. "Might I suggest fetching some water for him, my lord?" The valet's voice startled Dominique, and he looked at the boy, alarmed that he had seen so much of Jason's drunken behavior. Dominique had kept Jason's gambling and philandering a secret for many years, so his brother's reputation amongst the town was still strong and unmarred. However, the extent of Jason's gambling was growing, and all the money he lost was, in reality, taken from Dominique's estate as Jason had no income of his own. It was one of the primary reasons Dominique was insistent on Jason going into the Navy. At least then, if he continued to gamble, Jason would be risking his own money instead of Dominique's. The damage Jason could do to both of their reputations was something that constantly scared Dominique. He had made it clear Jason had to behave in public, but his brother was growing more reckless in recent years. Before tonight, Stanford was the only other person who truly knew Jason's vices. Now another would know. His valet. Dominique feared that gossip would spread like wildfire through his staff, but the damage had been done. Jason had been seen. Water, yes. Dominique nodded, turning his eyes away from Lawrence, as embarrassment washed over him. That is a good idea. The valet jumped into action, quickly obtaining a glass of water. The boy then pulled a wash bowl from a nearby cupboard and placed it at Jason's side, in case it was needed. Dominique stood staring at Jason for a moment, watching his brother's eyes close as he slipped out of consciousness. Then the Earl's eyes rested on Lawrence, thinking how different the lad was from his previous valet. A suspicion entered his mind and lingered there for a moment. Is this young man truly a valet? Lawrence was vastly different to any valet Dominique had known before, and it struck Dominique how familiar something was about the boy. Then Jason groaned his drunken stupor, bringing the Earl's mind back to the seriousness of the moment, and spurring him back into action. He bent over his unconscious brother and tapped him around the face, attempting to revive him. Jason, where did you go tonight? He asked quietly as Jason blinked open his eyes. Gamblin'. Hall. Jason muttered, on the brink of losing consciousness again. The words filled Dominique with dread. How much did you lose this time? He whispered, as the valet bustled around the two brothers, taking off Jason's shoes and placing them in the wardrobe nearby. A lot, Jason managed to smile in his stupor. Dominique stood straight and looked away from his brother. Lawrence. Dominique called to the valet. He could not bear another moment of this, of Jason's behavior being revealed to someone new. You may go. Of course. The boy moved to Dominique's side and placed a small bottle onto the nearby table. Smelling salts, my lord, in case you need them. Lawrence gestured to Jason, then turned to go. Good night, my lord. Thank you, Lawrence. Dominique looked down to the smelling salts, impressed by how practical the lad was. Lawrence? He called, making the valet hesitate in the doorway. Yes, my lord? Dominique tried to hold the lad's gaze, but Lawrence had his hat pulled so low, he could not even see the boy's eyes. Would you do me a favor and not? He struggled, unable to say the words, so he gestured toward Jason instead. Of course, I give you my word not to speak of this. The valet's voice softened as he spoke, then he bowed and disappeared from the door. In that moment, Dominique thought there was something familiar about the voice, as though he had heard it somewhere before. He turned back to Jason, feeling his frustration grow nearly tenfold. What am I going to do with you? He nudged Jason in his sleep, and received a groan in response. Laura had thought a lot about what she had seen the night before. She was amazed and startled by the change in Mr. Brooks from the man she thought he was. Is he not the man I thought he was? It was the Earl's words that lingered with her through the night. How much did you lose this time? Evidently, Mr. Brooks' actions were not an unusual occurrence. As she prepared the Earl's wardrobe for the day, this kept running through her mind. He was staring into the mirror when she arrived, already in his trousers, with his nightshirt still on. She laid out the day's clothes for him, including a shirt, waistcoat, cravat and coat, then she went to the wardrobe to collect his boots. Turning back into the room, her feet fell still as the Earl began to remove his nightshirt, revealing his torso once again. Suddenly all thoughts of the night before were gone. Laura was much more preoccupied with the view that was before her. This time, she truly allowed herself to look at him, almost unashamed in her observance. As the wardrobe was directly behind where he stood, she had a view of his back, the toning of his shoulders and the narrowness of his waist. She could also see his reflection in the mirror, and her eyes drew to the reflection of his chest and the muscles there. She was reminded of a marble statue she had seen in one of the London galleries, and thought the Earl might as well have been carved out of marble himself, in every way, even with his scar. She lifted her hat to the top of her head, allowing herself a better view of the man. She had wondered when she met him, at the assembly, how far that scar stretched, and now she had her answer. The awful scar started beneath his ear, stretching down his neck, across his collarbone and a little distance down his side. It looked like it was from a bad burn, and the damaged skin shone in the dawn light. Her eyes flicked back up to his face in the mirror, seeking out the amber color of his eyes, but what she found made her reel back. He was staring at her in the reflection. Directly at her. His eyes met hers for the first time. They widened. Oh God. He knows. Chapter 12. That is not possible. Dominique could not believe what he was seeing. He had sought out a chance to get a good look at the valet's face all morning, having noticed the night before how Lawrence liked to hide behind his hat. The boy had continued to mask his face since he had stepped into the room that morning. It had made Dominique determined to see the boy's face. When he caught the lad's reflection in the mirror, the last thing he had expected was to see those green eyes staring back beneath the rim of the hat. They were the same emerald eyes he had been seeing in his dreams ever since the assembly. They were accompanied by the same perfectly curved, sweet lips, the slender neck, half hidden by the collar of the shirt, and the dainty nose. The whole face was so pretty and feminine. Those eyes. They are her eyes. Emerald green. It cannot be. He spun round, walking toward the valet with urgency, just as the boy backed away. Dominique took hold of the cap on the valet's head, before he could escape, and tore it away, revealing the face of Lady Bennett. Lady Bennett? What? He struggled for words, desperately seeking something to say. It was unmistakable. The undeniable truth was right there before his eyes. Dressed as a boy, with her hair cropped short and tied at the back of her head, was Lady Bennett. Why on earth are you my valet? Shh! She cried urgently, looking toward the door with a frantic turn of her head. Please lower your voice, my lord. I beg of you. She used that same husky voice he had known before, no longer the gruff tone she had adopted as his valet. Her green eyes were darting around in fear. Lady Bennett is in my bedchamber. She is my valet. What happened to the world? He was suddenly aware that he was half naked, his torso exposed to the woman he had been thinking so much about. He grabbed hold of the shirt she had laid out for him, throwing it over his head to cover up his chest. What in God's name are you doing posing as my valet, Lady Bennett? He was not certain which feeling was greatest within him, relief that she was safe after she had gone missing, happiness to see those eyes again, or anger at being so easily deceived. The whole of London is searching for you. Do you realize that? I know, she said firmly, gesturing madly with her hands for him to be quiet. What are you doing here? He was struggling to get control of his voice, too astonished to keep quiet. Please, do not tell anyone I am here, she begged, stepping toward him with her hands together in a pleading motion. Now that he could see her and was really looking at her, instead of being distracted like the last few days, he wondered how he had not recognized her at once. Those eyes, emerald green, how had he not seen them? The features in her face were impossible to miss. He looked down to her figure and saw the legs, the hips and the waist were all discernible, but the curves he had observed at the assembly and dreamed of over the last few nights were flattened. Has she bound her figure? My lord. She waved in front of him, prompting him to glance up at her face again. Your family are looking for you. I know. I ran away, she whispered, glancing back to the door. Whatever for? He frowned, feeling the situation playing out so quickly in front of him, he barely had time to wrap his mind around everything. To flee from my upcoming marriage to the Duke of Stilton. She walked around him, trying to put distance between them, but he followed, unable to let her step very far away as his mind kept repeating the same thought. How can my valet be Lady Bennett? I cannot marry him. She looked back to Dominique, and her eyes widened when she saw that he had followed her. What happened the evening of the assembly? He asked with vigor. His lordship cornered me in the library. I tried to escape, but he took hold of me. She looked down, swallowing as though recalling the event was painful. The idea of anyone trying to force Lady Bennett made Dominique swell with anger. He felt the emotion build, like clouds gathering above a thunderstorm, billowing with speed and power. What did he do to you? He could hear the seething anger in his voice, and she looked alarmed by his rage. He could not do anything. People walked in and found us together, with his arms. Then he declared we were engaged. Just like that. Please, believe me, my lord. I wanted nothing to do with him. I cannot marry him. I needed to get away, and I found a position as a valet. I had no idea you were the employer. I believe you. He agreed, without hesitation. I was rather baffled that you could respond so enthusiastically to my kiss and then, just minutes later, accept a proposal to marry another. My lord. She said in surprise, her cheeks coloring pink. Well, I am not wrong, am I? To his amusement, he could see her struggle to answer. She opened and closed her mouth for a moment. Those startlingly green eyes looked away from him, down to her feet. That is far from the point. The point is, please do not tell anyone you found me. She looked back up to him, her eyes wide and beseeching. He could scarcely believe the woman he could not stop thinking about was in his room, and she had been in his room for the last few days. Yet no one knew, not even him. If anyone was to discover me here, she said, looking to the door and biting her lip in trepidation, they will send me back home, and I will have to marry him. Please, I cannot do that. She waited for his answer, breathing heavily as she returned her eyes to him. Dominique knew in an instant that he could not do such a thing to her. I will not send you back. I give you my word, Lady Bennett. He comforted her with his hands outstretched. I knew Cunningham was an odious man. He is vile. His reputation is no better than a dog's. No, rest assured, I would not send you to such a fate. Thank you. She breathed a sigh of relief, the fear in her face fading for a moment. As she let down her guard, Dominique could not stop his eyes from wandering. That same tension he felt at the assembly was back. Sparks rose up his neck, and he lifted his eyes to her face again. So, to continue your ruse, it seems you must stay as my valet? He could not stop smirking at the idea. Yes. She relented, biting her lip again. Well, perhaps we could strike a bargain, Lady Bennett, he whispered, feeling mischievous. What sort of bargain? She lowered her eyebrows, instantly suspicious. The defiant and bold nature that he had seen at the assembly was clear once again. What benefit is there for me in keeping your secret? The Earl's words made Laura recoil away. How dare you? She snapped with a harsh whisper, as she heard the clear insinuation in his words. Do you wish me to slap you again? She tried to move around him, to make a dash for the exit and escape, but he blocked her path, darting to the side. She nearly fell, stumbling in her effort to try to keep distance between them. No, wait. You misunderstood me completely. His voice was deep with sincerity. Did I indeed? I somehow doubt that very much. She was not actually adverse to what the Earl's words had suggested. The fear that had spiked inside of her was instead at his discovery of her identity. Her relief was equally overwhelming when he had agreed not to reveal her secret. There had also been other feelings, including a strange excitement as she saw the way his gaze darted up and down her body. His amber eyes were alight with something, and she suspected his thoughts were far less than gentlemanly. "Please allow me to explain," he begged, attempting to keep his voice quiet now for fear of being overheard. "When I am around you, everything I say seems to come out wrong. It was the same at the assembly." "What do you mean?" She jerked her chin forward, confused by the confession. "How do I put this?" He tipped his own head to the sky, as though looking to the heavens for help, and ran his hand through his brown hair. Her eyes were drawn to follow the movement of his hand, admiring his thick brown locks. "Lady Bennett." He lowered his gaze to her again. "Since that night at the assembly, there has barely been a minute that has passed where I have not thought of you." "I beg your pardon?" She stepped away again. "What I am trying to say is that I like you, Lady Bennett. I truly do. This madness I seem to be suffering where I cannot stop thinking of you, of our conversation, and of that kiss, well, it is not something that has ever happened to me before." His voice dropped to a whisper that made her stop to listen instead of continue to retreat. "Do you think of that kiss too?" She did not reply. She could not. Even with his amber eyes seeking her answer, her mouth would not work. She could not tell him that she lived the kiss over and over again in her dreams. Nor could she tell him how much she had been admiring his figure when he had seen her face just now. To speak of such feelings was unthinkable to her. She closed her eyes and turned away from him, but she still heard his footsteps coming toward her. "Well, that was not quite a no." "You are so arrogant," she said, keeping her back to him, and receiving a chuckle in reply. "Not arrogant. Just hopeful." His words made her look back toward him. He was smiling at her, and the expression lit up his normally sad countenance into something quite amazing. "Is it wrong to be hopeful that you have thought of me, as much as I have of you?" "It may have escaped your notice, my lord, but I have had other things on my mind at present." She walked around him and turned back to the wardrobe where she had been collecting his Hessian boots and attempting to return to her duties. Running away, fleeing a marriage to a cad. "All I want right now, my lord, is to escape that marriage." She felt a soft hand on her wrist, halting her movements with the boots. "I perfectly understand." The strength and depth of his voice startled her, and the nearness of that voice caused a shiver to climb up her neck. "Perhaps my proposition to you could be good for both of us." "Very well." She shook off his hand and passed him his boots, thrusting them toward his chest. The strength of the action made him laugh as he took them from her. "I will listen to your proposition. Stay here as my valet for a month." The Earl paused, apparently waiting for her reaction, and she shifted between her feet, not quite following his train of thought. "Why a month?" "In that time, I vow to you to keep your identity a secret. You will be safe in my house." The strength in his words caused another shiver of pleasure up her spine. It was a difficult thing for her to try to ignore. "I'll keep your secret, and you keep me company. After a month, we will see if you cannot stop thinking of me, and if you fall for me too." "He has fallen for me? We only met there once." "This is absurd. If you are still indifferent to me, then you are free to leave my house, and I will never tell anyone you were here." His use of the word indifferent made her flinch, as she knew she was far from being indifferent to him. "I will also try to help you out of your betrothal to Cunningham in any way that I can. So, what do you think?" She hesitated, her hands fidgeting as she clasped them in front of her. She was tempted, as she was enticed by him, but everything about this situation was improper. He was hardly proposing a traditional courtship, and she had come to his house to hide, not to court the master of the house. She could run again and escape to work somewhere no one would recognize her, but this day had proved that there would always be a chance of her being found out. Now, she had someone offering to keep her safe for a month and to help her in her endeavor to hide. Do I have a choice? I hope you realize that I am not sure what to think of you at present. She folded her arms and adopted her normal countenance, no longer avoiding his gaze as she had as his valet but rather holding her own. I cannot currently decide if you are genuine or if you are mad. She smirked at her jest and was pleased when it brought a small chuckle from him. Perhaps I am both. He shrugged, unbothered by her comment. In what way? He smiled, tilting his head to look at her. It was an endearing move, and one she was trying to stop her response to, a warmth spreading through her body. I do not understand why one kiss could affect you so much. She shook her head. She had been affected by that kiss too, but if asked, she would deny it. Had the incident with Duke Cunningham not occurred, she wondered how often she would have fantasized about the kiss with the Earl. I'm sure I could explain better without words. The Earl was leaning toward her now, making her breath hitch. His suggestion was clear. He was offering to kiss her again. Laura abandoned her attempt to not smirk. He was charming in his own way, even if it was a little more abrupt than the charm of his brother. I am your valet, my lord. She teased, lowering her voice as he closed the distance between them. What you suggest is quite forbidden. He smiled at her teasing tone and replied. A lady as a valet is also forbidden, but you could not resist. Yet you expect me to resist you? She wet her lips and considered for a moment, feeling again the fluttering sensation in her stomach that she felt before their first kiss. Would the kiss feel the same? Would there be that same heat? So, my lady. He whispered, still keeping a small space between them, but close enough that she could feel his breath on her cheeks. What do you think of my proposition? I have no choice. Finding a new place to hide would be too difficult to accomplish now, and at least here, she was safe. She was tempted too, and she wondered if it would be so bad to know more of the Earl. I accept. Her words caused his smile to widen as he held her gaze. They were suddenly interrupted by sharp raps on the door, similar to the night before, though much more energetic now. Dom? Are you in there? Called Mr. Brooks. Laura jumped away from the Earl, fearful of being caught. I need to apologize to you for last night. Indeed, you do. Wait one moment. The Earl called back, looking to Laura, equally concerned. He found her hat, discarded on a nearby chair, and tossed it to her. She caught it in the air and replaced it on her head, looking to him to confirm that she was perfectly hidden again. He nodded in reply, then offered a wink. He winked. Laura went back about her duties whilst the Earl let Mr. Brooks in. She could not help glancing at the two men on occasion, her mind wandering as she worked. She was remembering how close they had come to kissing just a few minutes before. This was not why she had run to his house, she had come here to hide. Becoming involved with the Earl would be too complicated, and it was not a risk she was so willing to take. What if he were to grow tired of her and wish to oust her from his house? It could happen. Then he might reveal her identity, despite his promise, and she would have no choice but to return home and enter into the marriage she feared. What happens now? Chapter 13. Dominique could barely believe what had occurred that morning. He was still amazed that the woman he had been dreaming of had been so close to him for the last few days, and he had been too distracted by his own thoughts to recognize her. During breakfast, Dominique was forced to listen to Jason apologize yet again for his gambling, and shortly after the meal, the Earl retreated to his room, searching his mind for a reason he would want the company of his valet at this odd time. He called Stanford and explained that he needed to order some new clothes and wished to discuss the particulars with Lawrence. So when Lady Bennett finally appeared in his doorway, closing the door behind her, and tilting her flat cap upward, to reveal her face, her eyebrows were raised in a silent question to him. What? I am the Earl after all. I can request the company of my valet at any time. His words made her laugh, though she was trying to hold it back. Very well. That I cannot argue with. She agreed, though she made no movement toward him. He was reclining on the room's window seat with the latest fashion magazine spread out beside him, in case Stanford was to come back and see through his ruse. No need to stay on the other side of the room. He leaned back in the seat. I suddenly feel it is the safest place to be. She did not move, folding her arms and looking at him with suspicion. He understood. She had, after all, come to his house to hide. She had not expected to find him and had to be blindsided by his proposition. If he wished her to give him a fair chance, he knew he would have to approach the matter slowly. There were plenty of gentlemen who would have taken advantage of the situation before them. Perhaps bet her quickly and then reveal her identity, returning her home. That was not what he wanted. When he looked at Lady Bennett, he wanted more than one night of passion, but she might not believe that of him, yet. I give you my word. He laughed. I will behave, and I will not try to kiss you again. You won't? She looked a little surprised by this and perhaps a little hurt too. Her response made him hopeful. Disappointed? Tush. She waved him away, teasing him again. Relieved. Well, how about this? You are aware that I enjoyed our first kiss and would welcome another? He put out in a jovial tone. She shook her head, apparently despairing of his directness. You are not subtle, it would seem. Well, you are direct in conversation yourself. Consider it a mutual thing. His words made her laugh. Let us say this. If we are to enjoy another kiss, it will be your choice. My choice? She repeated with surprise. Quite so. I give you my word not to make a move unless it is initiated by you. What a novel idea. She looked up to the ceiling, trying to hold back her smile. Well, now you know you are safe, come join me. There are a few things I wish to discuss with you. As he beckoned her over, she came. She took hold of a nearby chair and sat delicately on it. The motion made him laugh, seeing someone sit so properly in a valet's clothes. Is that how you sit when you are below stairs? Not exactly. She smiled. I tend to adopt this stance there. She adjusted completely, slouching and widening her legs, prompting him to laugh again. Good God, is that how all of us men sit? Not all, perhaps, but a few of my acquaintances. She nodded, resetting her position again to something more delicate. It helps me to hide in plain sight, my lord. He admired her for being so bold as to not only attempt such subterfuge, but to also be able to pull it off was mightily impressive. The feat showed she had an observant mind too. The my lord thing. That is something I wished to discuss. He enjoyed seeing the surprise on her face. It is proper to address you as such. So it is, and around other people you may continue to do so of course, but I would like you to call me Dominique when we are in private. What do you think? This was part of his plan. He was abundantly charmed by her, enthralled even to the point that he could not stop thinking about her. She was clearly intrigued enough to have kissed him back in the first place, but it was plain to see her feelings toward him did not match his for her. If he were to persuade her that, perhaps, the two of them could make a happy match, then he needed her to be comfortable with him, to relax and have easy conversation. The first step in his plan was to abandon the use of his title. It might take some getting used to, but if you insist, you are my employer after all, so I cannot really refuse your orders. She initially winced at the idea, apparently not completely comfortable with it, but then she was teasing him again, drawing smiles from both of them. I have a feeling if I gave you any strange order, you would challenge me on it. Oh, you are attentive. She smirked in reply. I am guessing that in return, you wish to call me Laura? She looked up to him with curiosity. I would like that. Again, in public, you will be Lawrence. Great stretch of the imagination there, by the way, he quipped, tilting his head to the side. This brought a sudden laugh from her. With her husky, sensual voice, the laugh was deeply inviting, and he found himself leaning forward in the seat, just to be a little bit closer to her. My thinking was that with it being so similar to my own name, it would make it easier for me to respond to it. Well, that was good thinking. Was this all you wished to discuss at present? How you wished me to address you? No, there was something else. He was uncertain how to address this topic, and he struggled for a minute, thinking through the options. Eventually she grew tired with waiting and widened her eyes at him, a silent instruction to get on with it. I do not want you to feel like a prisoner in my home, Laura. You ran away from a future you did not want and happily put yourself into servitude in order to avoid it. At his words, she shifted uncomfortably in her seat, dropping her green eyes down to her lap. He longed for those green eyes to return to him. That bothers you? She asked after a moment. Of course, it does. It clearly shows your desperation to be free of Cunningham. He wished to tell her the extent of his anger at Cunningham too, but he kept that to himself. He was unsure how he would respond if he ever saw the man again. I suppose I wish to know what would make you happy whilst you are here. What do you like to do? When she raised her eyes back to his, he was surprised to see a small smile appear on her face. There is something I would like. Yes? I miss reading. She shrugged, glancing down again as though it were a foolish idea. I used to spend most days reading. Whilst the wage you pay me is a perfectly good one, I cannot go anywhere to buy a book. A book? That is all you want? He smiled at the idea. It was a simple request. Yes, please. In which case, I have an idea. When Stanford approached Laura after dinner to let her know that the Earl had sent for her, she paused for a moment. The servants had all just finished eating dinner around the kitchen table, and it was an incredibly unusual hour for her duties to be needed. He wishes to see me now? She responded in surprise but still kept her voice deep and gravelly. Yes, apparently his lordship wants your advice on something. He is in the library. Stanford watched her carefully as she rose to her feet. She was not oblivious to his curious look, but Stanford made no comment as she walked away. She glanced back a couple of times, nervous of whether Stanford was perceptive enough to notice the change in the Earl's behavior, then she moved on quickly, seeking out the library where she knocked gently on the door. Enter. Laura opened the door and stood there, entranced by the sight. She had not been in the library yet, and it was incredible to behold. Decorated with dark mahogany and lush red furnishings, the space was opulent, with floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out onto the garden and let in the last of the evening sunlight. The walls were covered in shelves full of books. In the middle of it all, Dominique sat in an armchair with a book resting on his lap and his amber eyes turned up toward her. The evening light made his eyes shine like copper, and she remembered having the same thought when she was outside with him at the assembly, just minutes before they had kissed. Now you see my plan. He smiled up at her, prompting her to close the door and step further in. Your plan? She repeated with confusion. You wanted a book. He gestured to the room around him. You can read anything from here you like. The choice is yours. She said nothing, too startled by the offer. Her eyes danced around the room. This was the sort of library her father had dreamed of owning, but the problem was that he wanted every book he owned to be carefully chosen. By the time of his death, his library was half this size. Alas, after her stepfather married her mother, he began to sell off some of her father's books. This room, she murmured as she wandered around it. It is incredible. How many books are in here? thousands, mostly chosen by my mother. She was fond of reading too. The mention of his mother surprised her, and she looked back to him to see the melancholy look return to his face. She had not yet seen his morose expression all day, and she had enjoyed the change in him. Now she felt the need to make him smile once again. She turned back to the books, seeking out her favorite topic of the moment. Miss Mary Anning, she declared with glee as she took down a book that she'd been thinking of for a while. Have you read this? She looked back at Dominique, seeing him studying her closely. That I have. Remarkable, all the fossils that Miss Anning has found on that one beach alone. You can read it if you like. He gestured to the book. Thank you. I have been reading of her discoveries in the newspapers and of her brothers too. I read a few weeks ago that she may have found a reptile that had wings. She could not keep the excitement from her voice. This was the kind of conversation she loved to have with Martha, and she missed their conversations. Yes, I read that too. He was looking up from his chair at her with surprise as she moved to his side, flipping through the pages of the book. What is it? She asked, peering over the book at his head tilted to the side. She was beginning to see this was a habit of his. He would tilt his head just so whenever he was watching her closely. Well, I realized at the assembly you were astute, but it seems you have a highly educated mind too. I enjoyed talking of science. She shifted uncomfortably. It was a compliment, Laura. Do not search for insults in my words. His use of her name made warmth spread through her body again. She looked into his amber eyes, seeing them watching her. You have an active mind and are clearly very well educated. My late father, she began, biting her lip. She was taken aback by the kindness Dominique was showing her. His words from earlier that day, wishing that she would be happy in his house, and then offering up his whole library to her. It was a kindness she had not expected. She wished to return his kindness with something. The only thing she could think of was with honesty. My father always encouraged my education. I know not all ladies have the same interests. Lady Black and I receive many a strange glance when we talk of fossils and science, but I enjoy it. You do not need to be ashamed of it, you know. The Earl rose to his feet and walked past her, quickly locating another book on the shelves. Here, you will probably enjoy this as well. He placed the book into her hands. It talks of the fossils found across the continent. Really? She looked at the book with excitement, then bit her lip. Thank you, How can I repay this kindness? I ask for no repayment. He shook his head with a laugh. Now he was standing directly in front of her, and she was afforded the opportunity to observe his handsome face in the fading evening light, the amber eyes, the strong jawline, even the scar on his neck. His kindness had done more for her good opinion of him than he had realized. Their flirtatious conversation from earlier that day came back to her, and she suddenly felt mischievous, wanting to push the boundaries of their agreement. Do you remember what we discussed earlier today? She began, holding the two books tight to her chest as she lifted her cap a little higher. We discussed much today. You might need to be more specific, unless you wish me to make a wild guess. His charm made her smile once again. It struck her how different Dominique was from his brother, but not unpleasantly so. On the contrary, while he was blunter in conversation, she liked that a great deal. He was humorous, and he could offer a quip better than Mr. Brooks ever could. You said that if I wished to do something again, then it would be up to me to instigate it. Her words made him smile fully in a great beam of joy. Gone was the melancholy he had worn just minutes before. That I did. Do you wish to? I am considering it. Her mischief made him laugh, and the deepness sounded warm and engaging. Any time you wish to claim a kiss, I am yours, Laura. His words sent a thrill through her, and she hesitated for a moment. Should I kiss him? Chapter 14. As Laura stood on her toes to kiss Dominique, for a moment he felt like he was back at the assembly, kissing her in the garden. This was a brief brush of her lips against his at first, one that was cautious, and it lit sparks throughout his body. He wanted more than anything to deepen the kiss, but he waited for her to do so. As the press of her lips became firmer against his, it was all the assent he needed. He completely captured her lips with his. He grabbed the book from her grasp after fumbling with it and tossed it to a nearby chair, leaving her hands free to hold him. His own arms then threaded around her waist and pulled her flush against him, a movement that made everything more heated. Dominique was aware of the exploding desire he had for Laura. Like a tinderbox, just the press of her lips against his was like the strike of the flint against the wool, sending such sparks everywhere, and sure to start a fire. He begged with a small nibble for permission to move past her lips. When she gave it, their tongues began to move together, and he felt Laura moan into his mouth. He thought the sound would drive him wild. He still had one arm looped around her waist, but his other hand tossed the hat she was wearing to the side of the room. Then he entwined his fingers through her short hair, pulling it loose from the short ponytail she had been wearing. The brown hair fell around her chin, framing her face beautifully, and he angled her head with his free hand, giving himself better access to her lips. He wondered how he had gone so long without these kisses. Her own hands trailed up the front of his chest, pressing themselves against his waistcoat. He growled in the back of his throat at her touch, wishing there were no clothing between them. He tightened his arm around her waist, feeling her curves through her jacket. He was very aware of her valet's clothes, and he pulled back from the kiss, just a few inches so that he could look at her. She looked startled by his withdrawal, with her emerald green eyes fixed upon him. He could see her cheeks were flushed and her lips were parted from their kiss. He had to restrain himself from kissing her again. She is too tempting. I have to say, it is very strange kissing you in valet's clothes. He whispered to her with a smile. His words made her giggle. Is it something you could grow accustomed to? She said wittily, looking up to him with her green eyes sparkling. Very used to indeed. He kissed her again. Laura could not believe what their kisses felt like. She had known excitement from the kiss he had stolen at the assembly, but she had not known the heat that could come with another. When she reached up to kiss him, the feelings had been overwhelming. The passion, the need, and the urgency, with her hands on his chest and his hands freeing her hair and holding her waist. They had been kissing for quite a while, unable to stop, when they finally retreated to the nearby settee. Between kisses, they talked, speaking of her secret, of hiding as his valet, and his amazement that he had not recognized her before. Even now, sitting so close to him on the Chesterfield settee, they could not stop touching each other. He was leaning on the back of the chair, and she was at his side, turned to face him, with her legs curled up so that one of her knees just rested on the edge of his thigh in a tantalizing touch. The tingles he was causing grew as he dropped a hand to her thigh and began to run the back of his knuckles up and down her leg. Each time he moved a little higher, her breath hitched. They were so close together, that they could kiss again at any moment. The only thing that stopped Laura from initiating another one of those scintillating kisses was fear of her own self-control. Those kisses had made her think of carnal things, imagining him as she had seen him in her duties as a valet, shirtless and wearing very little indeed. With his hand on her thigh, her mind wandered elsewhere. She saw the two of them in his bedchamber, making their way to his bed, and falling onto the mattress with him on top of her. The thought of him in such a position brought heat to her cheeks again. She looked away from his amber eyes, following his hand and its tantalizing touch on her thigh, trying to stay in control. So, what do you think to this being our secret place? Dominique whispered to her. He was so close she could feel his breath against her cheek. The library? She looked up with a smirk, deciding to be mischievous and taunt him again. I think many people know of this place, Dominique. He laughed heartily in reply. Touché. How about our secret meeting place then? Somewhere we can both escape to in the evenings. Somewhere that you can be you. He gestured to her with a smile, and not my valet. I rather like that idea. She agreed, too tempted by him to resist. She thought back to all the nervous thoughts she'd had earlier in the day. Her worries that she was, after all, an employee in his household, and he could grow tired of her and throw her out at any moment, revealing her identity. Yet, looking into those amber eyes and sharing such heated kisses, she could not imagine ever growing tired of the spark between them. Perhaps he would not grow tired of me? You have that look again. She smirked, tilting her head to the side as she looked at him. What look is that? He asked, his gaze dropping down to her lips. Like you want to kiss me. Can you blame me? He whispered, leaning toward her. Rather than dropping another kiss to her lips, he went lower and began to pepper small kisses at the top of her neck. This was a new sensation for her, sending sparks up her spine, and she gasped with each little kiss. I have never known kisses like this. He spoke between kisses. His words had her stomach tightening with hope. She started to think he may have been telling the truth when he had discovered her identity after all when he talked of falling for her. Perhaps he has? He lifted his lips from her neck and found her lips again. This kiss was slow and sensual, and as his hand moved up her thigh, any resistance Laura had earlier that day seemed to melt away. When his hand connected with her hip, she leaned into him, wanting nothing more than to be closer to him. That was when she heard it. A distant but loud sound of a door opening and feet running. Whoever made the sound clearly had somewhere to be. She pulled away from their kiss, seeing that Dominique had barely noticed the noise. Did you hear that? She whispered to him, but he shrugged. It is probably just Jason back from one of his gambling nights. His hand began to draw small circles on her hip, tempting her to lean into him more. Another one? The man seems to have quite the habit. She was about to reinitiate their kiss, thinking no more on the sounds when the clattering grew closer. Dom, where are you? It was Jason's voice, and it was very close indeed. They parted, looking at each other in alarm. Laura stood up, hurrying to find the hair tie to wrap around her hair. As Dominique stood, he too was straightening his clothes, trying to look undisturbed from her wandering hands. Dom? Jason was incredibly close to the library now. What do we say if he asks why I am here? Laura asked in panic as she turned back to Dominique. He had hold of her hat and was placing it back on her head. We will say you are helping me with finding some books. He clearly thought there was nothing unusual of the valet being there and waved her worry away. Pretend you are looking through the bookshelves. To her, the excuse sounded thin. She was about to object when he leaned forward, and he stole another quick kiss from her lips and then turned her away. Before she could walk to the shelves, he patted her on her ear. The move startled her, and she looked back seeing his mischievous smile. Dom? Jason's voice interrupted them again as he swung open the door. Laura dashed to one of the bookshelves, making sure to pull her hat low over her eyes to hide her face. Peering beneath the brim of her hat, she saw Jason sway on his feet. With his unkempt clothes, he was the image of the drunken man you would find in the gutters of London, not in a grand house such as this. Laura's eyes shot to Dominique, reading instantly the exasperation in his expression. He shook his head ever so slightly as his amber eyes took in the full view of his brother. Jason? He stepped forward, clearly concerned for his brother. What a night I have had. Seeing Jason tilted to the side and laughing, Dominique's worry appeared to vanish. Laura looked between the two of them, startled how different two brothers could be. Jason seemed to have a habit for such drunkenness, yet in all the days she had spent in Dominique's house, she had always seen the Earl in control of himself. "Do be quiet, Jason. I do not want every member of the household staff to know of your habits." He made a sly gesture to Laura. Jason turned to look at her, and his eyes passed over her quickly, naturally just seeing the valet. He staggered forward toward his brother, with his back to Laura and his front to Dominique. "Ah, your valet is familiar with me by now. Say, do you have any of that good brandy left?" Jason pointed to the brandy decanter behind his brother on the drinks table. Dominique moved in front of the table, blocking it from view. "Only a little," he replied tightly, his whole body stiff. "I think you have had plenty." He glanced back to Laura, concerned of her opinion. She abandoned her attempt to look like she was tidying the shelves and kept her focus on the two brothers instead. "It seems Dominique has family troubles of his own. Well, perhaps I have had enough for tonight." Jason sat back on the Chesterfield settee with a heavy thud. "I am pleased to hear you say it for once." Dominique folded his arms. "You could retire for the night?" Laura smiled at his words, realizing why he had not yet dismissed her from the room. He wanted Jason to leave so he could spend the rest of the evening with her. She couldn't stop smiling at such a thought, and her wide grin made her cheeks ache. "I could." Jason seemed to chew on this idea. "I lost more money tonight, by the way." "How much more?" Dominique's face grew sterner. Gone were the sweet smiles he had shared with Laura a few minutes ago, and she was surprised by the effect it had on her. She wanted nothing more than to close the distance between them, kiss him and make him smile again. "Well, perhaps there is still a way to make him smile." "Oh, just a little." Jason laughed. The sound was strangely repugnant. Standing behind Jason's back, Laura knew she was out of his view. She caught Dominique's eye and made a gesture toward Jason's temple, asking silently if he were a little mad. She had to stifle a laugh when she saw Dominique fighting a smirk at her action. Her plan to make him smile had worked. "Did anyone see you at the gaming hall?" Dominique asked, trying to be serious, though his eyes kept flicking up to Laura. "No, no one too important anyway." The dismissive and rather superior way in which he spoke made Laura look to Dominique again with wide eyes and gesture down to Jason in a silent sign of disbelief. She could scarcely believe that the man she had once thought so charming was actually so arrogant. Dominique was trying even harder not to smile at her signals. He cleared his throat and covered his mouth for a few seconds to hide his grin. "Who saw you, Jason?" he reiterated in a stern voice. "Just the Earl of Mumford." Jason shrugged and leaned back on the chair, closing his eyes for a moment. "Did you know, he is offering a reward for anyone who has information about his stepdaughter's whereabouts?" Laura's and Dominique's eyes locked. "My stepfather is offering a reward?" She bit her lip, looking away from Dominique and turned back to the shelves, all thoughts of attempting to make him smile forgotten. With a reward on the table, if anyone were to discover her whereabouts, she could be turned over at any time. "I could still be sent to marry the Duke of Stilton. I am not safe yet. Perhaps I have only delayed my fate for a little time."
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.
Chapter 15. Laura was assisting Stanford with some of his duties when there was a firm knock at the door. The two of them exchanged a surprised look. "It is rather late for a caller," Laura murmured, affecting the deep husky voice she always used in the butler's presence. She looked to the grandfather clock. It had already passed 9 o'clock in the evening. "That it is." Stanford frowned, and he passed her an umbrella to hold as he walked toward the door. They had been organizing one of the cupboards in the entrance hall, meaning Laura had a good view of the door as the butler neared it. It had been a week since she spent that first evening with Dominique in his library. Every evening since she had been called back to that room, and they spent a few hours together in freedom. They could talk of anything they liked. Fossils, science, theatre, literature, and even her father and how much she missed him. Laura was quite certain she had never laughed so much in anyone's presence as she did with Dominique. He had an incredible propensity for humor, and every time she teased him, he responded in kind. When they were together, gone was the melancholy he usually wore about his shoulders. She saw him pick up the charred doll in his bedroom more than once during the days, and she wanted to ask him about the doll, but she never had. She was too determined to distract him from his troubles to ask about that doll. They kissed each evening too when they were secluded in the library. Soon, whatever books they had been discussing would be tossed to the floor as their hands went wandering. This was the first evening she had not been called to the library, and it made her worry. She half wondered if her original fear that he would grow tired of her had become a reality, but she shook this thought away. No one could kiss like he did yesterday and be tiring of me today. Those kisses had been particularly scintillating, and after she returned to her room for the night, she fell asleep thinking of him. The result was a rather steamy dream, fantasizing of helping him with his clothes as his valet, then having her own clothes removed as well in a far more sensual manner. She pulled at her collar as heat crept up her neck in memory of the dream and forced herself to focus on Stanford instead, who now had the front door open. He pulled it wider, and a woman stepped through. From the woman's clothes, it was obvious what she was, and at the sight, Laura felt her jaw grow slack. A courtesan? A lady of the night, more suited to a street in Soho than this grand house, walked in with a proud smile, her dress excessively revealing. "I will show you to his chamber," Stanford said, his manner distinctly uncomfortable. Laura watched, her grip on the umbrella tightening, as Stanford moved toward the staircase with the woman. Her mind was whirling with thoughts. His chamber? Jason is not in the house this evening. That means Dominique ordered a courtesan to come to his house. The thought was abhorrent, and now she understood why she had not been called for that evening. Stanford hesitated at the bottom of the stairs for a moment and bid the woman to wait. He then turned and walked over to Laura, whispering to her under his breath. "Not a word of this to anyone, Lawrence. Understood?" "Of course, sir." She nodded her assent, barely able to keep her voice level. Stanford turned away and hurried back to the courtesan, showing her up the stairs. Looking at their retreating figures, her gaze lingered on the beautiful courtesan, then Laura's eyes darted away. "What have I done? I have been kissing a man who orders courtesans to his house. I am just another passing fancy after all. He wishes to bed me and oust me from his house." She dropped the umbrella to the floor, her anger unbearable, then marched through the house, determined to speak with Dominique. Enter. At Dominique's assent, Laura opened the door into his study. She breathed heavily as her gaze found him. He sat by the desk, looking at something on the wall beside him. His cravat was loosened, and he had discarded his jacket, as though he was tired and sought some freedom from the tight clothes. He was lit by a single candle that cast a soft orange glow across his features. Why does he have to be so handsome? She felt jealous, betrayed, and hurt, as though there were truly a wound in her heart. He had ordered a courtesan when he was pursuing her. He turned his gaze to her, and the hard look in his eye softened as he found her. "Good evening." He smiled. It was one of those private smiles he saved just for her. She hurried to close the door behind her and leaned against it. "What is wrong?" He was watching her closely. "How could you do it?" she asked, her voice surprisingly severe though it was quiet. "Do what?" He frowned. "He is pleading ignorance, is he? I never expected you to be so careless of your reputation." Laura stepped away from the door, moving to the other side of his desk. She glanced back at door and kept her voice low, in fear that someone could hear her. To bring such a woman to your own home. What woman? Laura, what is going on? He rose to his feet, staring across the desk at her. What do you mean, what woman? She shook her head. Stanford is showing her to your chamber at this very moment. Laura, listen to me. I do not know what you are speaking of. Why would there be a woman in my chamber? His amber eyes were narrowed, his own anger beginning to grow. The courtesan. Laura threw the words as though they were an insult, and Dominique flinched, recoiling away as if struck. Do you really think I am a kind of gentleman that would order a courtesan to my own house? He scoffed gently, shaking his head. Well, no. She swallowed. She moved around the room, walking in a quick circle. I did not before. But you have done it, and I saw her with my own eyes. She turned to him, anger flashing in her green eyes, and waited for his response, to see him say anything. Many possibilities ran through her head, but his actual reaction caught her by surprise. He laughed. It was a small laugh, one more of exasperation than humor. You are laughing at me? She asked tightly. The pain in her heart grew even more. Have I truly made such a mistake? Not exactly. Dominique looked up to her, folding his arms. I am not sure whether to be amused or dismayed. Amused? She repeated in surprise. Yes, not only am I amused and dismayed that my brother has now grown so careless that he is inviting the courtesans he visits to my house, but I am also amused and dismayed that you would seriously believe me capable of doing such a thing. He looked to her with his amber eyes now wide. Your brother? Jason is out of the house. She replied quietly. She was not ready to believe the Earl's explanation yet. She had seen Jason leave with her own eyes much earlier that evening, and she had not seen him return. It could just be an excuse that Dominique was giving her to keep her happy. He came back about an hour ago. I put him in his room quickly before anyone else could see how drunk he is. You do not believe me? She hesitated, thinking over his explanation. Laura, I have tried to keep my brother's true nature as hidden as possible over the years. I know as my valet you have glimpsed it a couple of times now, but it is hardly unusual for me to try to sneak him back into the house before any staff can see him. He sighed, his mind clearly on his brother for a moment. I have to keep him hidden if I do not want it spread through all the houses in London that Jason is a drunken gambler. She covered her face and spoke through her hands. Your brother ordered the courtesan? Of course, he did. Dominique's voice was insistent. She was aware by the sound of his voice that he had moved out from behind his desk, but she did not uncover her eyes. Jason ordered the courtesan. My brother's lack of respect for his own reputation is growing greater by the day. Dominique's voice was in front of her now. Laura, did you actually think I would behave in such a way? Laura felt his hands on her wrists, gently urging them away from her face. She let him pull them away, surprised when he held onto her hands, lacing their fingers together. She kept her eyes on their hands for a moment, unable to look into his face. Oh, good God! I accused him of being a rogue. What will he think of me now? I just saw the courtesan. And I thought... She trailed off, unable to finish. She did not expect him to laugh again, so at the soft rumble, she looked up with surprise. Well, I have to say, I am delighted that you are now jealous of the idea of me with another woman. She pulled one of her hands away from his clasp and tapped him around the arm in a reprimand for his mischievous smile. I was not jealous. No? You just accused me of ordering a courtesan. He was still laughing. I thought you had. She tried to walk away, but with his hand holding hers, he pulled her back. She collided into his chest. His other arm went around her waist, holding her to him. No need to be embarrassed, Laura. I would be jealous too if I thought you had an interest in another man. He tipped her head up, holding her gaze with his own. In the candlelight, those amber eyes were practically smoldering. For a moment, Laura could not reply or say anything. She was too busy staring at the fire in his eyes and getting lost in its heat. You would be? She managed to whisper eventually. You still do not believe what I said that day I discovered you were my valet, do you? He was smirking. Then allow me to reiterate. Since that assembly, where you rather brilliantly put me in my place, and where I stole that kiss, I have thought of no one but you. This last week, our evenings together and the stolen moments in my chamber have been the best parts of my days. They have? Her eyes were fixed to his. They have. His smile was full now, his own gaze flicking down to her lips. If you do not believe that you are the only woman I dream of, then allow me to show you. He kissed her passionately. Chapter 16. There was something so intimate about kissing in Dominique's study this time. The space was much more private, and with the one candle, the light was amber, matching the color of his eyes. As Dominique deepened the kiss, Laura felt all the envy she had been suffering from a moment ago drift away. With him pulling her against him and kissing her in such an intoxicating manner, she wondered how she had doubted him at all. She pulled on his waistcoat, trying to get as close to him as possible, and he responded with just as much urgency. Before Laura could realize where his hands had gone, her valet's hat had been discarded and he had pulled her hair free of the tie. Her short locks fell loose around her ears and chin. He threaded his fingers through her locks, tilting her head to urge her to open her mouth to him. As she did, their tongues connected. Unlike their other kisses, this was not slow, rather it was full of need and heat. I should not continue. I am his employee, and yet, I do not want to stop. Next to go was her jacket. She felt his hands slip away from her hair into her shoulders, sliding under the rim of the jacket and pushing it off her arms. He pulled slightly away from their kiss, allowing her to look up to him and see his cheeks flushed in the candlelight. I have been meaning to ask, how did you hide your curves? He mischievously inquired, drawing a small laugh from her, then he dropped her jacket to the floor. I still remember the dress you were wearing at that assembly. I have linen binding me. She whispered to him. You liked that dress? She asked with surprise, remembering it was her second choice for the night. You were to die for in that dress. She thought of how mad she had been to find her stepsisters had destroyed the dress she had intended to wear that night. Looks like I should be thankful to them. His hands were on the black valet tie around her neck now, undoing it quickly. The speed with which he was moving made her smile. You know, as your valet, I am the one who is supposed to help you with your clothes. She whispered to him, her hands running down the buttons of his waistcoat. Well, I am enjoying returning the favor. He dropped a kiss to her neck as he dropped her tie, then went on to her waistcoat. Feel free to remove mine whenever you like. The suggestion was too much to refuse. Suddenly, she loved the idea of indulging in her fantasies with him, of exploring everything she had imagined in her dreams. Her hands went for his waistcoat, and she undid the buttons as quickly as possible, tossing it away to join her pile of clothes on the floor. Standing in their shirts, she felt Dominique's arms take hold of her again and pull her to him, kissing her deeply. She was lost in the feeling of the kiss, running her hands up the side of his neck, past his scar, and through his smooth brown locks, grabbing the hair tightly between her fingers. At the pull, he moaned softly into her mouth, spurring her to be bolder. She dropped her hands down his shirt, pulling it free of his waistband and slipped her hands under the material. As she traced the tight muscles across his stomach, she thought of how many times she had admired the strength of his figure as she watched him standing in front of his mirror. The feel of his skin under her hands sent sparks through her body, sparks that coiled much lower, down to a place that she knew should not be spoken of outside of marriage. She did not care at that moment. Touching him was too exhilarating to resist. His hands traced around her waist and down to the curve of her hips, eliciting a soft gasp from her into their kiss. She was aware they were moving now. He was backing her across the room. Before she understood where they were traveling, she toppled down to the settee behind her. He fell with her, pressing his body over her. She clawed at his back, desperate to keep kissing him, needing the feel of him against her. "So," he murmured, between kisses, "have I persuaded you that I think of no other woman?" He leaned back and raised his eyebrows, taunting her with how close he was, his lips just out of reach. Laura felt a desire to be mischievous. Nearly. She tilted her head to the side, and she leaned back on the settee, biting her lip. "Ah." He smiled, dropping down to his elbows over her. "Do you want a little more persuading?" "Perhaps I do." She giggled as she reached up and threaded her fingers back into his hair, pulling him nearer. This time when they kissed, she was aware of all the places their bodies were touching. Their chests pressed together, one of his legs between hers, and their hips brushed against each other as he moved against her. The brush of those hips had her breath hitching. It was a sensual tease, suggesting what their bodies could be doing together. "Oh, I wish we would." His stance began to move. He lifted from her lips and traveled down, dropping kisses through her shirt to her chest. As he drifted, she glanced to the door, concerned that they could be discovered, but no one had any reason to disturb them after all. Most of the staff were downstairs. Jason was with his courtesan, and Stanford was the only one who would have noticed her absence. Laura closed her eyes, concentrating on the feeling of Dominique's hands as they slipped from caressing her hips to the opening of her breeches. She peered through them again then, seeking his amber gaze through the orange glow of the room. His hand hovered over the opening. He was smiling at her. "What do you think?" He was waiting for her permission. She pretended to consider her answer, but the truth was, she did not want to refuse. She wanted to know what it could be like to be with him. "So," she nodded. He smiled again and unfastened the buttons on her breeches, his other hand on her hip. "You do realize how revealing these breeches are, do you not?" He was teasing her again, trailing his hand down at the opening of her breeches whilst he leaned down over her, bracing himself above her with his other hand. "You have been looking, my lord?" She teased him, affecting the deferential tone she had previously used with him. "You have been ogling your valet?" "Ha! That I have. It is very difficult not to look at my valet's legs in these breeches when my valet is you." He chuckled as he lowered his lips to her neck. "Even more difficult to behave." The suggestive flirtation of his words made the sparks shooting through her body grow greater. Laura was so entranced by the feeling of his lips on her neck and the soft nibble that followed, that it took her a moment to realize where his hand had now gone. The hand had slipped inside the fastening of her breeches and was currently caressing the bare skin of her hip. Just a soft touch of his fingers tracing soft circles on her skin. The touch was so light, it was barely there, just teasing her. He moved his knee to the other side of hers, parting her legs for him to rest between. The excitement of being so close to him made her hands tangle in the back of his shirt, holding him close to her. That was when he lowered his hand, moving from her hip to the secret part between her legs. The first touch had her gasping with surprise. His kisses on her neck grew more insistent, making her lean up into his touch, just as he began a slow rhythm with his hand. She was tormented by the slow sensual pleasure. Yet still, she desperately wanted him to pick up the pace. She could feel herself moving against his hand, silently begging him with her body to speed up. "How I have dreamed of this," he whispered in her ear, raising himself from her neck to look at her face. Staring up into his amber eyes, she could see the desire there. He wanted her as much as she wanted him. He watched her as she clung to his arms through the shirt, amazed at the flexing of muscle beneath her hands. She could see he was flushed too, his eyes on her mouth as she made small breathy moans with each move of his hand. She wanted more. The feeling washing over her was more than she could have ever imagined, but it filled her with need for more of him. She moved against his hand again, pleading for him with her body. The motion made him smile, holding back his own moan as he lowered his lips to her for a kiss. They were lost in that dancing of their tongues and the passion of that kiss for a moment, until Laura heard footsteps. They were a little distance away, coming down the stairs, but quite possibly heading their direction. She took hold of Dominique's hair and pulled him away from the kiss, saying with fear, "Someone is coming." "Surely not," he murmured, looking to the door, straining to hear. After a moment, he removed his hand from her, and she nearly moaned at the loss of contact, anxious for him to continue. "You are right." What followed was a mad panic. Dominique pulled back, staring at Laura, both of their eyes wide. They hurried to stand and dress. Laura had to refasten her breeches, pick up her waistcoat from the floor and fix her tie. The end result was messy, definitely not neat as it always had been before. Dominique threw the hair tie and the hat for her to catch, and she hurried to put them on, then turned to him, looking for approval. The footsteps were definitely making their way toward the study, growing louder with each step as they walked across the wooden floorboards of the corridor. Dominique shook his head and moved to Laura, helping to straighten her clothes. She helped him too as some of the buttons on his waistcoat were misaligned. "How is that?" she whispered to him, glancing at the door. "Apart from the fact we are both flushed?" Dominique whispered to her, still smiling, and she covered her cheeks for a moment. "Well, we will have to do." He stole another quick kiss and hurried toward his study desk, just as there was a firm knock at the door. Laura rushed to stand by the door. On her way, she noticed that they had rather crumpled the settee from their enthusiasm. She held up a hand to Dominique as he sat down, telling him not to allow admittance yet, and hurried to arrange the cushions. Once she was happy with the result, she stood straight again, with her hands looped behind her back, the formal visage of a valet. Then she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror. "Dominique is right. One glance at my face, and someone could assume what we had been doing." She hoped whoever stepped through the door would not look too closely at her. Chapter 17. "Enter," Dominique said, trying to keep his voice calm. He sat behind his desk, hiding his bottom half from view. He needed to hide what she had done to him. If he stood straight, it would be more than apparent what his feelings were for his valet, visible through his breeches. He cast a glance to Laura, who now stood by the door, having rearranged her clothes and hidden her face behind her hat. The door opened, revealing Stanford. "Good evening, my lord." "Oh." Stanford's gaze turned to Laura in surprise as he stepped into the study. "Evening, Stanford." Dominique realized he would have to speak quickly. He had known Stanford for many years, and they could read each other very well by now. Dominique was not oblivious to the glances Stanford had given him over the past few days, wondering why his master was spending so much time in the company of his valet. "I hope you do not mind me stealing Lawrence away for a moment. I needed some advice on some new shoes." "Of course not, my lord." "Lawrence, perhaps you should return to the cupboard?" "Yes. Good night, my lord." Laura bowed, affecting her husky voice, and leaving the room quickly. Dominique had to hide his smile. Her voice was already deep and sultry, and, hearing the way she affected it to sound like a man, he wondered again why he had not recognized her sooner. He turned his gaze to Stanford, more than a little irritated at the interruption. He was recalling the feel of being so close to Laura, her skin against his, responding to the illicit touches, and the way she had made those little breathy moans. Oh, if only I had made her reach her edge. He wanted nothing more than to order her back into his presence and dismiss Stanford for the night. "My lord, I thought you should know." Stanford stepped toward the desk. "Your brother, Mr. Brooks, has ordered a courtesan." He whispered the words with great fear. Realizing this was the first Dominique was supposed to have heard of the matter, he responded with due shock. He cursed for a few minutes and thanked Stanford for bringing it to his attention. He asked Stanford to ensure her presence was kept a secret from the rest of the household and promised to speak to Jason himself about the matter. As Stanford left, he sat back in his chair, running his hands across his face in stress. Why does Jason have to behave in this way? Jason had gone too far now. Bringing a courtesan to their home. Well, it was unthinkable. The fact that Laura had been witness to the matter made Dominique burn with bitterness toward Jason. He adored Laura, that much was apparent to him now. After their deal was up, and the month had passed, he had no intention of letting her go home to an awful marriage. No, he would do anything he could to protect her. The fact that Jason's behavior could make Laura think ill of Dominique riled him. "This ends now, Jason. I will not put up with this anymore." A few days passed before Dominique managed to speak to Jason in private. His brother had gone on a short excursion with some friends in town and returned with his wallet significantly lighter from their trips to the gaming hall and brothels. Dominique sent for Jason whilst he was preparing for fencing. He stood in the sports room in his leathers with a sword in his hand, practicing his moves in the air as Jason entered the room, with a swagger in his stride, as always. "You sent for me?" Jason asked, nearing his side. As Dominique practiced one of his lunges, Jason jumped away, even though he was a good distance far from where Dominique was directing his épée. "Well, Dom. I would have hated to be one of the men that met you in battle." Jason laughed as he clutched his chest, then stood straight again. "With a little training, you would have been able to give me a run for my money." Dominique glared at him, seeing for the first time that Jason was still wearing evening clothes. "What's that?" Dominique pointed to a stain on his brother's shirt. "Oh, wine." Jason shrugged, as though asking, what could he do? Dominique shook his head and returned the épée to the stack at the end of the room. Jason had gone to sleep in his evening clothes and not even bothered to change that morning. Dominique had rehearsed many times over the last few days how to tell Jason about the decision he had made, but now that the time had come, he found it was difficult. Jason was the last family Dominique had left in the world. "Do you know how much money you have lost over the last couple of weeks alone, Jason?" Dominique kept his eyes on the array of épée, waiting for a response. "Well," Jason answered as he paced around the room. "It may have been a little more than normal, but it is all under control." "That is the point, Jason. It is far from under control." He turned to face his brother and folded his arms across his leathers. He affected a stern face, seeing the surprise in Jason's own expression. "Lighten up, Dom. Sometimes I have winning nights too." "No, you do not. Beyond the money, there are even greater problems." "Such as?" Jason seemed unperturbed by this idea. Dominique walked briskly toward him, closing the distance between them. "You ordered a courtesan to my house," he whispered, his voice seething with rage. Jason's expression altered for the first time to one of understanding. "It was just one night." "My house, Jason? What must the staff think of you?" Dominique was shaking his head, barely believing his brother's audacity. He had spoken to Laura a little of his fears about Jason the night before, though he had not opened up completely. Laura had taken the subject with lightness and wit, which had been a great relief to him. She merely poked fun at Jason, remarking on the fact he was much more arrogant than she had ever realized when attending assemblies. She is right. Jason's arrogance knows no bounds. Jason did not reply. He merely stepped away, putting a little distance back between them. "You do not seem to care that you are not only dragging your own reputation through the mud, but mine with it." Dominique's words were louder now, prompting Jason to look back to him. "I am not your responsibility, Dom. You do not have to censor me. Yes, I do. We are brothers, and we share a name. Everything you do not only affects your standing, but also my own. Yet, you do not care about that, do you? Dominique watched Jason for a response, but his brother merely shifted between his feet, moving his hands to his pockets. Of course, you do not. Well, I am tired of this. Tired of what? Tired of trying to cover up your bad reputation. Tired of paying for your gambling. Tired of hiding how often you visit brothels and even bring those women to my house. He felt his voice booming now. He hardly cared if the staff heard him anymore. He rather suspected rumors of Jason were spreading anyway. Jason said nothing. He merely stared back at him, his face indifferent. So, I have made a decision. Dominique continued, trying to control his voice. Every penny you lose on the gaming halls, you pay for yourself now. I beg your pardon? Jason stepped toward him, frowning with confusion. That means, no money from this estate. Not another penny from the income of the earldom will go to help you. You want to gamble away your inheritance and your reputation? Fine, but do it with your own money, not mine. Dominique turned away, preparing to leave the room. As the younger son, Jason had received a much smaller inheritance after their father's death. But Jason hurried after him. My inheritance, it's... Have you already spent it? Dominique looked sharply at Jason as he reached the door, and Jason did not attempt to contradict him, giving him all the answer he needed. What a surprise! The Earl spoke with thick sarcasm. Looks as though you will need a position of work to pay for your habit. Work? But, Dom, I am your brother. That position with the Navy is still waiting for you. Dominique pulled open the door, casting one last look back to Jason. I suggest you take it. Jason said nothing in reply. Dominique hurried away, marching through the corridor with such force that he could feel the anger in every single step he took, his shoes slapping loudly against the marble floor. He had hardly expected Jason to take the news well, but the confirmation that every single penny of his brother's own inheritance was gone was shocking to hear. His only remaining family treated him like a bank rather than a brother at all. Dominique ran up the stairs to his chamber, seeking out the comfort of his own space. As he stepped inside, he turned to find Laura was there. Of course, she would be. As his valet, she would help him out of his leathers, but then he saw what was in her hands. She was standing by his dresser, with a charred doll between her fingers. Her green eyes darted between the doll and him, realizing she had been caught snooping. What are you doing with that? Dominique had never before spoken with such seething anger toward her. Chapter 18. Laura was not sure what had made her do it, but she picked up the scorched doll from the dresser whilst Dominique was practicing his fencing, determined to try and discover more about it. She had observed him looking at it more than once, and the memory of Stanford telling her not to go near the doll was vivid, but she now knew Dominique well enough that she did not want to have secrets between them anymore. When she thought back to what they had done in his study a couple of days before, her cheeks heated with the thought. There, she had started to wonder about the deal she had made with Dominique. After a month, we will see if you cannot stop thinking of me either, and if you fall for me too. In the study, with his hands all over her and enjoying those heated kisses, she rather suspected she knew what her answer would be after a month. How can I ever leave his house? That was the question that had been in her mind as Stanford had walked into the room. The brief moment had given her a chance to look to the wall, to see what had so fixed Dominique's gaze before her entry to the study. There was a painting on the wall of his mother and sister. Stanford had previously pointed the painting out to her. Laura had attempted to raise the subject of his family with him the previous night, but when she glimpsed that look of melancholy on his face, she had changed the subject. They spent the rest of the evening in the library with Dominique telling her entertaining stories of his years at university. So, as Dominique went to practice his fencing that day, she wandered toward the doll and retrieved it from the dresser in order to analyze it closely. The hair of the doll was matted and singed in places, and the cheeks were blackened and scorched. Even the dress was covered in soot. She turned the doll over in her hands, trying to discern more about it. The doll had belonged to a child, a young girl. The memory of the painting Dominique had been looking at came back to her. His sister had been just a girl in that painting. Laura had assumed that the sister had died of natural causes, perhaps an illness of some kind. But if that is so, and if this is her doll, then why is it burnt? Why does Dominique keep it here? She would ask him, at some point, but not that day. She was about to return the doll to the dresser when the door opened. Before she could return the doll to its place, she saw Dominique's striking figure walk into the room, and his amber eyes alight on her. With the sight of her holding the doll in her arms, his eyes widened in shock. That is not a happy face. What are you doing with that? He asked, his voice tight as he pointed at the doll. I am sorry. The words came quickly from her. I just wondered what it was. Before she could say anything else, he marched toward her and took the doll from her hand, turning to place it back on the dresser. It is nothing, he said, walking away and running his hands through his hair. Well, I do not believe that. She knew she was being direct. He flicked his head back to her in surprise at her words, but she could not leave the matter alone now. Not when she was so far down the rabbit warren. This had to be talked about. If it was nothing, me holding it would not be an issue for you. Well, it is an issue, so please do not touch it again. He turned away from her, walking toward the mirror and attempting to remove his leathers. Laura walked to his side to help him. I promise not to. Her words were tight, despite the soft meaning. Seeing him angry with her was only making her own frustration rise. What does it mean, Dominique? It is none of your business. He kept his head turned away from her. None of my business? She stepped around him, under the pretense of helping him with the leathers, but really wanting to bring them face to face. Your happiness is none of my business? I beg your pardon? He was frowning at her. That doll has something to do with why you are so sad at times, does it not? She tried to soften her voice, but he was covering his face with his hands now. She was determined to push through whatever boundary was keeping him from her. He knew all her secrets. She had told him everything. Why she had run away and how much she missed her father. Was it so mad to want him to trust her with his secrets too? I am not talking about this, Laura. He tried to take off the last of his leathers, swiping at it in anger, but it was still tied tightly. She walked around to his back to help him untie it. Why not? I have seen you lock yourself in your study sometimes, as though you carry all the sadness the world can contain on your shoulders. Laura, not now. He tried to walk away from her as he was released from the leather. The sight of him trying to put distance between them tore something in her heart, begging her to reach out to him one last time with her words. You know all my secrets. Her words made him stop. He was halfway across the room, his back turned to her. He did not move. Very well. She closed the distance between them, walking slowly until she was just behind his back. If you cannot speak to me of what it is that upsets you, then I will not press you to. But I cannot help wanting to know, Dominique. Why not? He asked quietly, his head turning just a tiny bit as though trying to hear her better. Because you have made me happy whilst I have been here. Is it so wrong for me to want to make you happy too? It was a leap that she was taking. She pressed her hands against her stomach for a moment, waiting to see what he would say next. Dominique, is it wrong? She needed him to answer. No, it is not wrong. He turned back toward her. She was startled to see there were unshed tears in his eyes, making the amber color glow, as though his eyes were on fire. "Dominique," she said with worry, reaching out for him. He took her arms in his, clutching to her. "I just..." He swallowed, as though trying to hold back his tears. "I do not talk of it. I am sorry for being mad, it is just... It is too difficult to speak of." "That is all right. I understand." She moved closer to him, lifting one of her hands from his to slide up his neck and brush his cheek. He leaned into her touch for a moment, closing his eyes with it. "You do not have to speak of it. I only wish to help you, Dominique." He smiled, opening his eyes again. "You do not know what that means to me." He lifted her hand that was in his to his lips and kissed the back of it, then he held the hand to his mouth, clearly unwilling to part with it. He kept blinking, pushing away the tears before they could fall. "You make me happier than I have been in a long time." His admittance made her grasp even tighter to his hand. "As though I am free from the past." His words connected with her. "Free. I have been free too." Over the last couple of weeks, she had truly been free from not only the shackles of her own home but from the conventions expected of her. Indulging in Dominique's company at length, talking of science, fossils, and books, kissing him and exploring this spark had been like living a life made from a dream, rather than reality. "I will always try to make you happy," she admitted, her voice just a whisper. Her words made him smile behind her hand that he still held to his lips. He kissed it again then lowered it down. "I will always try to make you happy too." He stepped toward her, closing the gap between them and lowering his head to hers. This kiss was the softest they had ever shared. It was a gentle press of lips. Laura held herself against his chest as the kiss finished. Slowly, their arms came up to embrace one another. His around her waist and hers around his neck. It was an intimate position. Despite the secret that he still kept, Laura now felt like she knew him better than she had before. "Then we have a deal," Laura said with a smile, pulling back slightly in Dominique's arms so that he could see her face. "We will both try to make each other happy, and, whenever you do wish to talk about what that doll means, I am here." Her words made him smile again. "Now, I should get back to my duties before Stanford wonders what has happened to me." "I think he suspects something, you know," Dominique said quietly. "Does he?" Laura flinched at the idea. "Well, he certainly had a curious look on his face the other day when he came into the study to find both of us rather flushed." He was smirking again, and they both laughed softly. He lowered his head to hers in a movement of trust, and they rested their foreheads together. They both just stayed there for a few moments, holding on to one another. What had just passed meant more to Dominique than he could articulate. He had been so angry about Jason that seeing Laura with the doll had antagonized him. He never expected her to respond to his misplaced anger with such affection. It made him care for her all the more. She wanted to help him, but the truth was that she already had. Over the last couple weeks, Dominique had not suffered from the same recurring nightmare. Instead, his dreams had been of a different kind of fire, a different kind of heat, the kind caused by holding Laura in his arms. In his dreams, he imagined her beneath him many times, moaning his name as they held on to one another. They were much pleasanter dreams to awaken from. "I really should get to work," she said eventually. "Would you like a bath running?" He kept his arms tight around her waist for a moment. He wished she were not working for him. He wished they could just enjoy each other's company instead, without the pressure and fear of being discovered by Stanford. He opened his mouth to tell her as much, but he trailed off, unable to do so. They had not yet reached the end of the month, which was the time they had agreed on for their deal. He knew when that month was up, he would ask her to stay with him, not as his valet, but as his wife instead. He would not ask before the month was up. Even if he would not ask her to marry him yet, there were other things he could indulge himself in. He had barely stopped thinking of the moment they had shared on the settee in his study. He wanted more of that.
Dominique?
She asked again, curious as to why he had not answered.
Stay with me for a while?
He asked softly, making her eyebrows raise.
We could bathe together, what do you say?
Chapter 19. Laura could not help the excitement that spread through her at Dominique's suggestion.
She nodded with a smile, and in response,
his smile grew even wider. I best get some hot water, she whispered, parting from him briefly to hurry below stairs and prepare his bath. With the multiple journeys she had to make carrying the bath water, she could feel herself growing more heated. As she poured the final bucket of hot water into the copper bath in his garderobe, she felt his eyes watching her. She lowered the bucket to the ground and turned to look at him in the garderobe doorway that led back to the chamber. At the sight of him, she suddenly felt her mouth was very dry. She licked her lips, trying to draw some more moisture back to them. Her action seemed to stir something in him. He moved away from his place in the door and reached her quickly, stealing a deep kiss. As she sank into his arms, one of his hands went to her back, holding her tightly to him. She cradled her body against his, remembering what they had done on the settee in his study. Would it be so bad to do such a thing again? Nothing had been unpleasant about that shared excitement on the settee, and she could not resist the idea of exploring together again. He was the first to part from their kiss. His hands went quickly to toss her hat to the side and remove her valet's jacket. The jacket slid down her arms and landed in a bundle on the floor. Next, he went to her waistcoat and the small black tie round her neck. Laura giggled at the speed with which he was working. You seem a little impatient, she whispered to him. He raised his eyes to her, holding the same humor. Forgive me my excitement. You are always undressing me after all. I am enjoying returning the favor. His words brought another laugh from her as he went for her shirt. He pulled it free of her waistband and over her head, leaving her more exposed than before. Laura felt the air of the room bristle against the exposed skin of her arms. As he dropped the shirt to the floor, his eyes went down to the last thing that was covering up her chest. It was the strip of linen that she had used to bind her breasts and hide her curves. Ah. He smiled, his hands running up either side of her waist and along the linen. This is how you have been hiding yourself. It was effective, she whispered, her mind much more on where his hands were traveling. They were now just below her breasts, tantalizingly close and making her breathe heavily. I prefer you without it. He laughed as he found the loose flap that she had tucked under the binding and began to release her. For the first couple of turns, he circled the binding around her, but soon he just pulled on the end, encouraging her to turn away from him in a circle and unwind herself. Both of them laughed softly with the movement. Soon, her torso completely bare to him. With the last strip about to come away, she held it to her body briefly, covering herself just one more moment. Nervous? He asked as he walked toward her, placing his hands on the bare crook of her waist. A little, she agreed, with a nod, but I trust you. Her words made him smile again. With that, he took hold of the linen and encouraged her to let go. She did not need much encouragement. She let him take it and revealed herself to him. His hand slowly slid up her waist and took hold of her breasts. The touch was soft and gentle, just a caress of her skin. She wanted more. She yearned to lean into him, but she refrained. Instead, her hands went for his clothes. Your turn, she said teasingly. He laughed in response. Together, they stripped him of his clothes and what remained of hers. Once completely bare to one another, Laura could not stop her lingering eyes. She had never seen a man completely naked before, and she was curious. He laughed at how closely she examined him. You seem intrigued, he teased. I am. She smiled, raising her eyes to him. Well, I am glad you are as intrigued by me as I am you. He smiled too and took hold of her hand, drawing her back to the bath. He climbed in first, then she followed. The luxurious feel of the hot water against Laura's skin had her relaxing back into him. During her time in servitude, she did not have such luxuries as a copper bath. The whole experience was enthralling, especially with Dominique behind her, his arms wrapped around her waist. They said nothing for a while as they relaxed together, just enjoying being in each other's company in such a way, but soon hands began to wander. Dominique picked up some soap and under the pretense of washing her. His hands first went to her arms, somewhere quite modest for his fingers to travel, then they became bolder. Laura felt Dominique reach around her and wrap his hands around her ankles, his soapy hands then slid gradually up her legs. They got slower as they neared her hips. With the teasing movement, her breathing grew faster, and she had to work to keep her body still. His hands moved past her legs, across her hips and up to her waist. There they rested for a moment, just exploring the skin beneath her chest, taunting her once again. "You are a tease," she whispered. He laughed in response. He pulled her toward him again so that her back was flush against his front, with the back of her head resting on his left shoulder. "Well, if you are not a fan of teasing, I best start pleasing you." His voice was seductive as he bent down and whispered in her ear. One of his hands moved to her breasts. She arched against the sudden touch in response. Her mind was so focused on this sensation and on the feeling of being near to him, that it took her a moment to realize where his other hand had traveled to. The hand was on one of her legs. He tucked his fingers under her knee and lifted her leg, so it draped over his, opening her up. Then his hand drifted up her thigh and straight to her center. The feelings of pleasure she had known from their evening together in the study returned. This time he was bolder with his hand, not so nervous of her response. He moved quickly, bringing her to the edge of ecstasy within minutes. With his fingers deep inside of her, she bit her lip, trying to stop the moans that were attempting to fall from her lips. She did not want anyone walking the corridors to hear and guess what they were doing. The pleasure she was experiencing reached new heights now. Last time when they had explored, they had been interrupted, but this time they did not face such a risk. Laura felt her body tighten as the pleasure began to overwhelm her. It was as though something was building, because of the two kinds of pleasure he was giving to her. "Dominique, I think She could not phrase the words. She did not know how to. "Laura," he whispered in response, dropping his lips to her neck, and nibbling softly. She felt she was nearing an edge, with the pleasure building so high she wondered what would happen when it reached its pinnacle. Then it happened. She felt as though she crashed down from the pleasure, only the result was something more amazing. His hands continued stroking her, and she rode out the pleasurable sensation. She was breathing heavily as she relaxed against him once more, her body spent. He moved his hands away until he was just brushing her arms and legs with soft caresses. That was. She could not think of the right word. "I know." He kissed her neck again, showing he understood without needing the words. It took a minute for her to gather herself before she reached for the soap. She moved around in the bath, turning until she was facing him with her legs on either side of his hips. Once in this position, she began to wash him. He made small moans as her hands traveled his body. Down his neck and chest, across his hips, past his scar, back to his arms. She avoided the most secret part of him, until she brought herself against it. The move had them both gasping. Her hands fell still as she returned the soap to the dish beside them. They held each other's gazes, green eyes against amber. They were both tempted, it was easy to see. With Laura straddling him, her arms around his shoulders and his around her waist, they were incredibly close. Laura could even feel that part of him brushing her center. The feel of him had her biting her lip in anticipation. It would be very easy indeed for them to cross that boundary and be together completely.
We cannot,
Dominique said eventually with a sigh.
Believe me, Laura,
As much as I want to, we cannot.
she nodded in reply, and she knew that it was the right decision. She could not risk becoming pregnant. They would be risking that if they were to give way to their desires.
We best stop then.
She smiled sadly and dropped a kiss to his lips.
He was more urgent with the kiss, and he threaded his hands into her brown hair, prompting her to open her mouth again. Their tongues moved together, urging them both to press their bodies together again. Yes.
Dominique pulled away with a smile.
We must stop.
You are very tempting, you know.
She giggled as she pulled away from him and climbed out of the bath. A few seconds later, he followed. With his faster movement, he caught her up and they both made a grab for the one towel they had. As they stood there, drying one another and playing a small game dabbing each other with the towel, Laura felt for a moment that she would never stop smiling again. They were stealing kisses from each other, between caressing each other's bodies. The brief kisses were tantalizing, reminding her of what they had just shared, and making her yawn to draw him back to the bath and do it all over again. The minutes felt so intimate, so close. As Dominique went to dry her hair, he pulled her softly toward him, planting the sweetest of kisses to her temple. She sank into the sensation, resting her body against his chest, and feeling the heat emanating from him. He trailed off. He said just the one word before he gave her another kiss to her temple. What is it? She whispered to him, looking up and seeing those amber eyes staring back down at her.
It's just... He sighed, breathing deeply.
I was thinking how happy I am that you decided to run away from home. She laughed then, the sound of her laughter seemed to make him chuckle too.
I know it was not an easy thing to do,
he explained quickly. Nor was it something you took lightly. You were running from a horrible situation, but I cannot help but be thankful for you falling back into my life. That is all. Well,
I am here.
She smiled, wrapping her arms around his waist. They both stood there for a minute, with their arms around one another, skin against skin. For the month, he said sadly, lowering his forehead to hers as they had done in his chamber just before they bathed together. The gesture of trust had Laura's heart in her throat. He was sad at the idea of her parting from him once their deal was up. Once this game was over and the month had ended, what would happen then? Holding on to him, Laura was pretty certain he was winning this game. After all, she was falling for him. With each passing day, imagining a life where she did not see him was becoming increasingly painful. If he won this game, she rather suspected it would not feel like she had lost at all. It is as though I have been walking through the rain, and he is the sunshine on the other side of the storm. Chapter 20. Dominique paced through the study, clutching the letter in his hand, and reading it for what had to be the third time that morning. It was from an acquaintance of his in town who happened to be a good friend of the Earl of Mumford, Laura's stepfather. The letter went on at length of the turmoil the family were going through because of Laura's disappearance. They did not know if she was even alive, as they had heard nothing from her. This was the point on which Dominique was struggling. He had no wish to return Laura to the dire situation she had escaped from, but he also did not like the idea of her mother thinking her child was lost somewhere on the streets. He would have to speak of it with Laura. Perhaps alone she could not deduce a way to reassure her mother of her safety, but perhaps together they could think of a solution. There was something else bothering him about the situation though. The letter writer had revealed that the reward that has been offered for knowledge of Laura's whereabouts had now been increased and excessively so. Looking at the number on the parchment made Dominique all the more nervous. If any member of his household staff was to discover Laura's true identity, he could not help fearing that they might turn her into her family. He knew Stanford was suspicious of her. Yet he also knew Stanford would never do such a thing. Beyond the loyalty Stanford and Dominique had to one another, They were close friends after what they had been through all those years ago.
No.
If Stanford truly had any idea about Laura's identity, he would come to me first.
Yet with such a figure offered,
if any other member of staff knew of Laura's true identity, he was not as convinced of her safety.
They would have to be more careful, of that he was certain.
Laura was struggling to keep her hands to herself as she did her duties assisting Dominique. She was undressing him, helping him out of the jacket and waistcoat that he had been wearing that day. You know that you are still the best valet I have ever had.
He laughed,
before stealing a quick kiss from her as she unbuttoned his waistcoat.
Am I?
She looked up to him innocently, finishing the last of the buttons and sliding the garment down his shoulders. Perhaps your affection is just appreciation for my hard work then?
In answer, he stole another quick kiss.
This one made her hands tighten on his shoulders, clinging to him. Hardly. He chuckled. She moved away and replaced the waistcoat into the wardrobe, aware that his gaze had followed her across the room. I received a letter the other day. He began carefully as he attended to his shirt, loosening it from his waistband. I am assuming it was an interesting letter, for you to mention it to me. She teased as she returned to him, preparing to help him take off the shirt.
Interesting is not quite the right word.
It certainly made me nervous. Nervous?
Laura froze at this word, her hand on his shirt.
What for?
It was about your family.
You remember the Earl of Mumford was offering a reward for information on your whereabouts?
Yes.
Well, it seems he is upping his offer.
He explained,
his expression wincing at the idea. His arms went around her waist, pulling her into him. She went willingly, never wanting to stay away from him now. I am worried that if anyone in my staff was to suspect who you are, they might turn you in. Well, have no fear there. She smiled, trying to appear more confident than she felt. I am quite the master of disguise. Oh really? The corner of his mouth turned up in humor. No one suspects me.
Well, that is not quite
true. He was still smiling. Stanford definitely suspects something. It is also safe to say that one other person in this house knows, because he currently has his arms around you. She giggled in response as he tightened his arms with emphasis. Very well. She agreed. One person knows about me. Another is suspicious, but no one else knows, so we do not need to worry. I hope you are right. He did not look convinced. Are you worried about your family at all? What they are going through? It was a question Laura had been avoiding for some time. All traces of humor left her body, and she lowered her eyes from his face, staring at his shirt-covered chest instead. I have upset you, he said softly, his hand moving to caress her waist through the valet's jacket.
No, it is just.
She paused, swallowing past a surprising pain that was brought by his words. It is difficult to explain as all.
Here,
let me continue with this. She pulled at his shirt again. You know, I would still be happy to undress myself. He chuckled as the shirt went over his head. I am merely completing my duties, she said with a smile as she pulled the shirt free of him. Plus, it is easier to speak of this while I have something to distract myself. Very well. He sat down on the ottoman at the end of the bed, and she went to replace the shirt to the wardrobe. She trusted Dominique. In truth, it had been easy to ignore the issues with her family whilst she was under his roof, but it was not something she could escape forever. Sooner or later, it would be something she would have to face. You remember I talked of my father before, how much I miss him. She kept her focus on the shirt. She had talked at length during their evenings in the library of her love for her father and the way he encouraged her education. Indeed, I do, he confirmed, leaning forward and resting his elbows on his knees. My father's death was sudden. She swallowed again, feeling the threat of tears. She blinked them away quickly, keeping her focus on the wardrobe. Actually, it was extremely sudden. One moment he was there and the next. She did not complete the sentence, she just made an attempt at sorting his clothes in the wardrobe. Next thing I knew, my mother was marrying again. At that point, everything changed. In what way? His words urged her look round to him. She was marrying very quickly, she acknowledged, leaning against the door of the wardrobe. I was hardly happy about that. Yet, she changed in manner too. Ever since her remarriage, she has been ridiculously happy with the Earl of Mumford, and she is impossibly aloof whenever I try to talk to her. Aloof? She's your mother. Dominique was clearly uncomfortable with this idea. I know. She nodded. It may seem strange not to have tried to contact my family whilst I have been gone. Part of me was worried that they would discover my location if I did so, but part of me could not help thinking they just did not care. Laura, I am certain they care. He rose to his feet, hurrying across the room, toward her. He was trying to comfort her, and she could see it, but she could not accept he was right. As he reached out toward her, she took his arms, so her hands rested in the crooks of his elbows. I am not certain, Dominique. She shook her head, trying to show her sincerity. My stepsisters despise me. Their hatred of me is arguably comical. That evening where I met you, they cut up the dress I was to wear. They cut it up? Whatever for? He asked, rather alarmed. I believe they were concerned at the idea that I might be setting my cap at either of the men they desired for their own suitors. She explained hurriedly, reluctant to add that those two men had actually been Dominique and Jason. They have no liking for me. My stepfather does not care for me either. He was only too happy for me to be betrothed to a man I despise. She shrugged helplessly. Please, do not think me cold-hearted. I wish, more than anything in this world, that my father was alive again, and that my mother was as she once was. Maybe even that I could have a happy relationship with my stepfather and stepsisters. But the world does not shape into what we wish so easily, does it? No, it does not. He smiled sadly. If only it could. I am sorry, Laura. He took one of her hands and brought it up to his lips, kissing the back gently. Laura felt her admiration spread for him as he kissed her hand. She was so connected to him in that moment. He truly knew everything about her now, as she had opened up completely. It is my turn, I think. He looked up and drew her across the room. Your turn, for what? She asked as she followed him. He brought her toward the dresser and picked up the charred doll. He held it in his hand for a moment before passing it to her. She was wary to take it. You can take it. He smiled softly. I promise not to get angry again. I am sorry about that, by the way. Laura smiled at his words, then took the doll with both of her hands. She analyzed it closely, touching the hair delicately with her fingers. I think it is my turn to tell you of my past. His words made her look up to him, her eyes wide. She could see his manner clearly. He was uncomfortable, yet strangely determined to speak of it. It is how this doll ended up like this, how I got this scar too. He lifted a hand to his neck and brushed the scar there. She took one of her hands away from the doll and followed the path of his hand, touching the scar softly. He moved his hand outside of hers and pressed it against him. You will have heard by now that my mother and sister died many years ago? He was careful as he spoke, each word hesitant. Yes, but I do not know how. She reassured him, still holding on to him. Well, the scar and the damage to the doll were both caused by what happened that day. He lowered his eyes to the doll, his voice now just a whisper. There was a fire. Laura's eyes shot down to the doll, suddenly looking at the charring on the doll in a new light. When she had seen the scald marks before, she had assumed it had been dropped in a fireplace at some point. She had never thought the doll and the scar were connected. "I was 15," he explained, looking back up so their gazes connected. "They think someone knocked a candle over in the house. The whole building went up." He gestured around the house. "Jason and my father were staying elsewhere, but my mother and sister were here with me. I escaped the house, but when I found Stanford, he told me they were still inside." Laura tightened her hold on him, suddenly desperate not to let him go as she feared what he would say next. "I ran back in," he said helplessly. "I tried to find them, before Stanford could stop me. I never found my mother, but this," he lamented, looking down at the doll. "This belonged to Juliet, my sister." "You found her?" Laura could hear how quiet her voice was. In response, Dominique nodded. For a minute, he said no words. He just continued to stare at the doll. When he looked up again, she could see the unshed tears in his eyes. "I found her at the bottom of the staircase." He spoke quickly now, clearly determined to get his words out as quickly as possible. "She was lying on the ground, pulling at the stairs." "Dominique." Laura could feel her own tears coming now in pain for him. She did not know what to say. She just wanted to make it better for him. "I picked her up and ran with her. She was only 10 years old," he explained, his voice straining now, almost raspy. "As I got near the exit, flames burst out of one of the doors along the corridor. That is why I have this." He gestured again to the scar on his neck. Laura moved her hand from his scar to cup his cheek. She used her thumb to brush away one of the tears that left his eyes and was making an escape down his face. "I got outside. Stanford threw his jacket over me, putting out the flames, but Juliet, she..." He blinked now, trying to push away the tears, but it was impossible. The emotion was too heavy. "She died in my arms." "Oh my God." Laura breathed, looking down at the doll. She understood now. She could see why he kept it with him on the dresser. Why he could not stand the idea of someone touching it. The doll held the memory of Juliet and their mother. He gently took the doll from her hands, holding it in his for a second. "This doll. I cannot escape it," he said with a little sharpness, shaking his head. "I guess part of me hopes that I will look at it someday, and it will be as it was, that I will be able to escape the past. I know it is foolish." He held the doll even tighter. "After what happened, as soon as I turned of age, I had to escape this house, escape the rebuilding that was ongoing." He kept his eyes on the doll now, blinking away his tears entirely. "That's when you joined the army?" Laura asked softly, lowering her hand down to his scar again. "Yes," he nodded. "I went to France, hoping that I could escape the memories of that night, but I never could." He turned, making her hand drop from his neck, and placed the doll back on the dresser, before looking back to her, and taking her hand in both of his. "Those dreams have stayed with me until recently. The last 13 years of my life I have spent trying to distract myself from the memories. You are the best thing I have found to make me happy again." His voice was quiet now. He said nothing more, just leaving her watching him. "I am?" she asked. The tears in his eyes were fading now, bringing back his normal amber color without the shine. "You are," he confirmed. "Now you know all my secrets." He smiled somberly. "Thank you for telling me." She walked toward him, and he lifted his arms. They embraced together, just holding one another for a while. "How can I ever leave this man now? I do not want to." Chapter 21. Dominique watched Laura complete her duties that night with longing. Each time she walked past him he would sneak a kiss or touch her fleetingly, just to have the chance of being near her. His confession to her that afternoon had changed their relationship entirely now. It had become something of complete trust. After the event, she had comforted with such words of kindness, promising to distract him again from the pain of the past. He had been impossibly drawn to her, desperate for her to stay by his side. "Stay with me tonight." The request came out before he could stop it. She turned sharply to look at him. He had already removed her valet's hat and pulled her hair ribbon out, so her hair flicked around her chin with the action, framing her pretty features and the brightness of her green eyes perfectly. "Well, that shocked you?" He smiled, from his position by the window. "Do you not want to?" "Dominique," she said, turning her attention to the toilette table, distracting herself by rearranging it as she often did these days. "I would love to, but you and I both know the risk is too great." She looked to the door, as though fearful of someone knocking. He did not want to admit she was right. The temptation to have her beside him all night was too much. "I promise not to let my hands wander." He smirked as he moved to his side, holding up his hands in a profession of innocence. It brought a laugh from her. "I give you my word, just stay with me for the night. Sleep beside me, that is all I ask." She was tempted. He could see it in the way she bit her lip. "What if someone noticed I was missing?" She looked back to him with concern. "Stanford would know if I did not return to my chamber." "I hardly care right now," he admitted with a small laugh, sitting down in the nearest chair. He wanted her to stay with him. Was that so bad? He loved her, and he knew that now. He was completely in love with her. There was nothing wrong with wanting the woman he loved to sleep by his side. He would just like her to sleep by his side as the woman she truly was. Laura, not as his valet. "I would dearly like to." She moved to him now, kneeling on the floor by his legs, bringing them closer together. "But do you really want the staff here whispering about an earl who entertains the company of his valet at night?" Her words brought a laugh from him. "I guess it could be too great a risk," he said after he stopped laughing, his eyes still on her. "It is just hard sometimes to let you go and return to being a valet, rather than just being the two of us." "I know." She nodded. "It's hard for me too." She bit her lip again, as though a sudden thought had occurred to her. "What? You thought of something?" He pointed to her face. "I can see it." "What are you thinking?" "I was just wondering if perhaps there was a way to make it work," she said with thought. "If I return to my chamber, perhaps I could sneak out later, after the other staff are asleep." He liked this idea, but he still had to urge caution. "Only if you do not think you will be caught." He could feel his smile growing. She smiled too, reflecting his own happiness. "Well, we can try." Laura could barely contain her excitement as she slipped out of her small chamber, or her disbelief at what she was doing. It was audacious, beyond something she ever thought she would do. Yet, after that day, after the discovery of Dominique's secret, she did not want to be away from him. The thought of going to sleep beside him, within the safety of each other's arms, was too great a temptation to resist. She waited until late into the night, when she could be certain that none of the other servants on her floor were awake. Now, she tiptoed out the door, looking up and down the corridor in the dark. She had not brought a candle with her, not wanting to alert anyone to her presence. Once she was certain that the corridor was empty, she tiptoed down it, trying to avoid the floorboards that she knew would creak underfoot. It took a long time to reach Dominique's floor, especially since she was moving so slowly to avoid detection, but as she reached his door, she knocked softly, making the barest of sounds. The door was answered very quickly indeed. On the other side was Dominique, his smile mesmerizing as he saw her. He took hold of her hand quickly, pulling her inside. As the door closed, Laura felt herself pulled into his chest and into a deep kiss. She was reminded of their time in the bath and everything they had explored together. This time, he did not let his hands wander. He kept to her waist. As he parted from the kiss, they were both breathless. Laura was aware of the sparks he had caused, coursing through her body. "I promised to behave," he whispered softly. "So, you did?" she teased. "Then we best get some sleep." He drew her towards the bed. As Laura removed the valet's jacket, she threw off her shirt and trousers, and she slipped under the covers in just the chemise-like shirt. She practically wriggled with happiness as Dominique joined her, pulling her into his side, so that her head rested on his shoulder, with his arm around her waist. They did not need to say anything more. They just took comfort in each other's silent company. Laura felt herself slowly drifting into sleep as one of Dominique's hands played with her own. She watched his fingers dance across hers in the moonlight, and she realized the next day would bring their one-month deal to a close. It had come so soon, and she did not want to escape it. She was fairly certain she knew what her answer would be to their deal. "I cannot leave him." Dominique woke in the middle of the night. Rather than his normal dreams, where he had to relive the past and the horror of that night when he lost his mother and sister, the dream he had woken from this time was pleasant. In this dream, he had been living a life where Laura was not his valet. In this dream world, she was beside him as his wife. It had been a simple imagining of a world where he and Laura could talk for hours at a time in the library together, and where they could sleep next to one another without having to orchestrate a situation upon which she had to sneak out of her chamber. He turned his head on the pillow, looking down to the woman he had been dreaming of. She was still fast asleep, with her head beside his. He tried to consider what it was that Laura brought to his life, what was different about her to every other woman he had met. He came up with two answers. The first was that she made him happy, just through conversation alone, and the second answer was hope. She had given him a reason to look forward to what the future could bring. Her eyes were closed, and she was breathing softly. Her brown hair fell loosely around her face and ears, tempting him to brush it back from her cheeks. The shirt she was wearing to sleep in had become hitched and raveled in the night, twisting around her body, and revealing a hint of cleavage, as well as her curves. Dominique felt his body stir at the image of her so tangled in his bed, but he resisted the craving, turning his eyes back up to her face. "I promised to behave, and I will." He looked over her head and around the room to see the moon peering through the gap in the curtains. It was still the depths of the night. Dominique moved his body closer to Laura and rested his arm over the crook of her waist, just to hold her nearby. He wished he could make the night last forever and stay in that moment. He knew when morning came, their month deal would be complete. Whilst he now knew that Laura did care for him too, the question still remained if she cared for him as much as he did for her. "She could leave me tomorrow." He could not bear that idea. No, he had a plan, a new plan to make her stay, to ensure that his dreams could become real. "I will ask her to marry me." He closed his eyes, preparing to drift off into sleep again when he felt her stir. He opened his eyes to see her rolling over toward him, her eyes opening too. "You are awake?" he whispered softly. "I am," she whispered back. "Lots of dreams." "What about you?" She smiled. He could not help smiling back. He closed the distance between them and gave her a soft kiss, just a gentle press of lips. "You remember when you promised to behave?" she said, with a mischievous tone in her voice. "That I did." He raised his eyebrows with a question for her. Perhaps there would be no harm in a little misbehaving. She trailed off, biting her lip. Dominique needed no more encouragement. He kissed her again and slid his arm back around her waist, pulling her into him. She fit perfectly against him, her curves snug against his chest. He had never known such desire as that he felt for Laura, and despite his temptation to make her his completely, to give them both that release, he would not do it now. Not until they were married. Yet with her taunting him in such a way, he could not resist exploring with her. Soon, they were both heated, pulling at each other's nightwear for access to each other's skin. Whereas before in the bath it had been slow and exploratory, as well as passionate, now there was evident need from both of them. Dominique tossed her nightshirt to the floor at the same time as his own, leaving them both exposed, and allowing them to press their bodies together. The touch of skin against skin, legs entwined, and her breasts against him made him bury his head in the crook of her neck, delivering those soft nibbled kisses to mark her as his own. She moaned and pressed herself up into those kisses. His hands went wandering, just as they had done before, this time finding the spot between her legs quickly. She was wet and heated for him. As he touched her, bringing her pleasure, he lifted his head from her neck and was mesmerized in watching her. She said his name over and over again as he worked, but what surprised him was when she reached down for him too. Her first touch on him made him groan, wanting more. She bit her lip, clearly unsure of what to do. He stopped pleasuring her for a moment and took hold of her hand, showing her exactly the rhythm and pressure that he liked. She smiled as she took control, and he returned his hand to her center. With them both pleasuring each other, Dominique was in ecstasy. The feel of being so intimate with her was intoxicating. It was not long before she was climbing her peak again. Seeing her reach it sent him over his edge as well. As they both came down from their highs, their bodies entwined, Dominique held tightly to her, never wanting to let her go. "I will ask you to marry me tomorrow." With both of them breathing heavily, Dominique held Laura in front of him again, and they drifted off to sleep. Laura woke early in the morning, and she rolled over in the covers to see the sky beyond the curtains just beginning to change to a soft purple, signaling that dawn was near. She looked back to see Dominique was still fast asleep. With his hair ruffled from his slumber, there were also lines in his handsome face from where the creases in the pillow had pressed against his cheeks. As his valet, she had seen many times how early he usually woke in the morning, and this had to be the longest she had ever known him to sleep. She knew the house would soon be busy again, with Stanford and the other servants bustling around with their duties. She would have to return to her chamber and dress for the day before anyone could see her. She slipped soundlessly from the bed, trying not to disturb Dominique. With the loss of her beneath his arm, he squirmed in the bed slightly, but soon he relaxed again, rolling over in the bed and pressing his face into the pillow. Laura stood and pulled the covers up to his neck, ensuring he would be warm, before she tiptoed across the room. As she reached the dresser, she paused, and her eyes lingered on the doll still on the surface. She looked at its matted hair and the blackened cheeks, remembering something Dominique had said the evening before. "I guess part of me hopes that I will look at it someday, and it will be as it was, that I will be able to escape the past. I know it is foolish." She did not think it foolish at all. Before thinking too hard on her decision, she picked up the doll from the surface of the dresser and looked back to Dominique in the bed. He had not stirred. She crept across the room and slipped outside, determined to do something to help him. It took some time to clean up the doll. Alone in her room, Laura washed the soot from the doll's dress and dusted the loose ash too. The china surface was harder. There were some scorched areas that had been so severely burnt, she could not repair them, but a surprising amount of burn marks came off with some soap and water. The matted hair was the hardest part. She spent a long time untangling the tresses and trying to comb them free. When it was complete, the doll was once again the perfect image of a child's toy, as it had once been for Dominique's sister. There was a knock on the door. Laura hid the doll quickly behind a mirror on her dresser surface and hurried to open the door. "Good morning, Stanford." She affected her gruff voice as she opened the door and pulled her hat low. "Good morning, Lawrence." Stanford smiled on the other side. "The Earl is ready for you now." It was the customary message. Stanford would always come to tell her when she was needed.
I will go at once. She nodded.
Later than usual,
Stanford remarked, not moving away from the door just yet.
So it is.
She agreed, seeing the close way in which Stanford was looking at her.
She felt his suspicion once again but did not know how to satisfy his curiosity without revealing the truth.
He must have had a good night's sleep. Yes.
Stanford switched between his feet, looking distinctly uncomfortable. Is everything well, Stanford?
Laura had a hand on the door, preparing to close it and fetch the doll to take to Dominique, but Stanford's strange manner was delaying her. Yes, it is just. He shifted again.
He glanced down the corridor before returning his gaze back to her. I have known his lordship since he was a child. Ever since the loss of his mother and sister,
he has never slept so long. Laura smiled sadly. She could not help the warmth that spread within her.
Am I the reason?
Perhaps it is time for his lordship to move into a new stage in his life, she said quietly.
Yes, Stanford smiled through his awkward manner.
I hope so. There was something else he clearly wanted to say, but he stepped back anyway, apparently restraining himself. To your duties, Lawrence.
Yes,
good day.
Laura nodded and quickly closed the door. Does he know?
He clearly knew something. Or at least, suspected something.
She waited until she heard his footsteps wandering back down the corridor and hurried to fetch the doll. She kept it behind her back, perfectly hidden as she meandered through the corridors of the house toward Dominique's room.
She knocked softly on the door as she arrived, filled with excitement. She could not wait for him to see her handiwork, to have the doll restored to some of its old glory. Enter.
His voice called from inside the room. She stepped in to see the Earl was half-dressed already and standing by the window, looking out to the garden. He turned his head to see her as she closed the door behind her. Good morning, you,
he said,
his smile overwhelmingly happy.
I think you slept very well? She teased as she walked toward him, still holding the doll behind her back. That I did. I cannot remember the last time I sleep so well.
Surprisingly, having you in my bed gave me a very peaceful sleep indeed, he whispered with seductive suggestion as she reached his side. Well, I have another surprise for you too. She bobbed on her toes.
Oh, what is that?
She pulled the doll out from behind her back and held it up for him to see.
In the strong daylight now coming through the window, it emphasized just how clean the doll was. Its china surface was shining, the hair was long, and the dress was free of soot.
She looked up from the doll to his face, but the smile from a moment ago was gone.
It was not the face she had expected at all. Very slowly,
his expression changed from humor to darkness.
It was an anger she had seen before, usually targeted at his brother rather than her.
The strong jawline tightened,
the cheeks quivered,
and those amber eyes had narrowed on her. You cleaned it up? His voice was deathly quiet, the anger barely contained.
Laura was tempted to step away from his anger, but she knew she could not.
I have never seen him so angry.
Chapter 22. Dominique could not believe his eyes.
He blinked for a moment,
half expecting the image before him to vanish with it, but it did not.
Laura was standing in front of him, holding out the china doll all cleaned up. Gone was the matted hair and gone were the burn marks and the soot. The doll only showed a little damage from burns that could not be cleaned away, but it was almost as good as new. Looking at it in the sunlight, he could have been 15 again. Juliet could have been at his doorway, about to run in and take hold of the doll.
She could be alive again. He blinked harder this time, wishing the image would go. The idea of Juliet vanished, but the clean doll did not. Only this time the sunshine on the doll did not seem so bright. No, it seemed a rather dull and muted light to him.
Why did you clean it up? The words came harshly from him in a tone he barely used. The last time he remembered hearing that voice coming from his lips, it had been on the battlefront in France, when he had spoken to some of the soldiers who acted out. She flinched at the harsh voice, but he hardly cared at that moment. The doll. All of those marks cannot just go. He snatched it from her hands, the better to see it. He turned it over again and again, trying to find the scorch marks, but he could find just 2, and they were extremely faint. "Laura, why did you clean it up?" he repeated, not bothering to restrain the anger in his voice in any way. "I thought you would like it." She did not flinch this time. She held her head high, her green eyes staring at him. "You said last night." She shook her head and trailed off. "What did I say?" "You said that you wished you could look at the doll someday and see it as it was before." She gestured to the doll in his hands. "Did I really say that?" He could not bear the idea. For a moment, it was as though he was back in the fire, back within the flames. Only this time, it was not the fire he wished to escape, it was Laura. He gestured to the door. "Leave." The simple gesture made her straighten her spine. "Why are you angry?" Her simple words had no fervor. It made him look away from her. He walked around her, trying to put distance between them. "You said it was what you wanted." "I was only trying. When I said that, I did not actually mean it." He threw the words at her with such anger as he turned back to her, that she took hold of the wall beside her and leaned on it. "It was not literal. This has nothing to do with you." He held up the doll to emphasize his words. "Nothing to do with me?" she repeated. She was growing angry too. He could see her green emerald eyes flashing. "Nothing." He practically shouted the word. He was not thinking about what he was saying. He just had to escape this feeling. He clutched tighter to the doll, feeling it beneath his clenched fingers. "You had no right to do this." "None at all." He was walking around the room now. His words just a blur of thoughts. "I was only trying to help." "Well, you did not help." He yelled the words. He expected her to run from him then. He was too angry, so seething with rage in the hope that it would make her go, but it did not. He just needed to be alone for a bit. To understand what this new feeling was. She pushed away from the wall and crossed the room, closing the distance. She took hold of the shirt on his chest, as though trying to pull him toward her, trying to encourage him to look at her, but he refused. He turned his head upwards, keeping his gaze on the ceiling instead. "Dominique, listen to me." "No, Laura. I need time alone. Just go." He pointed to the door again, and the emphasis in his voice this time made her drop her hands. She stood there for a moment. He could feel her eyes on him as he turned away and looked down at the doll in his hands. A few seconds later, he heard her feet retreat. She hurried to the door and practically ran down the corridor. He sank down onto the ottoman, rearranging the dress on the doll in his hands. With the china surface not so marred, he could no longer see Juliet in his mind so clearly. He could not see her as she had been that night of the fire. He could not see her clinging to the stairs or in his arms as she breathed her last. "It is as though I am losing her." Jason could not believe what he had just heard and seen. He had decided to speak to his brother again, to attempt to change Dominique's mind about no longer financially supporting him. They were family after all. The only family they had left. Would it not be better for him to stay at Dominique's side in London or in their country house than run off to the Navy? He was not certain he could persuade Dominique to see it the same way. Not when he remembered the strength of Dominique's conviction when he had announced the change. Yet he had to try. He had woken, completely sober, and determined to speak to Dominique at once, but when he reached his brother's door, he heard angry voices coming from inside. He pressed his ear to the door, the better to hear what was happening beyond. The two voices were distinct. One was Dominique's, the other he first thought belonged to Lawrence, the valet. Yet this voice was higher pitched than Lawrence's and not so gruff. "I know that voice. Where have I heard it before?" The two voices were arguing, that was clear. Dominique had insisted that the other person, a woman, leave his chamber. "It seems I am not the only man who invites women into his chamber, brother." He delighted in this idea for a moment. Here Dominique was, his manner so righteous and disapproving of Jason, saying he should not be so cavalier in bringing women to the house, and yet he was guilty of the same crime himself. Jason now knew exactly what to say in their discussion. By the end of it, Dominique would surely have no choice but to offer financial support again. He heard Dominique insist the woman leave his room once more. This time, she did as he instructed. As her footsteps neared the door, Jason scurried away. He secreted himself behind the corner in the corridor and peered around the sharp edge, the better to observe who left Dominique's room. When the figure stepped out, he was amazed to see it was Lawrence. "Wait. That is not Lawrence." The valet hesitated on the other side of the closed door for a moment with his cap removed. It was the first time Jason had properly looked at the valet's face, and what he saw stunned him. "That is no boy." He could see the bright green eyes, the pretty features, and the sweet lips. He put the image together with the voice he had just heard. "That is Lady Bennett." His mind worked quickly. The valet appeared in their house at the same time that Lady Bennett went missing from her home. She had been hiding in their house all this time. She quickly returned the cap to her head, pulling it so low that it hid most of her features as she ran down the corridor, away from the room and back toward the servants' quarters. Jason tapped his head against the wall for a moment in thought as his eyes watched her go. She was so slight in figure, he had always just assumed the boy was effeminate, but no. Lawrence was Laura. He abandoned any hope of speaking to Dominique. From the angry tones, Dominique knew who Laura was and clearly was not happy about the situation. That had to be what the argument was about. Jason thought of how many times he had seen Dominique laughing with his valet over the last month. He must have felt so tricked to discover his friend was someone else entirely. Jason hurried back to his chamber and paced up and down for a minute, quickly formulating a plan. The last he had heard about the Earl of Mumford, the reward he was offering for news on Lady Bennett's location had risen. Not just by a little, but by a staggering amount. Such a sum could support him for a little longer. He could still visit the gaming halls and his favorite lady in Soho. It could tide him over until Dominique came to his senses and decided to support him again. He rushed to his desk and pulled out some parchment and fresh ink. He knew exactly what he would write and to whom. The letter was hurried, so much so that his handwriting was a little off, but he hardly cared. It did not matter what state the letter arrived in, only that the news was delivered as quickly as possible. The sooner it was delivered, the sooner he would have the reward. He closed the letter with melted wax and wrote the address on the front. To the Earl of Mumford. Jason decided to deliver the letter himself. He ordered the carriage straight away and set off for the centre of London within minutes of finishing the letter. He saw Dominique looking at him from beyond the windows of the house, probably curious to where he was heading, but that did not make him dally. He needed the money. If Dominique was not going to change his mind, then the Earl of Mumford's reward would tide him over for a little while. It would only take a couple of hours to reach the Earl of Mumford's house, and Jason had no doubts that the Earl would set off straight away to collect Lady Bennett. After all, a young lady posing as a valet? Unthinkable. Jason was amazed he had not seen it before, but the truth was he had barely spared a second glance at the valet beyond acknowledging the valet was new and quite effeminate. As Dominique's valet, the embarrassment of not realizing sooner largely rested with his brother. That had to be what their argument was about. He's been smiling so often in his valet's presence as of late. He had to feel betrayed by the discovery. He was certain Dominique had realized that morning, and that was what had caused the dispute. He tried to push the thought of the dispute from his mind. After all, he was doing this to protect Dominique. Lady Bennett had lied to him. Well, Jason was turning her in for that reason, and for the reward money. By the time the carriage arrived at the Earl of Mumford's house, Jason had worked himself up considerably, to the point that he could barely sit still in the carriage. He sent the letter into the house ahead of him. As he and the Earl had never had a formal introduction, he could not call immediately at the door without the letter of introduction first. It was not long before the butler fetched him from the carriage though, and Jason was shown quickly into the drawing room. "Mr. Brooks?" The Earl stood proudly in the center of the room, holding open his arms as though he were greeting an old friend. "My lord." Jason took the customary bow before standing straight and shaking the hand the Earl proffered to him. "You have found my waif and stray then?" The Earl had a curious look in his face, one Jason could not quite decipher. "That I have. I can only apologize for not realizing sooner that she was there." Jason took the seat offered to him by the Earl. "I am grateful you have discovered her whereabouts at all." The Earl turned away and picked up the letter of introduction Jason had delivered. The Earl turned it over in thought. "You used your brother's seal?" He pointed to the wax seal on the back that showed the emblem of the Earl of Wettington. "Yes, the stationery is all over the house. I am of the family after all," Jason said easily. The truth was he had taken the wax seal a while ago, so that when gaming hall owners wrote to him asking for payment, he could reply as though he was his brother and delay payment for a time. He had barely noticed when he had used the same seal to write to the Earl. "How interesting." The Earl turned the seal over in his hand again. His manner was suddenly so strange, his gaze dark as he stared at the wax that Jason shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "Is it important?" "Not at all." The Earl shook his head and placed the letter in his pocket. "I am incredibly grateful to you, Mr. Brooks. I must collect my stepdaughter before she causes any more disruption to your household. There is a small matter of—" Jason paused, not wanting to sound vulgar, but it was his reason for being there after all. "Ah, the reward?" The Earl smiled knowingly. "I will fetch it for you now." The Earl left the room, leaving Jason sitting behind. Jason was quite certain he had done the right thing. He now had the reward money that he so needed to continue his lifestyle, but he could not understand why he felt so ill at ease in Mumford's house. He remembered the last time he had seen Dominique in the company of his valet, before he had realized it was Lady Bennett. Dominique had been laughing, smiling, then quickly straightened his face when he realized Jason was there. Wait. Did Dominique know before this morning who she was? He tried to brush away the thought. He was about to get the reward money, and that was what mattered. Laura felt bereft all day, as though a part of her was missing since their argument in the morning. Dominique was avoiding her and had not sent for her once to complete her duties, though she had seen Stanford step into the gap on more than one occasion. The situation was awkward, and it worried her. Stanford's suspicions would only grow all the more now. If he realized who she was, he could reveal her identity, and she would be sent home. Laura tried to distract herself from her own anger at Dominique and spent time in the kitchen with the housekeeper. Mary seemed to take note of Laura's bad mood though, as even though she did not comment on it, she kept giving Laura small things to do to help distract her. While she was thankful for Mary's kindness, it was not that effective. Whether she was assisting Mary with hauling water, keeping the fires going or cleaning the kitchen, nothing Laura did could take her mind off Dominique and the anger with which he had glared at her. She had thought she was doing something kind for him. She had never suspected his outraged reaction. Being the subject of Dominique's anger had upset Laura more than she could put into words. When she let the feeling overwhelm her, she occasionally felt tears prick her eyes, but she would blink them away and keep her hat pulled low to hide the effects until she overcame the problem. "Lawrence?" Mary's voice called to her, interrupting her thoughts. "Yes, Mary?" Laura looked down from her position standing on one of the kitchen chairs. She was currently dusting the tops of the cupboards and paused in her duty to look to Mary. The housekeeper looked quite put out. She was wringing her hands together and glancing between Laura and the doorway beside her. "Is everything all right?" Laura asked, stepping down from her place on the chair. "I am not sure." Mary shook her head, looking toward the door again. She stepped near to Laura and lowered her voice. "There is someone here to see you." "Who?" Laura could see the worry in Mary's face. It was growing worse by the second. "A gentleman." Mary emphasized the word and glanced back to the door. "He called at the servants' door for you. Stanford has shown him into the butler's room. You best go at once." "A gentleman?" Laura swallowed, knowing instantly who it would be. She hesitated, thinking of all the ways she could possibly escape the house, but it was no use. Escape is impossible now. "Go on," Mary urged, tapping her arm. Laura walked forward, each step was slow across the flagstone floor. She moved into the corridor and looked back to Mary in the doorway, who still waved her on, the concern on her face now even worse than before. Laura reached the butler's room and knocked on the door. It was opened pretty much instantly by Stanford, who was blocking the gentleman visitor from view. Laura lifted her cap slightly, the better to look Stanford in the face. There was something new in his expression now. Gone was the suspicion that she had grown accustomed to seeing in his face. Now, there was a kind of resignation, but it clearly did not sit easily in him. It was clear he now knew exactly who she was. He must have spoken to the person who had come to see her already. He said nothing to her. He just opened the door wide for her to walk in and stepped away, revealing who he was blocking. Laura froze as she saw her stepfather come into view. As his eyes settled on her, his countenance shifted. He was now looking at her with complete exasperation. "Laura, care to tell me why you are dressed as a valet and hiding in the Earl of Wettington's house?" The words were sharp. Unlike Dominique's angry tone that had volume, her stepfather's fury was spoken with a much quieter and more seething tone. She was infinitely more afraid of her stepfather's anger than Dominique's. On second thought, I do not want to hear it." The Earl waved her hand in the air, demanding at once her silence. She turned her eyes to Stanford, trying to judge his thoughts at the revelation, but she was finding it difficult to understand his expression. Did Stanford realize who I was after all? Was he the one who turned me in? Laura was ready to argue with her stepfather. She would happily shout her reason for leaving to the high heavens, that she so desperately needed to escape, to avoid marrying a man who she detested. Now that she knew what real love was, what it was like to be with a man who she truly cared for, she could not marry someone she disliked. "I will not do it." "When I received that letter?" The Earl of Mumford shook his head. "I could barely believe it. I did not want to believe it, but bearing the Earl of Wettington's seal, I could hardly ignore it." "The Earl? Dominique turned me in? He is the one who revealed my identity? How could he?" Her desire to argue with her stepfather suddenly vanished, as well as all of her hopes for the future. "I was right after all. I never should have let down my guard with Dominique. He grew tired of me and has handed me back to an ill fate. We are leaving, now." The Earl of Mumford stepped forward and took her wrist. His hold was painful, his fingers digging into the back of her wrist with so much force that she hissed at the sudden pain. She looked one last time to Stanford, and he said nothing, but the unhappy look was clear on his face. "Come on." The Earl dragged her away, back through the door and down the corridor. The servants were watching, the whole path of the hallway, all peering through the doorways to see the commotion. Laura could see Mary amongst them, and she offered a small wave to Laura in farewell. As they reached the door that led outside, the Earl's hand clasped her wrist even tighter. It was so painful that she wondered briefly if he would break her arm, but he just used it to heave her toward the door. He released it a moment later and shoved her shoulder, pushing her out of the door. She stumbled down the steps, nearly falling from the force of it. Gathering herself back up, she used the opportunity to look back up to the house and realized just how far she had fallen. A day ago, she was in love and had hope for the future. Now, she had to return to a life she did not want and marry a man she despised, because the man she loved had revealed her identity to her stepfather. How could Dominique do this to me? Chapter 23. Laura was back in the clothes she used to wear. Long gone were the valet's clothes that her mother had promptly taken from her and discarded when Laura returned home, tearing the shirt for good measure as Barbara left the room. Sitting in the window seat of her bedchamber, Laura was dressed in an empire gown, staring outside with tears on her cheeks, watching as the evening light began to set in, coloring the sky purple. Her mother had been almost as angry as her stepfather was. Laura knew that as she had left so abruptly, and with no clue as to her whereabouts, she should not expect a sympathetic response from Barbara, but Laura had hoped her mother would feel a little more relief when they saw each other again. They were mother and daughter, after all. However, any hopes Laura had of a fond reunion vanished within moments. Instead of words of love or relief, Barbara was merely angry, furious that Laura had put all of their reputations in jeopardy. Now, as Laura thought of her mother's behavior, she had missed her father and his love more than ever. Barbara left the chamber a few minutes before declaring that Laura's wedding to the Duke of Stilton would take place as soon as possible. They were to rush all the preparations forward, and the engaged couple would be married within the week by special license. The thought of marrying such a man brought fresh tears to Laura. She tried to dry them with the backs of her hands as she rested her forehead on the window. After knowing Dominique so intimately, knowing what love was like, she could not imagine marrying another. Especially such a man as the Duke. Yet I am doomed now. She was to be forced to marry a man of such lechery and poor reputation, and her endeavors to escape had all been for nothing. Yet it was worse than that. In her effort to escape she had fallen in love with a man who had betrayed her. She had not wanted to believe her stepfather that Dominique had been the one to turn her in. Not him, of all people. But as she was ushered into the Earl of Mumford's carriage and pushed into the corner, he had told her again and again of how he was indebted to the Earl of Wettington for telling him of her whereabouts. He had even brandished a letter in his hands for her to see. He would not let her hold the letter, but what was clear for her to see, even across the carriage, was the wax seal that had been broken on the envelope. It was undoubtedly the seal of the Earl of Wettington. Her wish to believe in Dominique had been beaten down by the proof she saw with her own eyes. She tapped her head against the glass window lightly, scrunching up her eyes and stopping the flow of tears. She would not cry anymore. Dominique spent hours walking around the grounds. It had taken some time to get his emotions in check, to curb his initial reflexive response. He knew exactly why Laura had cleaned up the doll. She had done it out of love and a wish to help him, yet seeing the doll almost as good as new had changed things for him. It was as though Juliet and his mother had vanished completely, and he could not accept that. He had spent so long grieving for the two of them that the difficulty to bring their images to mind was too much to bear. As the day began to slip away, he returned to the house, still holding on to the doll. Standing before the house brought something new into his perspective. Yes, he may no longer have been able to picture Juliet as she had been in the fire. Yet is that not a good thing? Perhaps now he could focus on remembering Juliet and his mother as they were in life rather than what had happened in the fire. He lowered the doll down to his side and rushed into the house, determined to apologize to Laura for his outburst. She had brought him hope over the last few weeks and today was the last day of their deal. The last day he had to try and keep her by his side. He had messed up. The thought made him wince, but he would not let it defeat him. I will apologize, then, I will ask her to marry me. We will be Laura and Dominique, Not the Earl and his valet anymore.
He hurried up to his chamber, hoping she would be there, but she was not.
Rather than send for Stanford and ask for him to bring his valet to him, Dominique went straight to the servants' quarters,
to try to find her himself. His presence in the kitchen clearly startled some of his staff, but he pushed past it quickly, his thoughts only on Laura. He searched the kitchen, as well as the housekeepers' and butlers' offices, and even called on Laura's door, but there was no sign of her. When she did not answer her chamber door, he pushed it open himself, but the room was empty. Where is she? He hurried back through the servants' quarters, his panic rising by the minute. When he came across Stanford walking through the corridors, he nearly ran toward him in his rush to speak to him.
"Stanford, have you seen Lawrence?"
He was breathless from having moved so frantically around the house.
In response, Stanford's face altered, as though uncertain about something. "What is wrong?"
Dominique pressed the matter. "She has gone, my lord." Stanford's words made Dominique freeze, and his spine straightened in surprise.
"Gone?"
he repeated after a moment.
"Yes."
Stanford nodded. "My lord, there is something we must discuss, about why she—" "Not now,
Stanford, another time." Dominique backed away, barely paying attention to the butler's words.
"But—" Stanford seemed desperate to talk, but Dominique could not think of that now.
"She has gone? Just like that?"
Dominique walked away, aware Stanford tried to follow him, but he needed a drink, something to take his mind off what had just happened.
"It was the last day of our deal, and because of our argument, she has gone?"
"I do not understand."
He hurried toward the library, closing the door firmly behind him with so much strength that it clattered with a heavy thud. He reached for the drinks cabinet and poured himself a large glass of brandy, downing it quickly, and hoping it would somehow heal the gaping hole that was beginning to open up inside of him.
"I have lost her."
As Jason stumbled back into the house that evening, he was surprised to see Stanford hovering outside the library door, with his ear practically pressed against the wood, listening. "Stanford?" Jason asked with humor, trying to keep his manner vaguely sober.
"Listening at doors now?" He smiled as he neared the butler.
As soon as the Earl of Mumford had dropped the reward money in his lap, Jason had gone to the gentleman's club for a drink to celebrate. Yet one drink had turned into many more, and one wager had turned into more wagers. The reward money had dwindled already. Stanford turned to him, ushering with his hand for Jason to be quiet. "Good Lord, what is wrong, Stanford?" Jason reached his side and lowered his voice to a whisper. "You knew of young Lawrence's real identity, did you not, Mr. Brooks?" Stanford asked, his manner completely serious. "The Earl's valet that was taken from this house this day? Lady Bennett? The Earl of Mumford arrived this afternoon and took her away. You knew of her identity, did you not?" Jason was tempted to comment on the audacity of Stanford's words. After all, the butler was speaking out of turn to his superior. Yet the thought disappeared quickly. Stanford had been with them for years, and if Stanford was speaking out of turn, there had to be a reason for it.
"Yes, I did,"
Jason said, placing a hand on the wall beside himself in order to keep himself standing straight.
"Did you know too?"
"Not exactly. I had suspicions, but I had no firm understanding. Not until today when the Earl of Mumford came to collect Lady Bennett." "Mr. Brooks, were you the one to reveal her whereabouts to the Earl of Mumford?" Stanford whispered, raising his eyebrows. Jason did not answer straight away. He was not ashamed of having revealed Lady Bennett's real identity, but seeing the wary look on Stanford's face, he suddenly felt tempted to deny it. "He bore a letter that had the Earl of Wettington's seal on it, yet I know the Earl did not reveal her identity. Did you send a letter to the Earl of Mumford, sir?" Stanford pressed the matter. "You are being bold this evening, Stanford." Jason went to move past Stanford and to walk away upstairs and retire to his bedchamber for the evening. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he clutched onto the banister, holding himself up, struggling not to sway on his feet. "Before you retire, sir." Stanford was suddenly beside him, next to the banister, and he gestured back to the library. "Perhaps you should check on your brother."
"Dominique?
"Whatever for?" Jason was confused, and he felt his brow furrow as he looked up to the library.
"I think you should see, sir, the effect Lady Bennett's departure has had on the Earl."
Stanford's words made Jason stop on the stairs.
"I think you will be surprised by it. Please, take a look. Speak to him." "I cannot."
"You are his brother." He did not quite understand the butler's meaning, but, nevertheless, he did as Stanford suggested. He walked back toward the library door and opened it. Pushing the door back, it revealed Dominique pacing up and down with an empty brandy glass in one hand and the glass brandy decanter in his other. Jason had never seen Dominique in such a state. He'd often seen him melancholy, as it had been his usual manner, up until the last month, but this was utter despair. Jason looked back to Stanford, who was now hiding from Dominique's view by standing against the wall. The butler ushered Jason forward with his hand, silently encouraging him to go into the room.
"Speak to him," Stanford mouthed.
Jason nodded, showing he understood, and walked in.
"Dominique?
What is wrong?" Jason watched as Dominique looked back to him, his face a picture of anguish.
"She has gone," Dominique said, looking down at the brandy glass in his hand.
Within the matter of an instant, Jason felt a realization dawn, understanding for the first time why Dominique had been so happy over the preceding weeks. The thought of how selfish he had been recently struck him, leaving him winded. Seeing Dominique, his only brother, in so much pain sobered him up a little.
"What have I done?"
"Dominique, be careful or you are in danger of being as inebriated as me," Jason said, earning Dominique's gaze again. There was an attempt at humor in Jason's face, but Dominique saw it falter a second later. Dominique shook his head and gulped from the brandy glass yet again. "I am far from your usual state, Jason." Dominique paced away from Jason. He intended to get very drunk, but so far, he had not had enough to dull the pain.
"How drunk are you tonight?"
"A little." Jason closed the door behind him and then leaned against it, as though to emphasize his words. "So, care to explain your statement?" "You are drinking because she is gone." "That was what you said."
"Yes.
I have some news for you." Dominique picked up a second glass and offered it to Jason, realizing he could hardly think poorly of Jason for drinking when he was drowning his own sorrows at that moment. "Would you like one?"
"No, thank you. I have had enough."
Jason shook his head, surprising Dominique. "When you say she, are you referring to Lady Bennett?" Dominique nearly dropped the glass from his hand in surprise. "You knew?" he asked, his voice breaking with incredulity. He watched as Jason's face winced slightly.
"I only discovered today."
"How long have you known?" "A month." Dominique sank heavily into a chair, realizing a moment later that it was the chair Laura often sat in when they retreated to the library together. He stood up again then, placing the glass and decanter on a nearby table. "You cannot sit still." Jason pushed away from the door and walked toward him.
"If you knew who she was, why did you not report her?"
"Why do you think?" Dominique looked to him, aware his voice was slightly sharper than he had intended. Jason held up both of his hands in innocence. "Well, how was I supposed to know you had fallen for your valet?" Hearing the facts summarized so succinctly made Dominique turn away again, and he found another chair and sat down quickly, slumping back in the seat. "We had an argument." Dominique saw no reason in keeping secrets from Jason anymore. What harm could it do? Besides, He wanted to talk about her. Talking of what had happened made it somehow easier. Without saying her name, it would be almost easy to think she was a passing dream that he had enjoyed. A blissful taste of heaven that had disappeared completely. No, she was real. We had an argument, he repeated, and she left. I must have truly upset her. I did not mean anything by it. It was just. He looked to Jason, wishing he could explain, but faltered. Jason had perched on the arm of a chair nearby, his manner fidgeting agitatedly. Jason? Is something wrong? Dominique asked with concern. I have a confession to make, Jason admitted, breathing deeply. A confession about Lady Bennett. Dominique moved forward to the edge of his seat, his manner suddenly animated as his mind went wild with fears. He had rather liked the idea of keeping Laura away from Jason entirely. He remembered so vividly how easily Laura and Jason had talked at the assembly where Dominique had met her, and he could not help the pinch of envy at the idea of the two of them. You know that the Earl of Mumford was offering a large reward for news of Lady Bennett. Jason stopped fidgeting suddenly and stared down at his hands. Yes, and? Dominique encouraged, his mind still too much consumed by his envy to pick up on the hints of what Jason was referring to. When I discovered Lady Bennett was your valet this morning, I took the opportunity to claim the reward money myself. Jason's words struck Dominique with force. You. Dominique swallowed, struggling to gather his thoughts. You revealed Laura was hiding in our house because you wanted money? Just because I cut you off? Well, yes. Jason shifted, his uncomfortable mood emanating from him. Jason. Dominique jumped to his feet, feeling as though he had never known such anger. How could you do? I did not know you cared for her. Jason also scrambled to his feet and ran from Dominique, putting a settee between them. Are you telling me that the Earl of Mumford collected her? Dominique's hand went to scratch his scar, an act of stress he had often done in his time in the army. Yes, Jason admitted. The thought of Laura being sent back to marry the Duke of Stilton disgusted Dominique. Laura in the hands of such a man? Jason. Dominique jumped forward again, but Jason ran once more, putting a table between them this time. You weasel. You took reward money and sent Lady Bennett to a forced marriage with the Duke of Stilton? You thought that was a good plan, did you? I did not really think that far ahead. Jason shrugged, his whole manner panicked. Jason's idiocy was beyond what Dominique could handle. You really are a fool, Jason. Dominique turned away, with his hand going to his scar once again. I am sorry. Jason's words took the wind out of him. I never thought. I never intended to harm you or Lady Bennett. Dominique looked back to him, seeing the honesty in his face. Very well. Dominique turned to the nearest mirror and began to straighten his waistcoat and jacket. Are you going somewhere? Jason asked, moving to his side and pointing to his attempt to organize his appearance. I am. To the Earl of Mumford's house. Dominique smiled at Jason then hurried toward the door, sudden determination filling his body as he walked. Why? Jason called after him. Dominique turned back in the doorway and looked to Jason. To stop Lady Bennett from marrying the Duke of Stilton, of course. Dominique felt his smile growing wider. She did not leave me because of the argument. This can be fixed. I will talk to the Earl. Everything will be set straight. Wait. I am coming with you. Jason's voice called Dominique to look back at him. What? Dominique said in surprise. I have to do something to try and mend my mistake. Jason tipped forward at an awkward angle, stumbling into a nearby table as he said the words. Dominique could not help but laugh at this. He moved back to Jason's side and took his shoulder. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate it, truly I do, but you are in no state to go anywhere at this moment. Using Jason's shoulder, Dominique steered him to sit in a chair. Sober up. I will tell you what happens later. Perhaps that is a good idea. Then, I wish you good luck. Jason smiled back as Dominique left through the door, hurrying down the corridor. Do you think she will say yes? Jason's voice followed him through the hallway. I hope so. Chapter 24. As Dominique's carriage pulled up outside the Mumford estate, he searched the windows of the house, hoping for some glimpse of Laura, but to no avail. He did, however, catch sight of her stepsisters. They stood together in an upstairs window, looking out toward the carriage on the drive, evidently wondering who had come to call so late in the evening. Dominique practically jumped from the carriage as it came to a stop, rushing up toward the door of the house and knocking with purpose. It was answered only a couple of minutes later by a butler who showed Dominique to the family drawing room. He walked up and down the room agitatedly, rehearsing in his head what he would say when the Earl of Mumford arrived. It was hardly how he had pictured this moment over the last few weeks. He would have much preferred asking Laura this question before her stepfather, but the situation now dictated his actions. I will get her out of this marriage to the Duke of Stilton, come what may. When the door to the drawing room eventually opened, he could hear girlish laughter in the distance, far too high-pitched to be Laura's husky voice. It had to belong to the stepsisters. The Earl of Mumford stepped through the open door, returning Dominique's gaze with a smile. The Earl of Wettington. To what do I owe the pleasure? The Earl of Mumford stepped forward, offering his hand for Dominique to shake. I can only assume to call so late in the evening that it is a matter of urgency. That it is. Dominique shook the proffered hand, but extricated himself quickly, trying to peer through the open door in the hope of glimpsing Laura. He only saw two shadows on a nearby staircase that had to belong to the two lady leads. A drink? The Earl of Mumford moved around him, walking toward the drinks cabinet at the side of his room. No, thank you. Dominique shook his head. He had drank enough, and he needed to hold on to a clear head for what he wanted to discuss. I am indebted to you and your brother, my lord. The Earl said with a relaxed smile as he poured himself a drink. Indebted? Dominique repeated with confusion. For revealing my stepdaughter's location. I can only hope that, whilst she was hiding in your house, she did not cause too much trouble. She will be married in a few days to the Duke of Stilton. Such misbehavior is now in her past. The Earl lifted the glass to his lips, hiding his smile momentarily. How easy it was for Laura's stepfather to marry her off to such a lecherous man as the Duke of Stilton turned Dominique's stomach. He had to work not to turn away from the man in disgust. It is your daughter I wish to talk of. Dominique saw his words made the Earl's smile falter for a moment. To go on, my lord. The ways Dominique had rehearsed the words suddenly left his mind. He was just determined to speak his thoughts aloud, to reveal why he had come there as soon as possible. I wish to marry your daughter, he said simply. To his surprise, the Earl's smile grew wider. Well, this is delightful news. Mumford topped up his glass. Which daughter is the lucky one? Is it Charlotte or Diana? Dominique frowned instantly. No, my lord. There is some misunderstanding. It is your stepdaughter I wish to marry. The one whom we were just speaking of. Lady Laura Bennett. His words made the smile disappear from the Earl of Mumford's face. Dominique could barely understand why the Earl would think he wanted to marry one of the lady leads when they were speaking of Lady Bennett. Clearly the man thinks more of his daughters than Lady Bennett. Laura? Mumford repeated, practically scoffing at the word. But he was clearly struggling for the right words to speak his mind, and his grasp tightening around the glass in his hand. She has just been hiding in your house as a valet. The mere thought of it.
It is just unthinkable. It does not concern me.
Dominique shook his head, startled by the venom in the Earl's response. There was a lot of anger there.
It is impossible anyway.
Mumford mirrored his action, shaking his head too.
Laura is betrothed to my friend, the Duke of Stilton.
Dominique was tempted to deride the Earl's choice of friends, especially when faced with such a violent reaction.
Surely Lady Bennett's disappearance this last month proves to you how opposed she is to the match.
Dominique stepped forward, with his voice clear and determined.
He would make the Earl see sense. He had to.
Another match would make her happier. With you, my lord? Yes.
Dominique said the word sharply.
The Earl scoffed again, walking away in a small circle, and downing what was left in his glass.
Let me speak perfectly plainly.
The Earl looked up from his glass, narrowing his black eyes on Dominique.
Laura is betrothed to the Duke of Stilton. The deal has been made, and it cannot be undone. If you wish for a wife,
then look to my true daughters instead.
He called them his true daughters? The insinuation that Laura did not belong to him at all made the anger spike within Dominique. The Earl of Mumford was Laura's legal guardian. He took the place of her father, a much-loved father, and he should be caring for her. Yet here he was, denying any kind of responsibility or attachment to her whatsoever. The thought made Dominique's usual insistence on propriety slip away from him. I do not have the slightest inclination to attach myself to your true daughters as you call them, he said with such firmness that the Earl of Mumford's eyebrows rose astonishingly high. I wish to marry Lady Bennett out of affection for her. If you intend to encourage such plain speaking, my lord, then I will do the same. I would never attach myself to either Charlotte or Diana, as I have no affection whatsoever for them, and their reputations are not worth praising either. The Earl of Mumford's face turned red with rage, the sinews of his face twitching with trying to restrain an outburst. Leave my house at once. Not until I have seen Lady Bennett. Dominique walked out of the room, carving a path toward the staircase. My lord. He heard the Earl of Mumford running after him. As Dominique reached the bottom of the stairs, his path was cut off by the Earl stepping in front of him. Halfway up the stairs, the two lady leads, Charlotte and Diana, looked down at them with wide eyes. Step out of my way, Dominique said with coldness toward the Earl. The strength and ferocity in his voice only made Mumford grow sterner in his refusal to let him pass. The man was now blocking Dominique's path with his arms outstretched. Laura is not here. The sharp words made Dominique stop his attempt to push past Mumford. Then, where is she? That, you can hardly be surprised to hear, I am not inclined to reveal to you now. Not after the insults you have given this evening. Believe me. Dominique lowered his voice so that the two lady leads could not hear him. I could have been far ruder. I could have objected to what kind of stepfather you were to willingly give Lady Bennett to such an odious man as the Duke of Stilton at all. He stepped back, seeing the Earl of Mumford's face grow even redder than before and his breathing quicken. I will be back tomorrow to see her. Good evening, my lord. Dominique adopted a forced tone of deference and offered the smallest of bows before turning and leaving the house. What a foul man to have as a father-in-law. I will not give up yet. Despite his refusal to let Laura and me marry, I will think of something. Laura had heard the disturbance downstairs. There were raised voices, belonging to two men in an argument. Someone is arguing with my stepfather, but who? She slipped out of her bedchamber door and tried to move to the staircase, to see who was below, but seeing her stepsisters on the staircase, she retreated, fearful of being seen by them. She had been banished to her room and told to stay there. If her stepsisters found her outside of her chamber, they would surely relish in her punishment of disobeying orders.
Hearing whoever had argued with her stepfather had left, banging the door loudly behind him, Laura ran across the landing, toward the window on the far side of the corridor. Reaching the glass, she peered down to see who was leaving the house.
Is that? Yes, it is him.
It is Dominique. Dominique was running down the steps that led up to the front porch toward a carriage that waited for him in the driveway. He paced up and down in front of the carriage for a moment, one of his hands going to the scar on his neck. The familiar move made longing form in Laura's stomach. She missed him, despite the knowledge he was the one who had turned her in. He turned around, allowing her to see his face. There was pain there. Pure agony mixed with anger. He suddenly turned away and hurried into the carriage, clearly furious about something. He had not seen her. She had never seen him in such a state, and she knew him well enough by now to be able to read his moods. He was trying to see me. That was why he was by the stairs. He did not reveal my identity after all. She covered her mouth, realizing that her stepfather must have told her a lie. He never let her see the letter he supposedly received from Dominique. He only brandished it so she could see the seal. She cursed herself for so readily believing her stepfather's lies. I have to do something. I have to go to him. Hearing footsteps on the staircase, she ran toward the servants' staircase and slipped inside, knowing instantly what she would do. I will run away again. I did it once, why not do it again? Laura was surprised by how easy it was to sneak out of the house. As she backed around the entrance of the servants' quarters, rushing towards the stables, she thought she saw someone watching her from the window, but when she looked back, there was no one there. She reached the stable and took a horse, ordering the stable boy into action to saddle the horse and prepare him for the ride, and rushed off, galloping down the streets in her haste to be at Dominique's side. When Laura reached the estate, it was growing dark. The sky was now almost completely black, apart from a few stars that were peeking through the clouds. She rapped on the door loudly, more than once. When it was eventually answered, she found Stanford on the other side of the door. He smiled as his eyes found her. Lady Bennett. He gestured her inside quickly. You look exhausted. How did you get here? She was breathing heavily, still trying to calm herself from her mad ride. By horse, she explained. Is he here? She did not need to explain who. Yes. He was still smiling. In the library. As she tried to walk to the library, Stanford stopped her momentarily, offering her another smile. I'm so glad you are back, he told her, then he stepped out of the way, and ushered her forward. Laura realized that, whatever Stanford's suspicions had been about her, he had not minded that she had lied about her identity. All that mattered to him was Dominique's happiness. She returned the butler's smile and ran towards the library. As she pulled open the door, she was amazed to find Dominique sat at the desk with an empty brandy glass in his hand, his body half fallen across the desk, fast asleep. Dominique? She called to him as she rushed into the room. She went to his side, seeing a brandy decanter empty on the desk. Pushing that and the glass away from him, she then pulled on his hair in a playful way, trying to rouse him from unconsciousness. He merely grumbled in his sleep. She laughed and dropped to her knees at his side, watching his face for a moment. She loved him. She knew that with absolute certainty, and she was now confident that he had not turned her in as well. It had to be a trick. Something had gone wrong, but they would clear up this misunderstanding right now. Dominique? She said again, pulling on his arm. This time, he stirred slightly. His amber eyes flickered open, looking back at her, then they widened, in realization that she was there. Laura? He tried to stand up, but from the kerfuffle that ensued, Laura could tell he was drunk. She laughed as she urged him to sit properly in the chair, still kneeling in front of him. He was leaning forward, their hands locked together. You are here? This is not a dream? No, it is not a dream. She shook her head. I thought you revealed my identity to my stepfather.
No,
He said with firmness, moving to the edge of the chair.
that was Jason.
I love you, Laura.
I would never do that to you.
His confession that he loved her brought tears to her eyes. She opened her mouth to reply in kind, to tell him just how deeply she loved him too, when there was a sound at the door.
Laura, I have dragged you out of this house once. I do not particularly want to do it again. It was her stepfather's voice.
She closed her eyes, realizing her stepfather must have followed her when she escaped the house.
I knew I had been seen through the window.
She opened her eyes again to see Dominique looking over her head, his eyes narrowed to slits in a glare directed to her stepfather. Lady Bennett is welcome in my house, my lord.
You, on the other hand,
are not. Please take your leave immediately. Dominique stood to his feet,
this time a little steadier,
urging Laura to do the same. She saw the Earl of Mumford standing in the doorway of the library. He walked forward, his manner a sort of calm ferocity. He moved towards a candle on a table nearby and began to play with the candle holder, pushing it back and forth.
You will leave with me at this moment, Laura. Or what? She asked, oblivious to the threat he was making. I cannot come back.
You will force me to marry the Duke of Stilton. Dear God, you are just like your father. He spat the words at her across the room.
Always in my way.
Always muddying the waters. Just do as you're told. No, she declared with just a sharp voice. Everything was happening too fast for her.
She had just arrived back at Dominique's side, and she did not want to be taken from it again.
She was very aware of the anger in her stepfather's face, of how red his cheeks were, of how taut his jaw was. Do you want to end up like your father? These words made her body freeze.
I beg your pardon? She said after a moment.
Was that a threat?
It very much was, stupid girl.
He played with the candle again, pushing it back and forth.
You would not harm me.
She shook her head and reached for Dominique's hand,
and he took it just as quickly. You are not capable of it.
You do not think so? Then perhaps I should prove how capable I am to you.
He was smiling cruelly now.
How?
I harmed your father to get what I want. What makes you think I would not do the same to you?
Mumford looked up to her with raised eyebrows.
The words made Laura reel on the spot. You hurt my father? She repeated, struggling to pronounce the words around the shock.
I killed him, silly girl. Chapter 25.
I cannot believe it. Laura shook her head,
trying to will herself not to believe the words. As though, somehow denying it would make it untrue, but there was nothing she could do to change the reality. You killed him? He did nothing to you. She tried to move forward, not knowing why, just attack him in some way, to make clear her rage, but she was stopped. Dominique's hands held her waist and pulled her back toward him. Laura, don't. He whispered softly in her ear. He did nothing to you. She cried again at the Earl. Nothing? He married the love of my life. He said, as though the words explained everything. What choice did I have? You say that as though your solution to the problem was a logical thing. She tried to step forward again, but Dominique still held her back. Have a care, Laura, he urged, clearly distrusting the situation before them. It was a logical thing. I fell in love with Barbara years ago, but she was betrothed to your father. Dreadful man. I married and had my daughters, and I tried to move on with my life, but nothing changed. I still loved Barbara. The Earl was smiling wickedly as he spoke. After my wife died, I came back to London where I met Barbara again, and suddenly everything seemed so simple. Simple?
Murder is not simple,
Dominique said with harshness from behind her.
Oh, it was.
I simply removed the obstacle to my happiness.
Richard Bennett, Earl of Rockfield, had to go.
He shrugged, as though it hardly mattered to him. Laura felt the anger swell within her, fearing it would erupt like a volcano. She tried to break free of Dominique's arms, to reach her stepfather,
but the Earl of Mumford moved suddenly.
No moving now,
Laura.
He grasped hold of the candle that he had been playing with. She heard Dominique curse violently behind her as her stepfather held the candle aloft over the incredibly flammable settee,
threatening to set the place alight. Not fire.
Laura placed a hand on Dominique's arm around her waist.
His arm trembled. He had seen fire before. She did not want to think of what it would be like for him to see such a fire again.
Seeing the candle clutched in the Earl of Mumford's hand flicker wildly over the wax and the bronze stand made Dominique's breathing quicken. He had feared that this was what Mumford would do. Since the man had uttered a threat against Laura when he played with the candle, the action itself was a silent threat. This was why Dominique had held Laura back, not wanting to let her anywhere near that danger. Each time he blinked, he saw himself back in the same house 13 years ago. He was running through it again, searching for Juliet and his mother, with the flames raging, the smoke billowing and the clawing at his lungs. Then there was the flame that had clawed at him, scarring him forevermore.
It cannot happen again. What do you intend to do with that?
Laura asked, her voice strained, as though she were trying to keep it level, struggling with her fear. Well, the Earl of Mumford replied as he rearranged the candle in his hand, holding it even further out over the settee.
You have been quite an obstacle.
I am fed up with having to deal with you spoiling all of my plans.
Plans? What plans?
Laura asked, her voice harsh. Dominique's focus was still fixed on the candle flame. It was licking up the candle now, burning more of the wax away from its sideways angle. If the flame got too close to the Earl's hand, he would drop it as a reflex. The settee would go up. The room too. Dominique would have to live the nightmare again. I cannot lose anyone else. He held tighter to Laura's waist. Ever wondered whose idea it was to destroy your dress? You know that nice green one you bought for the assembly? Mumford was rambling now, his cheeks bright red. I thought it was Diana's. Laura spoke simply, but the man shook his head in reply. No, I suggested it. The Earl of Mumford stepped forward, prompting both Laura and Dominique to take a step back, rearing away from the threat of the candle. Can you imagine what it was like to wake up every morning and see a part of Richard Bennett still in my house? He gestured to Laura. She flinched within Dominique's arms. Dominique tried to push past his fears. This had to be torment for Laura. He had to concentrate on her and deal with the threat of the fire. So, because you could not stand the sight of me, you wished to make my life a misery? Laura asked, her voice showing she was practically scoffing at her stepfather. Well, I certainly wanted you out of the way. You see, Diana and Charlotte had set their caps at the Earl, now standing behind you, and his brother. At the Earl of Mumford's words, Dominique's hold tightened yet again on Laura, not wanting to let her go. I needed to get you married quickly, and out of the way, because you seemed to distract them both. That was apparent at the assembly. Dominique felt Laura clutch to his arm around her waist. This explained the whole business with the Duke of Stilton, including the compromising position. It had all been set up by the Earl of Mumford, using his daughters to manipulate the situation, just so he could have the life with Barbara that he wanted and a happy life for Diana and Charlotte too. You are a monster. Laura's voice was quiet. You tried to marry me to the Duke of Stilton, to such a man, just to ensure I would not get in the way of your daughter's happiness? Well, it was one way to get rid of you. I did not want Richard's daughter in my life anymore. Fortunately, I have now thought of another way to be free of you. He gestured to the candle he was holding in the air. Dominique felt Laura flinch in his arms at the same time he did. The threat was evident. Goodbye, Laura. I have been wanting to say that for a good while now. He smiled, with that wicked intention again, and released the candle. Dominique jumped into action. He pushed around Laura, preparing to drag her towards the door, to escape before the fire could take hold, but Mumford was much closer to the door. Mumford reached the door and closed it on them. As Dominique pushed against the door, he was met with resistance. He tried to push it open, but it would not give way. He suspected the Earl had blocked it with something heavy, a chair or a table. Dominique looked back around to Laura and her panicked face, and over her shoulder, he could see the fire take hold. The city was already completely alight, and the flames were starting to crawl across the rug on the floor, nearing the walls and the curtains. I am reliving this nightmare. Dominique! Dominique! Laura was calling to him. She had her hands on his shoulders, trying to force him to look at her, but he would not. His amber eyes were on the flames behind the two of them. The flames reflected in those copper eyes, practically turning them red. She could not imagine what he had to be going through. The torture of being in another fire, but she had to wake him up from this daze. She had to get him out. Dominique! She practically screeched at him. His eyes barely flicked to her, before returning to the fire. The flame was growing now, coming nearer to them. Within minutes, they would be burned alive. She knew they could not exit through the doorway to the library, as her stepfather had to have barricaded the door with something heavy for Dominique to be unable to open it. There are still windows though. The windows were their only escape, but with the fire nearing the curtains, they had to go now. She had to wake Dominique up out of the paralysis of fear he was suffering. Dominique, listen to me. She called above the noise of the fire, but still his eyes were on the flames. The fire was beginning to roar now. She pulled against his jacket, trying to force him to look down at her. For God's sake, Dominique. I love you, and I am not about to let you die in here, so wake up from this nightmare and look at me. This time, her screeching voice broke through, and his amber eyes turned to her completely. You love me? He asked in surprise. His amber eyes were wide indeed now. I do, so stop staring at the fire, and let's get out of here. She began to pull on his arm, drag him towards the window. He followed this time, hurrying after her. As they got nearer to the window, the fire roared, making furniture crack as they were engulfed by flames. Laura yelped at the feeling of the heat suddenly being so close. She felt Dominique's arm around her waist, and he hauled her to the side, away from the cloying flames. I've got you, he said to her, their gazes connecting for a moment before he pushed her towards the window. With the heat, the window had expanded and would not open. Together, the two of them braced against it, trying to slide the glass upward, but to no avail. They pushed with so much force that Laura could feel the sinews of her arms shaking. The smoke was growing stronger now, she could feel the temptation to cough growing. She looked over her shoulder to see the flames were getting nearer by the second. Step back, Dominique said, reaching for a small wooden chair that was pushed against a desk. As Laura stepped back a little, he tossed the chair at the window. Instantly the glass smashed, buckling outward. Laura winced at the sound before feeling his hands take hold of her. He ushered her out of the window, following her. The move was such a fumble, Dominique still feeling the effects from the brandy, that they both fell to the ground on the other side. Laura could hear Dominique coughing, trying to clear his lungs of the smoke. She moved back towards him on her knees, finding him and helping him to his knees, so they were face to face. Are you all right? You are not hurt? She ran her hands over his body, fearing he was hurt, but he shook his head. I am fine, and you? His hands were running over her too. I am unharmed, she told him. Then, they both smiled, the relief flooding through them.
You said you loved me? He asked again. I do. She nodded. I love you too.
His words came out in a rush. I am sorry for our argument.
I did not mean what I said, it just all came out wrong. It does not matter. After what they had been through, she did not care about their argument. Marry me, Laura, Dominique said quickly.
Please, marry me before any other confusion can take place between us. She laughed softly at his words. I will,
she smiled.
You will?
Yes.
He leaned forward and kissed her. The kiss was hurried and full of need. With the two of them having just escaped the fire, they needed to be in each other's arms. As Laura clung to him, they heard the awful sound of more furniture cracking, forcing them both away from the kiss. Dominique hurried to his feet and dragged Laura away with him. Dear God, he gasped as they stepped back across the gardens. Through the windows, they could see the fire was spreading through the house. This way. He had hold of Laura's hand and was running around the building, heading toward the front. She clasped tightly to his hand, relieved when people came into view around the front of the house. Amongst the crowd were all the staff and servants she knew. My lord. It was Mary's voice. She was standing at the front of the group, her hands to her mouth as she watched the building and the glowing flames behind the windows. Mary. Dominique reached her side. Is everyone out? Yes. Mary nodded. Stanford saw the Earl of Mumford leaving. He could smell the fire too. We ordered everyone out. No one is harmed. Laura could see Dominique's body almost crumple with the good news. He clutched tighter to her hand instead. Stanford. Where is he? Over there. Mary pointed towards the back of the crowd. There, boxed in between Stanford and Jason, was the unmistakable form of the Earl of Mumford, his arms restrained by the two men either side of him. Laura's stepfather was shouting, evidently trying to break free, but two men overpowered him, meaning he could do nothing. Laura and Dominique ran toward them. Dominique launched forward, taking hold of the lapels of the Earl of Mumford's jacket and tearing him from Stanford's and Jason's hold. You demon! He dragged the other Earl away, across the grass, pulling him towards the stable. Where are you taking me? To the constable. I will make sure you face charges for the murder of the Earl of Rockfield and the attempted murder of his daughter, and myself. He forced the Earl of Mumford away, his anger raging. Jason ran after the two of them, trying to help his brother. Laura watched them go, holding her hands to her mouth in amazement. It is over. Her eyes lingered on Dominique's retreating form, still overwhelmed by what had passed between them as the fire burned. Laura felt Stanford move towards her and offer his arm. She stepped into it willingly, needing his support. Clasping a hand to her face, she wondered if she would ever be able to utter aloud what had happened to her father. Then her eyes slipped from Dominique to the Earl of Mumford. She had someone to love now, someone to be happy with, but her mother was losing the man she loved, someone who was not the man they had thought he was. How will I explain this to my mother? Epilogue. What do you think? Laura twirled in front of the mirror, looking back to Martha, who stood behind her with a great smile on her face. It is perfect. Martha brushed tears away from her eyes before they could fall. I am so happy for you, Laura. Martha walked towards her and threw her arms around her. Laura held her dearest friend close. Since the night of the fire and the arrest of the Earl of Mumford, much had changed in her life, and her relationship with Martha had grown even closer. Laura had had no wish to stay at the Mumford estate anymore, so she had stayed at Martha's house, temporarily under the guardianship of Martha's parents, until the day of the wedding finally arrived. The main reason was her mother. Barbara had not wanted to believe in the Earl's guilt. It meant that she had married a man who had murdered her first husband, and that was something her mind was not willing to accept. In a way, Laura could not blame her for that denial. Barbara's refusal to believe in her husband's guilt made her grow closer with her stepdaughters, and more distant from Laura. Laura now knew she would never have the close relationship she had wanted with her mother. It was out of reach. Though the last time they had seen each other they had parted on good terms, theirs would always be a formal and distanced mother and daughter relationship. Barbara was to attend the wedding, but she was not expected to stay for all of the celebrations afterward. "Are you ready?" Martha asked, clutching to Laura's hand. Laura looked back into the mirror one last time, pushing past the sad smile at thoughts of her mother and finding a genuine smile instead, thinking of Dominique. She checked the dress one last time. She had chosen the dress very carefully, to complement the dress she had worn the night she had met Dominique. Dark teal silk cinched at the waist with short sleeves and a deep neckline, it flattered her well. She hoped Dominique would like it too. She looked back to Martha. "I am ready." When Laura entered the church, Dominique felt speechless. She was wearing a dress very similar to the one she had worn the night they had met. With a blink, he could have been back at that assembly, seeing her outside on the terrace, though this time, instead of trying to walk away from him, she was walking towards him. "To marry me." Dominique looked briefly to his side, struggling to look away from Laura's beauty. His eyes connected with Jason beside him, standing there as his best man. Jason offered a smile, then Dominique looked to Stanford in the front pew. He did not think he had ever seen Stanford so happy. Jason had eventually told Dominique of how Stanford had encouraged him to talk to his brother the evening after Laura was taken. Dominique knew he had much to thank Stanford for. Without him, this wedding might not be taking place. He looked back for Laura. She was very near to him now. Her smile so great he thought she would never lose it. As she neared the altar, Dominique held out his hand for her, barely able to hold back from his anticipation. They were about to be married. No more hiding as a valet and an earl. They would be Laura and Dominique. Finally. Laura placed her hand in his, and a jolt of lightning shot through him, one of happiness and excitement for the future. He turned the two of them toward the vicar and nodded for the ceremony to begin. "What would you say to retiring for the evening?" Dominique's whispered words in Laura's ear caused a shiver of excitement up her spine. She smiled and turned to look up at him. "Would we not be accused of ignoring our guests?" She gestured to the room around them. Following the wedding breakfast, close friends and family had stayed for the rest of the day and celebrations. Now dinner had been completed, and people were milling around the room, exchanging stories about the happy couple and drinking sparkling wine. Fortunately, only a few rooms were seriously damaged in the fire, and they were currently under repair, much to Dominique's relief. The party was gathered in the dining room that had been saved from the fire. "Our guests can look after themselves." Dominique moved his hand to the lower part of her back, and she leaned into it, longing to return to the intimacy that they had shared when she was his valet. She thought of all the moments they had experienced together, alone in his study on the settee, with their first exciting touches and the exhilaration of bathing together, completely exposed to one another. Then, there was the night they had spent together and woken in the early hours of the morning, sharing the thrill of being in each other's arms. "I cannot resist." "Well, your brother seems to have them quite well entertained." She gestured to the center of the room where Jason was holding court with many of their guests. "Perhaps they will not notice our absence." I think that was a yes. Dominique smiled with mischief evident as he held out his hand to her. She took it willingly and let him lead her out of the room. As they clambered up the staircase, hurrying toward their upstairs chambers, they kept stopping every now and then to steal brief kisses. Laura found each kiss just as intoxicating, whether it was a quick kiss on the neck or something that lingered for longer. By the time they reached the door of his chamber, The kisses had progressed to something incredibly passionate. Laura clung to Dominique's jacket as he pressed her against the door of the chamber, his hands caressing the curve of her waist and down to her hips. His hand went for the door handle behind her, hurrying to open it. Together, they tumbled through, almost falling over, and prompting them both to laugh. They shared another kiss, one where Laura had control, begging permission past his lips to explore all that he gave. As the kiss came to a close, Dominique hurried around her, unfastening the dress, then walking back around to face her. He began to chuckle, with a low soft rumble. "You are laughing?" She looked up to him with a smile as his hands took the sleeves of her dress and began to push them down her arms. "Forgive me," he whispered to her, dropping a quick kiss to her cheek. "It is rather amusing to remove a dress from your body, rather than the valet's clothes I'm used to." She laughed too as the dress landed on the floor. He kissed her again, begging permission past her lips with the slightest brush of his tongue against her bottom lip. When she gave it, the atmosphere between them changed. Gone was the humor, replaced by intensity and a need. Soon, clothes were disappearing. His jacket went, followed by his cravat and waistcoat, then her corset and shoes. He kicked off his own boots as his hands went to her stockings, lingering for a few minutes at the tops of her legs, and making her breath itch with anticipation. His shirt went next, before they toppled to the bed together, with Dominique just in his breeches and Laura in her chemise. He started peppering her neck with kisses, drifting down across the opening at her chest and down the chemise-covered portion of her body. He slowed his pace when he reached her waist and hips, kissing through the material, and urging her hands to go for his hair and curl into his locks. His hands lifted under her chemise and ran along the sides of her legs until they reached her knees, then he parted them, creating space for him to rest his body between her legs. She gasped at the sensation, barely able to stop her moans of excitement as he began to lift her chemise further. This time when he exposed her, he did not start with his fingers. Instead, he kissed her center. The movement was bold, making her arch her back at the sudden pleasure. She bit her lip, trying to stop her moans of pleasure. She did not want any of their guests in the other part of the house to hear them. As he began to move his tongue inside of her, he brought wave after wave of pleasure to her. She moved her hands from his hair to the bed sheets beneath her, clutching tightly to them. She was on the edge of her release, building to it, tightening her hands once more on the mattress in anticipation, when he pulled back. He reached up to her, looking down at her with a mischievous smile. She was breathing heavily, her legs quivering with the feelings he had just created. He lowered a chaste kiss to her forehead before connecting their gazes once more. Momentarily, the heat of the moment was gone, replaced by something that was deeper. His amber eyes focused on her green. "I love you," she murmured into the small space between them. "I love you too," he whispered back, unable to contain his smile. They began to move together again. With wandering hands and stolen kisses, it was a sensual dance between the two of them. Laura felt Dominique remove his breeches, then he rolled them over, so that Laura was above him, straddling him. His hands went to the edge of her chemise and pulled it over her head, tossing it to the side. With the two of them completely exposed, Laura could feel him press at her entrance. It was no longer about stolen and illicit touches, as it had been before. Now, it was about trust and love. His hand drifted up her chest, brushing her neck and cupping her cheek as he sat upward on the bed, capturing her lips with a kiss. "Ready, love?" he whispered, with his amber eyes wide. She bit her lip and nodded. She knew her first time would hurt, but she hardly cared. She just wanted to be with Dominique, so completely. He rested his hands on her hips, the touch a gentle caress, and positioned himself better at her center. She held her breath, waiting for what would happen next. He guided her down, so that their bodies were flushed together, and he moved inside of her. The sudden pain was sharp, and the clutch she had on his shoulders tightened. "Ah, I am sorry," Laura." He spoke with soft words, moving one of his hands back up to her neck and bringing her forward an inch so he could kiss her, distracting her from the feeling. It was the work of but a moment, then she realized the pain was gone. She pulled back from the kiss and smiled at him, marveling at the sensation of being with him. "The pain has gone," she said softly. "Tell me if it hurts again." He kissed her on the cheek, and brought their bodies together, then moved his hands, encouraging her to move her hips back and forth. She gasped at the new sensation. Rather than what they had done before, this action had an emotional depth that was much greater. As they moved, her hands wound up from his shoulders into his hair, holding tightly to the short locks on his head. She felt the feeling building again, just as his kisses had created a few minutes ago. As she tilted her head back, moaning his name, she felt him move beneath her. He rolled them back over, putting her beneath him on the bed. His movements were slow and sensual as he braced himself above her with one hand and kept his other hand on one of her knees, holding her open to him. The action was so intimate that she clawed at his back, needing to feel closer to him. "God, Laura." He moaned her name and rested back down, burying his head in her neck to muffle his sounds as he moved. This time, as the feeling grew higher, Laura was certain she would reach her peak at any second. She felt Dominique's movements grow quicker too. Together, the two of them moaned at once, clawing at one another, climbing the same heights. Dominique moved his kisses from her neck to her lips, and with that one last passionate kiss, she reached her edge. As the feeling washed over her, she clawed at his back, feeling how close he was to her. He reached his climax and pulled back from their kiss, practically growling as he reached his end. They moved together for another minute, riding out each other's highs until they both fell still, and Dominique rested his forehead against hers again, to her relief, making no move to leave her body. She did not want to part from him just yet. Together, they smiled. "I have been thinking about that for a long time, my wife," he confessed, dropping a quick kiss to her nose. "Well, I have too," she admitted. "You have?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. "When did you first imagine it?" "I guess." She bit her lip in thought before she confessed. "It had to be the first day I attended you here as your valet, and you started to remove your clothes. It was rather difficult not to look at you." Her words made him laugh with warmth. Feeling him laugh when their bodies were still joined and pressed close together sent another thrill through her. "Well, I am very glad you decided to run away and be my valet, Laura." "So am I." She smiled. "I only wish." She trailed off for a moment, thinking how to put her sadness into words. She imagined it would be a sadness she would always live with now. Just as Dominique lived with the loss of his mother and sister, she would have to live with the knowledge that her father was forcibly taken from this world. "I wish my father had met you." "I wish I had met him too." He smiled sadly, lifting a hand to brush the loose brown hairs away from her forehead. "Our families are a little diminished at present, but—" "But?" she prompted, suddenly seeing a small glint in his eyes. "But perhaps it is time to start a new family. What do you say?" The mischievous smile was back, prompting her to laugh. "A new family. I rather like that idea. Then, we best get started." He laughed and rolled them back over the other way, so she was on top again. The suggestion they could go again made her giggle too and reach down for another kiss. "A new family. I like that idea more than I can say." The end. Extended epilogue. 2 years later. "What is it?" Dominique looked up from his position in the office. He had gone into town on business, and the last thing he expected was for Stanford to have followed him into London. Stanford was now in the doorway, breathing heavily, his cheeks flushed red, apparently relieved to have found Dominique. "Stanford, are you quite well?" Dominique pressed the matter, standing and moving to the butler's side. "What is wrong?" "It is the Countess, my lord," Stanford explained between heavy breaths. He paused for a second, breathing deeply again, but his manner was only making Dominique more impatient and more concerned. "Yes. What is it?" Dominique was panicking now, moving even closer to Stanford and gesturing with his hands for Stanford to speak quickly. "Has something happened to her?" "The baby is coming, my lord." Stanford finally managed to smile through his heavy breaths. "Now?" Dominique asked, feeling winded. "Now." Stanford nodded, his smile so great that his cheeks must have hurt. Dominique was speechless for a moment. He stood perfectly still as the thought settled. "My baby is coming now. Laura is in labor." Dominique looked back to his investment manager, suddenly bursting free of his speechless stupor and leaping into action. The investment manager sat behind the desk where they had been discussing business. "This will have to wait for another day," he called as he grabbed his coat, top hat, and ran out of the door. He heard the distant laughter of the investment manager as he and Stanford hurried out of the building. Dominique could not stop asking questions of Stanford the whole way out of the building and into the carriage. "What time? When did it begin? Is the midwife with her? What of the doctor?" Stanford struggled to keep up with answering all of his questions. When they were in the carriage, the butler gave one final answer in an attempt to calm Dominique. "All is being taken care of, my lord," Stanford reassured from his place beside the Earl in the carriage. "Not to worry. She is well looked after." Dominique could not help but be worried. He leaned forward in the seat of the carriage, holding his face with his hands for a minute. When Laura and he had discovered she was with child, they had been overjoyed, but Dominique had found himself increasingly worried for her welfare, and that of the child, so much so, that his fussing frequently caused Laura to laugh at him. He had talked of it in his last letter to Jason, and the reply from Jason had shown just as much amusement. Jason even went as far to claim that he doubted Dominique would ever stop worrying now, for when his child was finally born, he would be worried for that child's welfare every day. Dominique smiled into his clasped hands as he thought of the next letter he would write to Jason. This time, he would be able to tell Jason of his child, of the new person that would enter their family. "I can hardly wait." He looked up and out of the window, gazing at the scenery whipping by, and wishing that he could make it go faster, so he could be home sooner and have Laura in his arms with their child. Jason's last letter had talked much of the new child and all the presents he intended to buy. Dominique knew, though in reality it would be quite some time before Jason could see the baby. Not long after Dominique and Laura had married, Jason finally went into the Navy, of his own volition. Dominique rather suspected that seeing him with his wife had given Jason a wish to carve an independent life of his own. Jason had decided that the first step in that life was to go into the Navy after all, to make his own money and be independent. He was performing extremely well, already a captain, and sent letters to Dominique when he reached ports. His current navigation would not bring him home for a while, but it would not surprise Dominique if Jason intended to bring presents for the child from abroad. Dominique tried to sit back in his seat and relax a little, but it was difficult when he was trying to contain his excitement. He and Laura had discussed at length what names they liked. They had come to a decision that if the child were a boy, his name would be Henry Richard Brooks, Richard, in honor of Laura's father. If the child were a girl, her name would be Alice Juliet Brooks, Juliet to remember Dominique's sister. Dominique found himself moving forward to the edge of his seat once again, desperately excited to know if the baby would be a boy or a girl. "She was well when you left her?" Dominique asked once more, seeing his words made Stanford smile. "She was, my lord." "Well." He winced slightly. "What is it?" "She did seem to be making quite a lot of noise, but as Mary tells me, that is to be expected." Stanford shrugged. Dominique smiled in reply. He moved to look out of the window again, wondering why of all days he had chosen that day to go into town. I should be with her, by her side for this. He knew she was strong enough to do this alone. He never doubted her strength, it was just that he wanted to be there too, to see their child come into this world. He had never known such happiness as going to sleep with Laura in his arms, with his hand resting on the bump of her stomach where the baby slept too. He no longer dreamed of fires, or of the past. No, these days, he dreamt of the future, and what that could look like. He felt the smile spread across his cheeks as he watched the townhouses whip past the carriage window and slowly turn into trees and open countryside. It would be a little while yet before they reached the house, but he was quite certain that he would not relax for the entire journey. Not when he had Laura and a child waiting for him at the end of the road. Laura had not liked the pain. The birth had not been an easy one, but once the baby was placed in her arms, none of it mattered anymore. She sat back, leaning against a myriad of pillows behind her on the headboard, rocking her new baby back and forth in her arms. She was still hot and clammy, and she could feel her hair stuck to her neck in damp tendrils, but she only cared for the state of her child. She kept rearranging the swaddling, trying to check the baby was comfortable and holding her close in her arms. With the little girl resting in her arms, eyes closed in peace, little fingers grasping tightly to the swaddling, Laura felt soft tears of happiness running down her cheeks. Over the last couple of years, she had grown even more distant from her family. She never saw her stepsisters anymore, who were somewhat ostracized by society after their father's trial, but she did occasionally see her mother. She remembered vividly the last time she seen Barbara. The two of them attempted to have an amicable relationship, but it would never be quite right again. Laura knew whenever she looked at her mother, she saw the woman who fell in love with her father's murderer. She also rather suspected Barbara resented her daughter for revealing a truth she could not cope with acknowledging. It was an uneasy relationship. Laura had come back home to Dominique, complaining of the meeting. He had comforted her, talking of the new family that would someday be theirs. It was only a day later when Laura had realized the distinct possibility that their new family had already begun. Here she was now, with that new family. She dropped a soft kiss to her daughter's forehead, then looked around the room. Mary and the midwife were in the corner of the room, cleaning up, and the doctor had already taken his leave. Laura used the opportunity to whisper to her daughter in private. "Welcome to the world, my beautiful daughter," she murmured to her with a smile. The child's hand wriggled on the swaddling in response. "This world may not always be a perfect one, but I promise to keep you safe. I love you very much." With her last word, she heard footsteps running down the corridor nearby and a voice. "It is Dominique." A few seconds later, he burst through the chamber door, where he hovered for a moment. Laura saw his amber eyes find her and then the bundle in her arms. He hurried forward, reaching for the edge of the bed and for Laura, then he kissed her on the forehead, holding her close for a second. "Well done, my love," he murmured to her, then pulled back. They shared a smile before his amber gaze drifted down to the bundle. "Would you like to hold her?" Laura offered up the baby to him. "Her? A daughter?" He smiled again. "Yes, here." She passed him the baby, rearranging the swaddling in his arms with care. "Our daughter, Alice Juliet Brooks." He gave the baby the name they had discussed before. Seeing their daughter in his arms, Laura was tempted to reach out and envelop them both in an embrace, to hold her family close, but she was exhausted, so she settled for leaning back on the pillows and allowing her eyes to take in the beautiful sight of the two of them together instead. "I think Jason is right," Dominique sighed, looking up to her. "I'm going to be even more protective now than before." "I do not doubt it." Laura smiled. She rather suspected that if young Alice ever reached for a candle, Dominique would not be able to bear it. The second fire was too fresh, too recent. Someday, she was sure Dominique would relax a little, but in the meantime, she could hardly blame him for his concerns. She is perfect. Dominique's eyes were on their child again, holding her close to him. She is. Laura agreed with a smile. There is one problem though. What is that? Laura was suddenly concerned, trying to pull herself up off the pillows. Not that kind of problem. Dominique laughed and ushered her back down to the pillows. Here, rest. Once she was lying back again, he spoke. The problem, of which I speak, is that now we have one. He held up baby Alice. I already want another. She laughed heartily in response. You may need to give me a little time first. She was still laughing as the baby began to stir in the swaddling. Little Alice began to let out small cries without tears, her arm peeking through from the swaddling in a grasping motion. She must be hungry, Laura said as she took the child back from Dominique. I just think she wants her mother, Dominique said with mischief, looking up to her, amber eyes on green. I cannot blame her for that. I'm sad when I part from you too. I love you, she whispered as she rested back, holding their child to her chest. I love you too. He brushed the hair away from her face and pushed it behind her ear. Now, you get some rest, then we can get started on the next baby. She giggled as she rocked her baby from side to side, thinking of how happy she was with her new family. The end.
If you like our channel, please subscribe and make sure to click on the bell icon, so that you won't miss any future audiobooks we'll upload for free each week on YouTube.